Many of the men were, as Private Don Nelson of the 36th Division admitted, absolutely petrified at the sight of the dizzy heights of the vertical walls that were coming closer to us and looked like as if they went on for miles. The 3rd U.S. Infantry Division went ashore first, taking what the Allies called the Alpha Beaches at the left of the invasion zone. The chic resort of Saint-Tropez became a battlefield, where Staff Sergeant Audie Murphy, the most decorated American soldier of the war, took a German strongpoint and captured 40 prisoners. For his feat, he earned the Distinguished Service Cross. The 45th Thunderbird Infantry Division, which had participated in assaults on Sicily, Salerno, and Anzio, made its 4th D-Day amphibious landing in the center, along the Delta beaches. Resistance was as light as it had been for the 3rd Division because German defenses were concentrated farther up the coast, near the town of San Rafael. These camel beaches, green, red, and blue, were assigned to the hard luck 36th. Observing the invasion from HMS Kimberley, Churchill noted, "Here we saw the long rows of boats filled with American stormtroopers steaming in continuously to the Bay of Saint-Tropez." The 141st Regiment of the 36th Division led the assault on Camel Green, engaging German machine gunners and the 4 strong points of Stützpunktgruppe St. Raphael. Weiss's 143rd Regiment came ashore behind them. Private Sam Kibbe of the 143rd recalled that, although he had not yet learned to swear properly, he would have to prove myself a man. The LCI's hull grated on the rocky beach between San Rafael and Agé at 09:45, Steve Weiss recalled of his landing near Les Dramonts. As soon as the craft's 2 parallel ramps tilted toward the surf, we moved along their length and onto the beach. The British mariner who promised that they would not get their feet wet had been as good as his word. Heading towards the town of San Rafael, Charlie Company met heavy fire from entrenched German machine guns and artillery. Weiss maneuvered up the beach, carrying the infantryman's standard load of webbing and leather straps, supporting bandoliers of .30 caliber ammunition, a canteen, medical kit, and 2 hand grenades, all of which clinked, rocked, and bumped against me in the increasing sunlight. Everyone carried extra weight, a pocket guide to France, 5 days' rations, 2 packs of cigarettes, and an American flag brassard. One GI who complained of a bad back persuaded Weiss to lug his flamethrower ashore. The weapon added 78 pounds to an already heavy load. It also threatened Weiss's immolation if a German bullet hit either of its napalm tanks. Weiss, who had not been trained to use a flamethrower, stumbled up the beach with the useless equipment. The soldier who lumbered him with it was, in Weiss's irritated view, a shirker. The army soon discovered the boy with the bad back was too young for combat and shipped him home. Weiss left the flamethrower on the beach. German light bombers strafed the landing zone and the ships delivering troops to the shore. Weiss saw a guided bomb hit one landing ship tank, LST, detonating its store of ammunition. Although the LST floundered in the water, 40 sailors on board died. The beachhead became a scene of as much confusion as valor. The crew of a Sherman tank lost control and crashed on a road above the beach. Weiss's squad rushed to provide first aid. Nearby, a truck carrying a light howitzer turned over and blocked the road off the beach. An African soldier, somehow separated from free French units to the right of the 36th, turned up in Charlie Company's ranks. Brandishing a curved dagger, he joined the company as it moved up the ridge. The 143rd Regiment raced through a fierce battle between the 141st Regiment and the German 765th Grenadier Regiment, en route to its primary objective, the town of San Rafael. The 36th Division's war history recorded. The 143rd Infantry ran into more opposition in the west. After assembling at Camel Green, its 1st, Weiss's, and 3rd Battalions advanced west and northwest to secure the high ground along the slopes of the Estrel and a mile or two inland. They soon eliminated the German garrison in San Rafael, affording the 143rd a commanding position to protect Camel Red Beach for the landing of the 142nd Regiment. In San Rafael, Shanklin's squad rested near a pillbox at one end of an old iron bridge. As Weiss sipped from his canteen, a German shell crashed into the pillbox. Burning shrapnel and shards of concrete hit 18-year-old Private Truman Ropos in his right leg. The bleeding was severe, and medics wrapped the boy in blankets against shock. 2 of them carried him away on a stretcher, while a 3rd ran alongside with a plasma bottle connected to his vein. Doctors amputated his leg later in the day. Rigel, Woolworth, Dixon, Weiss, and the rest of the squad joined the fight to take the airstrip west of San Rafael. They blew up grounded German planes and cut a railway line. Along the way, dozens of German prisoners, many from the unenthusiastic Ost units recruited in German-occupied Eastern Europe, surrendered to the Americans. Weiss's squad moved north from San Rafael towards Fréjus. The squad heard that their 2-man bazooka team was surrounded in a ravine, and they raced there to rescue them. The 2 soldiers had vanished, either killed or captured, to be reported as missing in action. 10 hours after the first wave of American attackers hit the beaches, more than 20,000 troops were ashore. The Allies lost 95 men killed and 385 wounded, but had captured 2,300 Germans. Most of the prisoners were old men or from Ost units. Elite Wehrmacht and SS forces might not have surrendered as easily. The 7th Army had taken the area between Toulon and San Rafael, securing the beachhead from German counterattack and preparing the way for advances north up the Rhone Valley and west to the vital ports of Marseille and Toulon. Operation Dragoon was anything but the disaster Churchill predicted. The official U.S. Navy historian, Samuel Eliot Morrison, called it an example of an almost perfect amphibious operation from the point of view of training, timing, Army-Navy-Air Force cooperation, performance, and result. Allied commanders made the most of German weakness in the south to drive speedily into France, the momentum affording no rest to the GIs. The German 19th Army retreated more or less intact, with the Americans and Free French in hot pursuit. On the second day of the campaign, 16 August, Weiss's squad continued probing north of San Rafael and paused near some trees. As Sheldon Woolworth put down his rifle, it accidentally launched a grenade that slammed into the mouth of a private named Taylor. The grenade did not explode, but it mangled the boy's flesh and teeth. Taylor fell in agony, and Weiss, Rigel, and Woolworth held the young soldier until medics carried him to a field hospital. The deputy commander of the 36th Division, General Robert I. Stack, led most of the division 90 miles north over the following 14 hours. It was a dangerous gambling attack, the 36th Division's newspaper, T-Patch, wrote. Stack stretched the 36th lines of communications to 100 miles, forcing drivers to work 24 hours a day carrying supplies from the beachhead to the front. Town after town fell to the Allied advance, which slowed only to accept the thanks, kisses, and wine of the inhabitants. I was hugged and kissed until my mouth and ribs ached, Weiss wrote. Eric Severide, the CBS radio correspondent who accompanied the soldiers, wrote, For the first time in the war, The troops themselves, like the optimistic people at home, began to wager on a quick end to the war, and for the first time in my observation of them, they began to enjoy the war. The sun was warm and the air like crystal. The fruits were ripening, and the girls were lovely. In every village, the welcome was from the heart, and for once, civilians were a help instead of a hindrance. On 17 August, Weiss took part in liberating the capital of the Var department, Draguignan. The GIs called the town, about 15 miles inland from their landing beaches, Dragoon. Most of its 20,000 inhabitants came out to submerge the soldiers in gratitude and presents. Men, women, and children kissed the American boys and decked them in wildflowers. Weiss thought it was more like a Broadway musical than war. The mood changed when the mayor invited the commander of Weiss's regiment, Colonel Paul D. Adams, through a stone wall into a tranquil garden shaded by tall cypress trees. It was the quietest spot in Draguignan. "All the people of my town have contributed to give you this land," the mayor said. The land was a cemetery. Trucks collected Shanklin's squad the next morning, 18 August, and drove them along Highway N85, the old route Napoleon, in an armored convoy. For the first time, Weiss saw the résistants of the FFI, Forces Français de l'Intérieur, tough fighters who guarded roads and mountain passes for the Allies. They wore baggy trousers and ill-fitting mismatched suit jackets, and wielded obsolete but serviceable rifles. Most had cigarettes fixed tight between mustachioed lips, called maquisards, and sometimes simply the maquis, names taken from the Corsican word maquia, which meant a type of bush. Resistance members in the south of France numbered about 75,000. Although roughly two-thirds of them lacked even rifles, they contributed significantly to the Allied advance. Their sabotage destroyed bridges, train tracks, and telephone lines, forcing the Germans to divert troops from defense to chase the terrorists in the mountains before and during the invasion. Many of them carried on the fight for 3 or 4 years, operating as individuals or in small bands, a U.S. Army study noted during the campaign in the South. They made the occupation of France a continual hell for the Germans. The resistance gave the American boys confidence, and grateful civilians made the war seem worth fighting. If we paused for a moment's respite, our shirts bathed in sweat and covered with dust, our mouths parched with thirst, they would run to greet us, arms outstretched, with tears of joy streaming down their cheeks. Weiss wrote of the Provençal population. In 4 days, the 36th Division liberated Castellan, Digne, Sisteron, and Gap. It pushed north of the main German forces in line with 7th Army Commander General Alexander Patch's strategy to entrap the German 19th Army between Allied forces to the north and south. On 22 August, the 36th drove into Grenoble, an alpine ski resort and university town. The crowd, the largest the Americans had seen, wielded flags and wine that were by now familiar tributes to the boys who had come far to liberate France from foreign occupation. The 143rd Regiment's officers installed themselves at the Hôtel Napoleon, where Colonel Adams made his headquarters. The GIs were billeted against the walls of an old French army barracks. The noise of celebration tempted some of the soldiers outside. Weiss wrote, "Dixon and I found an old, possibly forgotten rusty iron door falling off its hinges, embedded in the stone wall that gave way to our touch. Leaving the barracks, they walked past a bakery where women waiting for bread applauded them. Another woman leaned out of a window and invited the 2 soldiers upstairs. Assuming she wanted to demonstrate her gratitude in the most basic manner, the boys ran to her door. The scene was not what they expected. An exhausted, sickly man was standing beside an old cupboard, almost the only furniture in the room. Weiss's high school French and the woman's few words of English helped them to communicate. Pouring out her only bottle of cognac, she said her husband had waited 4 years for this moment. Her husband wept, raised his glass, and said he had never doubted that the Americans would come. Weiss and Dixon drank the cognac and went out to find the festivities. The 2 young Americans tried to buy bicycles from a shop whose owner insisted they borrow them free of charge. After all, the man said, the Germans took bikes without paying or returning them. The GIs cycled from cafe to cafe, where people gave them wine and thanks. At sunset, they dropped off the bicycles and walked through a city alight with bonfires and fireworks. Hordes of men and women strode arm in arm singing La Marseillaise and drinking champagne, Weiss recalled. He and Dixon drank wine, and they exchanged kisses with exuberant and not always young women. Their new French friends kept them up until dawn, when the 2 liberators fell asleep on the ground beside a petrol station. 16. There are a few men in every army who know no fear, just a few, but these men are not normal. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 304. A young replacement lieutenant in headquarters company of the 2nd Battalion, 38th Infantry Regiment, had a nervous breakdown in the aftermath of the battle for Hill 192. Alfred T. Whitehead, now promoted to corporal, had no sympathy. Taking the trembling officer, a high school teacher in civilian life, to the company commander, he said, "I've been doing this man's job all day, and here he is crying and carrying on like a baby. I'm scared too, but I'm still fighting." The lieutenant was reassigned, undoubtedly to a psychiatric center behind the lines. Already tough when he entered the army, Whitehead was becoming merciless. The conquest of Hill 192 left the just-promoted corporal with 2 wounds, one in his left thigh, the other in his left hand. Although he stated in his memoir that the injury to his hand was from a German bayonet, medical records indicated that he sought treatment for both at an aid station. The medical tent was filled with casualties that made his shrapnel wounds look slight, and seeing limbless soldiers made him decide to rub sulfa powder on his cuts and leave. His hand sometimes bled through the bandages, and he changed the dressing daily. For the next few days, during the battle that destroyed the ancient Norman town of Saint-Lô, his unit was in reserve. This gave him time to recuperate physically, if not mentally. The 38th Regiment's next objective was the village of Saint-Jean-des-Bezons. This meant more fighting through hedgerows and across pastures defended by German machine guns. One night on guard duty, Whitehead admitted he fell asleep. This was a serious offense, punishable in military law by death, but usually by long imprisonment. Sentries who fell asleep could easily be killed by German patrols. More than that, they endangered all the men of the unit. Whitehead's squad leader woke him, but did not report him. Whitehead claimed he later chanced upon a sleeping German sentry and severed his throat with a wire garrote. Whitehead's memoir described his squad's existence at this time: foraging, occasionally shooting cattle for food, stealing eggs from farmers and picking apples. Some unripe apples upset his stomach. He recalled the smell of dead bodies lying along the sunken roads, bloated, blackened, rotting bodies of Americans and Germans with maggots working through them. While he occasionally exaggerated his martial feats, his was anything but a heroic war. There was no mention of patriotism, of struggling against Nazi tyranny, or of the unit cohesion that made men risk their lives for one another. Whitehead's war was a steady slog through minefields, up and down hills, and over fields littered with human and mechanical debris of war. Germans often surrendered by raising their hands and calling out, "Comrade!" Whitehead's response was, "Comrade hell, after all you put me through, and then you come out with your hands up? Shame on you!" Acknowledging his duty to turn prisoners over to MPs, Whitehead added, "A combat soldier is a lot different from anyone else. He's not eager to live and let live or forgive and forget. He'll shoot the hell out of you damn quick, and he won't bat an eye when he does it." When 2 Germans surrendered to him near a bombed-out bridge, he gave each of them a cigarette. This turned out to Whitehead's advantage. He released them to persuade the rest of their company to surrender. They returned with 40 more soldiers. Germans were not the only ones ready to surrender. Whitehead carried a clean, white handkerchief to wave at the enemy if his time came. At 9 in the morning on 15 August, the 2nd Division moved on the town of Tinchebray. Whitehead had his first encounter with Free French partisans, who provided his unit with intelligence on German positions. The destructive battle for Tinchebray lasted most of the day. Many civilians were sheltering in their houses. Whitehead recalled, "We sometimes accidentally killed whole families while clearing out buildings. You didn't have time to ask who was in the cellars when you tossed hand grenades in them. It was a terrible experience. Sometimes, too, a little girl or boy would come running out with one or both arms blown off, crying hysterically and wild with fear." The German defense of Tinchebray had been, in the estimation of the 2nd Division commander, Major General Walter M. Robinson, half-hearted and ragged. The Germans surrendered at 4:30 that afternoon. The 2nd Battalion quickly secured Hill 248 above the town, where they heard on their radio that Allied forces had invaded southern France earlier that day. The men were grateful that the Germans would be forced to divert resources from them to another front. A British battalion soon arrived to relieve them. General Robertson wrote, "The last objective of the 2nd Division in Normandy was secure." The next morning, the 2nd Division was given 2 days off the line. It was their first break from combat for 70 days, a respite that should have been welcome. However, because their rest area was beside the division's heavy artillery, they did not get much sleep. The 2nd Division moved on 18 August by truck from Normandy to Brittany. Driving through the Breton countryside, Corporal Whitehead admired the way General George S. Patton's armored columns had conquered the terrain. Bomb damage had been limited to small patches around key road junctions and railroad stations, hardly disturbing anything else. At a crossroads, Corporal Whitehead saw the general himself. He remembered his rousing speech to the 2nd Division in Northern Ireland. The general was standing up in his jeep and shouting at an American tank commander. "What are you coming back for?" Patton demanded. "We're out of ammo, sir," the tanker answered. "God damn it," the general bellowed. "Get the hell back up there and run over the sons of bitches. They don't know you're out of ammunition." As the trucks carried the 2nd Division west, across Brittany towards the Atlantic port of Brest, citizens of towns and villages along the way surged outside to thank their liberators. Whitehead recalled that the French people swarmed over our jeeps, trucks, and tanks, embracing us with much shouting, tears, and kisses, while showering us with gifts of wine, fruit, and eggs. He went into a farmhouse where its peasant owners wore wooden shoes that reminded him of his own barefoot childhood. They accepted his offer of K-rations, which they fashioned into an edible cooked dinner with cider. When he left, he thought that here, among strangers in a foreign land, I was more welcome than in my own home back in the South. On 21 August, the 2nd Division moved to an assembly area on the Daoulas Peninsula. Resistants from the French forces of the interior joining them to provide intelligence on enemy positions. The 2nd Division assaulted Hill 154, southeast of Brest on the Daoulas Peninsula the next day. The division history recorded, "The tactic was to creep Indian fashion through low-lying bushes, which the enemy had failed to cut down around the hill to encircle and surprise. To avoid alerting the Germans, no artillery or mortars prepared the way. The 3rd Battalion assaulted defenses on the lower hill, forcing the enemy into the waiting fire of Whitehead's 2nd Battalion. Whitehead, who despised rather than feared junior officers, claimed that one replacement lieutenant aimed at a fleeing German but forgot to take the safety off his M1 carbine. The German was killed anyway by Whitehead's .45 pistol, one among many unlikely feats of arms trumpeted in his memoir. He said he and his gun crew then fastened a captured German 88 field gun to a tree and fired it at German pillboxes. Afterward, I was severely called down by our company commander and almost got court-martialed for it, but I gave the Germans a hell of a time before I was discovered," he wrote. Normally, a field gun anchored to a tree would recoil and kill the men using it. When the Americans seized Hill 154 late that night, the Germans counterattacked and nearly took the regimental command post. The regiment's 3 battalions pushed them back. Possession of Hill 154 gave the Americans a commanding position above their next major objective, the ancient fortress of Brest. Brest, where William Weiss had embarked with the 77th Division in 1919 for New York City, was home to German submarine pens and a naval squadron. The Allies needed the port to offload troops and equipment. On 23 August, the Germans destroyed their only exit route from Brest to the Daoulas Peninsula. As Adolf Hitler had ordered, 50,000 German soldiers girded themselves to defend Fortress Brest to the last man. Book 2. Soldiers to Deserters. 17. It is one of the first duties of a company officer to make clear to his men that he knows each of them. Psychology for the Fighting Man, pages 376 to 7. Late on the morning of 24 August, Steve Weiss and Jim Dixon woke up near the petrol station where they had fallen asleep after the night's revelry in Grenoble. They decided to eat breakfast in town and sneak back into the barracks before anyone noticed they were missing. Some GIs gave Weiss and Dixon a lift in their jeep to the town center. Bob Rigel and 2 other soldiers, who had also slipped out of the barracks, were sitting with 3 girls at a pavement cafe. Weiss and Dixon joined their breakfast, an appropriate postscript to the night's carousing. Souring the mood, one of the soldiers with Rigel mentioned that he had heard their regiment had left Grenoble early that morning, about 12 hours later than the time that it had actually pulled out. The 143rd had been ordered to leave Grenoble at 1730 hours the previous day. Colonel Paul D. Adams, the regiment's commanding officer, had objected to the abrupt departure. "We captured the town," he said, "and we ought to be able to enjoy it." Overruled, he reluctantly took his regiment south. The division's newspaper, Tea-Patch, noted that the 36th Division left Grenoble as rapidly as it had come, with no time to search for absentees. Weiss and the other 4 troops were now absent without leave, AWOL, liable to court-martial for that offense and for leaving their weapons in the barracks along with their ammunition, packs, sleeping bags, and rations. One of the 5 AWOLs in the cafe proposed leaving immediately to catch up with the regiment. Weiss, with unconvincing bravado, said, "Sure, but let's finish our coffee and pastry first. It might be a long time before we eat this well again and in such company." Jim Dixon took the girls' addresses, and the 5 soldiers left to face the wrath of Captain Simmons. Luckily for the young GIs, a half-track driver from Alabama stopped to let them jump aboard. The GIs held tight, Weiss hugging a .50 caliber machine gun fixed to the truck bed, as the Alabaman drove like a moonshiner through Grenoble down towards the Rhone Valley. Sharp curves and steep climbs had the passengers fearing for their lives. About 45 miles down the road, the 5 hitchhikers took advantage of a momentary stop to jump out and look for Charlie Company. 2 young French women in light summer frocks bicycled up the road. Weiss, who since Naples had become more confident with the opposite sex, asked if they had seen any other American soldiers. One girl answered that Les Américains had come through their village, Romans, during the night. They caused such a stir that she went out and kissed all of them. Weiss was unaware that the regiment that liberated Romans without a fight was his own. "I'm a day late," Weiss said, "but I'm here to collect my kiss." Leaning over the handlebars, she kissed him on both cheeks. "That did it," Weiss wrote. "For me, the war was over. I wanted this woman." Forgetting about Charlie Company, he invited the girls to a picnic. They accepted and cycled into town to bring back bread, sausages, and cheese. Riegel called after them, "Don't forget the wine." While the 5 soldiers lounged on the grass awaiting their idol in the woods, a column of 6 U.S. Army jeeps broke the magic. The head of the convoy was the regimental commanding officer, Colonel Paul Adams. The AWOLs had nowhere to hide. Adams went on without stopping. He had a more pressing concern: a rendezvous with the regional chief of the French resistance, Colonel Jean-Pierre de Lassus Saint-Genier, to plan joint operations. The next 4 jeeps sped along the highway in Colonel Adams's wake. The AWOLs thought they were safe until the last jeep stopped. Without leaving the passenger seat, a young second lieutenant barked, "Who's in charge here?" Corporal Riegel got up and brushed himself off. "Hell, soldier," the junior officer said. "Move when I say so." The lieutenant asked what outfit they belonged to. Seeing they had no rifles and no helmets, he accused them of desertion and ordered them into the back of his jeep. Riegel asked where he was taking them, and the lieutenant snapped, "Smarten up, soldier, or I'll have you charged with insubordination and court-martialed." Weiss wondered where this hard-ass came from. They drove to the 143rd's regimental command post, where the lieutenant put in a call to Captain Simmons. A Charlie Company jeep arrived to collect the 5 offenders. Riegel asked the driver, "How's the captain today?" The answer boded ill. "Hard to know, really. He holds his cards pretty close to his vest." They went to Charlie Company's command post in a farmhouse between Chabouille and Valence. The soldiers saluted Captain Simmons, who did not salute back. He said, "Gather around, guys." Weiss, hearing what he took to be a non-threatening voice, thought the captain was not angry after all. Then Simmons let rip. "If one of my men had been killed while you were playing heroes with all those French babes, I'd have you up before General Court-Martial and charged with Article of War 107, desertion before the enemy. Get it right and get it straight. Desertion is punishable by death by firing squad." Weiss and the others did not realize that Simmons was giving them a break. Article of War 107 called for soldiers who had deserted merely to make good time lost. The death penalty for desertion fell under Articles of War 58, desertion, and 75, misbehavior before the enemy. Simmons kept up the bluff. "No half measures, see? To hell with a dishonorable discharge and a long prison sentence. It's nothing but the best for screw-ups like you. You're in contempt. You've lowered the morale of my company, failed the other men, and in your absence put them under additional pressure." He docked their pay for the cost of the equipment left in the Grenoble barracks. Although Weiss had yet to learn which article of war was which, he accepted that Simmons had saved face and let us off the hook. Weiss reported to his squad leader, Sergeant Harry Shanklin, who was hunkered down in a ditch with his men. While American artillery pummeled the town of Valence, Shanklin declared, The Lover Boys returned. Damn! Why didn't you tell me you wanted to take off? The sergeant called them dumb shits, but he did not mete out any punishment. Despite their teenage prank, they had been good soldiers until now. The army still needed good soldiers. While the 143rd Regiment awaited orders, its commander was having dinner at the headquarters of French Colonel Jean-Pierre de la Souce Saint-Genier. Colonel Adams and the Free French were planning the liberation of Valence, where the strong German garrison was holding American and French prisoners. With the approval of 36th Division Commander General Dahlquist, Adams assumed command of a joint Franco-American force to take Valence and continue south to the main front at Montélimar. Adams and La Souce Saint-Genier set the time of the attack, H-hour for 2200 hours that night, to be preceded by an artillery barrage. After dinner, Adams returned to his regimental command post on the newly captured airfield at Chabois-la-Trésorière to begin operations. Valence was a diversion from the 7th Army's main objective, which was to block the German 19th Army's retreat via Montélimar. Disagreement among American commanders over Valence, even after they had promised to assist their French allies in the town's conquest, portended a half-hearted effort. The official war history noted, General Dahlquist dispatched no less than 4 contradictory directives, 3 by radio, 1 by liaison officer, to the 143rd Infantry still above Valence. The regiment started to receive them at 1600 in the wrong sequence. Not until 1900 did the regiment, reinforced by FFI units, get underway towards Valence. This was 3 hours before Colonel Adams and French Colonel La Souce had planned to attack. A Free French intelligence officer who had surveyed German defenses in Valence, Lieutenant Armand, argued that available forces were insufficient to take the town. He sent a message to Resistance Commander Paul Pont. I do not understand why, with the intelligence I have given, one is going to attempt such an attack, for no artillery piece which I have identified and marked on the map has been moved. I am sure we won't succeed, but I am going with the American tanks. Dahlquist's order to Adams confirmed the attack for that evening. Seize Valence today, seek assistance from Maquis. Dahlquist further ordered Adams to bring his regiment to Crest by dawn next morning. Crest, a small town already in American control about 20 miles south of Valence, was on the road to Montélimar. An impending operation to destroy the German 19th Army there meant Colonel Adams had only a few hours to seize and pacify Valence. Charlie Company had made ready to fight its way into Valence from the southeast, along the Route de Chabourey. Just before dark, 4 M10 tank destroyers, TDs, came forward to transport Charlie Company. The M10s, although they resembled tanks, were defensive weapons. The 143rd was using them instead for offensive operations and as troop carriers. The M10 TD was mounted on a tank chassis with an open, pulpit-like turret, a converted naval 3-inch gun, and a 50 caliber machine gun. Like America's Shermans, the M10 was no match for German Panther and Tiger tanks. Weiss found a spot on the left side of the lead TD. While they waited to depart, the company runner ordered Weiss's squad into another TD. Weiss moved onto the second TD, and another squad climbed onto the first. Charlie Company rode out in the fading summer sun. When the TDs squeezed through concrete posts on either side of the narrow mountain highway, one unlucky GI's foot was crushed. A moment later, German machine guns, rifles, and grenades opened up. Bullets tore into the soldier who had taken Weiss's spot on the lead TD, propelling him headlong onto the earth below, dead. The other men took cover in ditches beside the road. They shot at German-held buildings that caught fire forcing 3 German soldiers to run for cover. Weiss leaped back onto the TD to stop them with its .50 caliber machine gun, raking the ground with rapid bursts. The Germans' luck held, and they made it to nearby farmland. The squad regrouped and pushed again towards Valence. This time they walked, while the TDs rumbled along their flanks. Their advance had not proceeded far when Germans on Valence's outer defenses opened fire, killing 2 more Americans, Privates Longo and Taylor. Both had trained with Weiss at Fort Blanding. Weiss led the squad's survivors through the darkness. A German shouted, "Halt!" and fired twice. Weiss threw himself into the soft earth. He remembered the scene vividly. Lying there, I waited for the men behind me to fan out to form a skirmish line, but no one came. Alone and exposed, I decided to make a break for it. As I got up to run, the German tossed a grenade. Fortunately, my timing was excellent. The German threw 3 grenades at him. Each grenade disintegrated beside me as I hit the ground. Otherwise, I would have taken the full force of any one of the explosions in an upright position. After the last grenade exploded, its fragments showering over me, I landed safely in a ditch beside my company commander, Captain Alan E. Simmons. The 30-year-old captain looked 60 in the middle of battle that night. He said nothing to Weiss about his dance with death. As the CO, he's not fatherly or protective, Weiss wrote. At 18, I need all the understanding and guidance I can get, but none is forthcoming. Simmons seemed dazed, lacking in willpower and self-confidence. Considering what to do next, the captain looked at Weiss and ordered, "Take your squad back out to that field. Keep moving toward Valence." Captain Simmons did not move forward with the squad. If no man could be a hero to his valet, no officer could hide his character from his men. Weiss grew more resentful of Simmons' leadership. However, Simmons was no martinet. He could be fair, as Weiss admitted when he did not punish him for going AWOL in Grenoble. His main flaws for Weiss, and undoubtedly for some of the other men, were his aloofness and his frequent absences from the front lines. Watching the captain lean against a tree with his back to the enemy, Weiss thought bitterly, what the hell can he see that way except to take it in the ass? Sergeant Harry Shanklin and 3 others went missing, reducing the squad from 12 to 8. Weiss, his friends Corporal Bob Rigel, Privates Sheldon Mulworth, and Settimo Gualandi, and 4 others, Sergeant William Scrubby and Privates Caesar, Fawcett, and Garland. Weiss knew little about Scrubby, a farmer from Chillicothe, Missouri, and Gualandi, who had been a bartender in Peoria, Illinois. Caesar, Fawcett, and Garland were completely unknown to him. He doubted he could trust any of them, after their failure to cover him while under fire only a few minutes earlier. Nevertheless, he resumed first scout position ahead of the squad and behind the 3 TDs. The TDs, though, made so much noise that he was certain the Germans could hear them. He was right. As the squad neared the Berthet quarter at the edge of Valence, anti-tank guns blasted the TDs. 2 TDs and a half-track went up in flames. German 88s pounded the tree line, pelted the Americans with sharp wood fragments and shrapnel. The GIs dived for cover. Within seconds, men die, Weiss wrote. Piercing the night, the wounded scream and shout for medics. German flares lit up the battlefield for their mortar crews, and the Americans fell back. Weiss's squad raced 50 yards to an irrigation canal of the river Bourne. They tried to observe the battlefield beyond the canal banks, but smoke from the burning tank destroyers obscured their vision. Wounded American and German soldiers screamed for help. The rifle fire died down, while the artillery impacts and machine gun bursts came more rapidly. The 8 men crawled from one side of the muddy cover to another, tearing their uniforms at the knees and elbows in their search for a way forward or back to the company. We stopped and waited, slowly sinking to the ground, Weiss wrote. Machine guns blazed at us, pinning us down but hitting no one. We knew we could go no further. While the men waited, the commotion of battle surrendered to an ominous silence. The ground around the ditch was no longer a battlefield. It was German territory. The squad was on the wrong side of the American lines, trapped. Where the hell were Captain Simmons and the rest of Charlie Company? 18. If the war and the safety of the world didn't demand their services, most American soldiers would rather be home than where they are. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 344. Early on the morning of 25 August 1944, while the Allies were liberating Paris, American and Free French forces in the south of France lost a small piece of ground to the Germans. The offensive to expel the Wehrmacht from Valence, begun by Lieutenant Colonel David M. Frazier's 1st Battalion of the 143rd Regiment, failed. Under ferocious German fire, medics could not reach the wounded. Valence proved more costly in time and lives than the town was worth to Allied objectives. Then, at about 5 in the morning, wrote Colonel Paul Adams, the 143rd's commander, I got orders to disengage and bring myself and the rest of the outfit to Crest. In what would soon be called the Montélimar Battle Square, the U.S. 7th Army was massing to block the German 19th Army's retreat up the Rhone Valley. The aborted battle for Valence on the night of 24 to 5 August, according to the official after-action report, left 68 Americans dead. Steve Weiss's Charlie Company lost 1 man killed, 20 wounded, and another 28 missing in action, MIA. 2 of the MIAs were later confirmed dead. The other missing were assumed captured or killed. At least 8, however, were alive and holding out in a muddy irrigation canal on German-held terrain between Valence and Chabouilly. No one had told Steve Weiss and the 7 other men of the squad that the 143rd Regiment had retreated. Morning came clear and bright, Steve Weiss recalled, and we were sure we were surrounded by the Germans. A German soldier seated casually on top of a stone wall watched the Americans without bothering to shoot or call in machine gun fire. When he dropped down and walked away, the 8 Americans were puzzled but relieved. Other Germans, though, were bound to see them and report their presence. We knew if we stayed where we were, we would be killed or captured, Weiss recalled. Morning grew late without any prospect of rescue. We were angry at Charlie Company for abandoning us, Weiss wrote. The squad could neither engage the superior German forces nor escape to the American lines. In Valence, the population woke to discover the Free French and the Americans had abandoned them. German units still patrolled the streets, which U.S. artillery had shelled overnight, while American and Free French prisoners were marched into captivity. At 9 o'clock, Valence police began investigating the night's events. Unlike most other police departments in occupied France, Valence's force had a hard core of résistants. Chief of Police Gérard called for a volunteer to inspect the scene of the all-night battle and find Allied survivors before the Germans did. Reports of desperate Germans shooting unarmed prisoners added to the urgency of his appeal. A young police officer named Louis Salomon, whose house at 296 Avenue des Chabouilly was on the route of the American attack, took the assignment. Armed with the police laissez-passer to clear the German checkpoints, Salomon set off by bicycle for the farm at Les Martins. The property, which belonged to his friend Gaston Reynard, offered an unobstructed view of the field of battle. German sentries at 2 roadblocks examined Salomon's papers and let him pass. Further along the road toward Les Martins, Salomon pedaled past the burning American tank destroyers as well as the German artillery that had taken them out. When he came to a 3rd checkpoint, a German soldier ordered him off his bicycle and took him to an officer. Salomon explained that he was under orders to bring Farmer Gaston Reynard to police headquarters for questioning. Relaxing with the Frenchman he took for an ally, the German officer said, "During the night, those dirty beasts of invaders have tried to enter Valence. Fortunately, thanks to the courage of German soldiers, the attempt failed." The officer boasted that at least 10 Americans had died to the loss of only 1 German. After this exchange, Salomon was allowed to proceed. Back in the irrigation canal, Weiss and the others were waiting to be captured or overrun. Sergeant William Scrubby reconnoitered the area and spotted a farmhouse several hundred yards away. Concluding that it would provide more secure shelter than the ditch, he huddled the men together to go over their alternatives. All agreed they could not remain where they were. Sooner rather than later, the Germans would find them. The time was 11:30 hours. "Tell you what," Scrubby said, "I'll go first. If I make it, look for my signal from that 2nd-story window." If there were no signal, the Germans had killed or captured him. If he made it, the men were to follow his route one by one every 2 minutes. Weiss gained respect for Scrubby, whom he barely knew. He had a lot of admiration for him in terms of his realism and his bravery. He was able to consider the situation and then take into account what options he had and then make his decision. Scrubby crawled to the edge of the ditch, surveyed the ground ahead, and lunged forward. As he made a beeline over an exposed pasture to a peach orchard, Weiss and the others rooted for him in excited whispers. "Come on, Scrubby! Come on, Scrubby!" A minute later, the sergeant was out of sight in the trees. More minutes passed without another sighting. No signal came from the farmhouse. Another minute went by. Was Scrubby dead? Prisoner? Suddenly, from a window on the upper floor, the shutters opened. That was the signal. Every 2 minutes, one more man from the squad leapt out of the ditch and ran for his life. When Weiss's turn came, he rushed over the bare field and crossed a road he had not noticed from the ditch. He sprinted through the trees towards the farm, his backpack feeling heavier than ever. When all 8 soldiers had made it to the farmyard, they saw the farm's owner. Gaston Reynard, his wife Madeleine, and their 9-year-old daughter Claudette thanked the Americans for liberating them. The GIs responded with the disappointing news that they were seeking rather than offering deliverance. Reynard immediately took the Americans into his barn, led them upstairs, and gave them shelter in the loft. 7 men settled into the sweltering and dusty barn, while First Scout Weiss kept watch outside. Weiss spotted a bicyclist in a policeman's blue uniform coming towards the farmhouse. He crouched in the bushes and took aim. All soldiers knew that the French police worked for the Vichy government in collaboration with the German army. In many parts of France, they had arrested Jews for the Germans and tortured résistants. With the policeman's head in his sights, Weiss prepared to fire. The policeman got off the bike and approached the farmer, all the while under the rifleman's gaze. Weiss had a second thought. If he killed the policeman, the Germans would hear the shot. "There's something else," Weiss wrote. "I can't kill a man in cold blood." When Gaston Reynard greeted the gendarme, "Bonjour, Louis," Weiss lowered his rifle. "Comment ça va, Gaston?" Louis Salomon asked. The farmer and the policeman held a short discussion that Weiss could barely hear and would not have understood. Speaking softly in French, Reynard said, "I've got a terrible problem that needs to be solved." "What problem?" Salomon asked. 8 Americans hiding in my hayloft." That was all Salomon needed to know. He picked up the bicycle and rode away at speed. Gaston Reynard walked over to Weiss and took him inside so the Germans would not see him. Weiss described the scene upstairs. The hayloft, partially full of hay, is about 20 by 40 feet square. Scrubby is in shadow, keeping watch near the window, looking through a crack in the shutters onto the field we have just left. The others are resting on the hay, their weapons beside them. The farmer insists that we move as little as possible and remain silent. The loft is old and the floorboards creak. All they could do was to keep watch and wait. In Valence, Louis Salomon told the police chief and the commissioner about the Americans. An emergency resistance meeting convened in the basement of the Cristal Bar, owned by resistant Georges Vallet. Although most of those attending were policemen, a Free French intelligence officer named Ferdinand Lévy, who used the nom de guerre Michel Ferdinand, took charge. Lévy belonged to 3 different resistance networks and was the liaison between the local maquis and the newly arrived Free French army. His plan to rescue the Americans required Louis Salomon, Maurice Gourion, Richard Maton, and driver Marcel Vol to take him in a black Citroën traction avant, front-wheel drive, police car over back roads to Les Martins. At the farm, Scrubby was keeping watch through the shutters. The Reynard's laborer, René Crespet, brought the GIs a bucket of water. The men thanked him, but they felt as uncertain of surviving there as they had in the ditch. The farm and the surrounding land were quiet. Boredom increased their apprehension as the Americans' imaginations conceived disastrous outcomes to their predicament. The silence broke when farm animals outside made a commotion. Machine gun fire erupted nearby, and the GIs grabbed their rifles. Automobile tires grate on the gravel below, Weiss wrote. Strangers race up the stairs, taking 2 steps at a time, shouting in French, Allons, allons! Standing, we point our rifles at the entrance. Before the Americans could shoot, they saw that the men were not German. Their blue uniforms were identical to the one worn by the man who had cycled to the farm a few hours earlier. The cyclist himself was with them, urging, Hurry! You must leave the hayloft. The Germans are coming. They've killed many of the wounded and are setting fire to farmhouses nearby. You'll be trapped. Free French intelligence officer Ferdinand Lévy unwrapped a brown paper bundle. From it, he took 4 blue uniforms for the Americans to wear over their fatigues. Disguised as French policemen, the GIs were instructed to leave the farm in 2 shifts of 4. Weiss volunteered to wait and go with the second group. Louis Salomon noticed that the uniforms, képi was too large, the helmet was too small, the pants too short, did not fit the well-fed American boys. When Bob Rigel squeezed into the clothes, he complained, This isn't going to work, we're too big. Private Settimo Gualandi demanded, Got a better idea? They could not button the trousers. Arms and legs protruded beyond the cuffs, but they managed. The first 4 pounded down the stairs. When the police car departed, the waiting began for Weiss, Rigel, Gualandi, and Woolworth. The GIs took turns at the window and listened for the Citroën's return. Weiss was tense with foreboding. Would the car come back? Were Scrubby and the rest on their way to safety or German prison? If the gendarmes failed to return, his survival was in doubt. 4 lightly armed infantrymen could not fight their way out, and the farmer could not hide them forever. Everything depended on the Valence policemen. Could they be trusted? About an hour later, the Citroën raced into the farmyard. Ferdinand Lévy came up the stairs with the uniforms the 4 other Americans had worn. The GIs struggled into the undersized police clothing, then stowed their weapons, equipment, and rations out of sight under bundles of hay. The last thing they wanted was for the Germans to find their belongings and punish Farmer Reynaud and his family. The 4 Americans hurried into the back seat of the police car with the 3 Frenchmen in front. The only place for Weiss to sit in the 4-door Citroën was on Walworth's lap. As they pulled out of the farm, Weiss said goodbye to the family who had helped them. It was then that he remembered he'd not even asked their names. Gaston Reynard bid the Americans farewell and went to the barn to remove their weapons from the hay. Trudging to the fields, he buried them in a water conduit in the muddy bank of an irrigation canal. The police car drove up to the highway and turned right. That route led northwest. American lines were due southeast. Instead of taking the GIs to the safety of the U.S. Army, the policemen were driving them straight into German-occupied Valence. 19. A dim outline of a better world to be achieved by supreme effort has the power to call forth the last resources of the fighting man. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 312. As the black police traction avant drove through the German defenses that the 143rd Regiment had failed to penetrate during the night, Steve Weiss wondered why the Frenchmen were not taking him to the American lines. From his back seat perch on Sheldon Walworth's lap, he observed a formidable array of trenches, barricades, barbed wire barriers, pillboxes, and armored cars. The Citroën was waved through a checkpoint by German sentries and rattled over cobblestones towards the ancient town center. German soldiers, armed with machine guns, patrolled in pairs amid resentful French civilians. The Americans had no weapons. Passing slowly through the town, Germans peered into the car, close enough for me to touch them, Weiss remembered. Despite their disguise as French gendarmes, the GIs would not have survived a moment's scrutiny from an inquisitive German. The Germans were understandably wary. Valence had suffered massive Allied air bombardment and artillery shelling for days. Only a few hours earlier, at 1:15 p.m., a nitroglycerin-filled goods van blew up on the track near the main railway station. The resulting fires and explosions destroyed 280 train wagons. Saboteurs also wrecked 8 steam locomotives, denying their use to the German army. This caused panic among the occupiers, who worried more about sabotage than treachery from their supposed collaborators in the police. The car passed American prisoners, some standing with their hands behind their heads and others sitting dejectedly on the ground. Weiss watched the Germans push the POWs through the portal of a 10-foot wall into an old barracks. Further along the street, German officers with binoculars and sidearms were so intent on studying their maps that they ignored the Citroën. The traction avant dropped intelligence officer Ferdinand Levet near a café. Weiss was so grateful to the Frenchman for saving his life that he reached out the window to press a pack of American cigarettes into his hand. The Camel label, however, was visible. Levet stuffed the cigarettes into his pocket and melded with the crowd. Walworth cursed Weiss for risking their lives by exposing an American cigarette brand that was not available in occupied France. Dressed in police tunics rather than American uniforms, they could be executed as spies. Fortunately, Weiss wrote, there were no Germans passing by, nor, apparently, were any French collaborators. Weiss, regretting his impulse, recalled, I felt like an amateur. The 18-year-old, who had been trained as a soldier rather than a spy, was entering a world of signs and countersigns, of cover stories and cover names, of agents and stratagems. The 4 Americans were soon on a road out of Valence, following the River Rhône south into the countryside. Weiss looked out at rolling vineyards and isolated farmhouses which seemed strangely tranquil in the midst of a great war. He did not know where they were going. The car slowed for a flock of sheep grazing beside the road near a place called Maubol. Marcel Vole hooted the car's horn in order, Weiss thought, to clear the sheep out of the way. An old shepherd appeared, took out a red handkerchief, and made a display of blowing his nose. Weiss guessed the shepherd was signaling that the route ahead was safe. The police car turned onto a dirt track towards an abandoned house. Sergeant Scrubby and the 3 other GIs were waiting inside. Their own journey, they told Weiss, nearly ended in disaster when German soldiers stopped the Citroën and demanded the policeman's documents. The real policeman bluffed, saving the Americans from questions that would expose their ignorance of French. The encounter had been so tense that one of the gendarmes went home rather than return to collect Weiss's group. The new arrivals removed their blue uniforms, and the policeman gave each American a Beretta 7.65 millimeter automatic pistol. 15 minutes after their arrival, a resistance lookout ran in and shouted, "Gestapo!" Another black Citroën, this one containing Gestapo officers, drove up the dirt road. As its headlights illuminated the house, the resistance men rushed the Americans out the back towards the river. Sliding down the sheer bank, they ran to 2 old wooden boats. One of the boatmen, Augustin Bouvier, nicknamed Tintin, looked like the archetypical resistant, sporting a black beret and buff-colored duffel coat. Tintin held an unfiltered cigarette in one hand and a vintage barrel magazine submachine gun in the other. As the Frenchmen and the Americans crowded into the primitive vessels, the 2 river rats rowed for their lives against a strong current. The boats passed a bridge that had recently been destroyed by the U.S. Army Air Forces, twisted and broken in the water, starkly framed by its concrete pillars standing in mute testimony on either shore. They needed to reach the west bank 3/4 of a mile distant, and the fast-flowing Rhone was not helping. The Germans' headlights appeared at the river's edge. Gestapo men ran to the shore and shot at the boats. Bullets peppered the water. The boatmen rowed faster, pulling with all their strength to get out of range. When the boats at last reached the other side, the Germans walked back to their car. The Americans followed their French guides up the bank onto level ground and ran across a road. One of the Frenchmen broke the lock on a metal gate outside a 3-story house. They went inside, and each of the Americans was assigned to a room. Steve Weiss, too tired to remove his uniform and mud-caked boots, lay.
This is a free audiobook for you to enjoy. Sit back, relax with some peaceful music, and thank you for being here with us.
On a red brocade bedspread and tried to sleep. That morning at Le Matin, Farmer Gaston Reynard received a visit from SS troops. Having unearthed American weapons and equipment from an irrigation canal on his land, they searched his house and barn. Although they found nothing suspicious, one soldier pressed a rifle to Reynard's head. What did he know about the weapons? Where were the Americans? The rigorous interrogation included threats to burn Renaud's farm. The SS had already torched the farms of the neighboring Vernet and Chauvet families. Despite that, and a threat to arrest his wife and daughters, Renaud did not give away the Americans or their resistance rescuers. To his surprise, the Germans departed without doing any damage. Weiss, although thick curtains kept sunlight out of his room, could not sleep all that day. His adrenaline was up from the hours of tension and danger. At dusk, a resistance guide took the Americans outdoors. They marched through the night along country paths to the village of Soyon. Dogs barked, but the people seemed to be asleep. Leaving Soyon, the men went through fields and vineyards for about 3 miles. The next place they came to was Saint-Péray. Its 2,000 inhabitants must have been sleeping, because the streets were deserted. In the central square, Weiss saw a stone monument to the dead of the 1914-18 war, his father's war. The men filed into the Hôtel du Nord, opposite the memorial. The Frenchman took them to a dingy back room, barely furnished, with a wooden table, a few chairs, and a wall map of the region. 5 men with British Lee-Enfield rifles filed into the room, and one of them addressed the Americans in French. Weiss, who assumed they had come to welcome the Allies, whose lives their organization had just saved, found himself subjected to fierce questioning. Where had they come from? What unit were they with? Why had they left the division? In the limited French he remembered from high school, Weiss struggled to defend himself. He pointed at the map to show where the squad had been cut off from the 143rd Regiment on Highway D68 during the Battle of Orleans. His short, hesitant answers to their questions seemed to leave the resistants dissatisfied. The French were surly, Weiss wrote. I despaired. If the resistance concluded they were Germans disguised as Americans, they were dead. The interrogation went on for 45 minutes. Then, for no reason Weiss could detect, the Frenchmen relaxed. They set glasses before the GIs and filled them with the local Côte d'Or red wine. The French and the Americans, comrades in arms, drank toasts to one another. French scouts reported that elements of the German 19th Army, probing for routes of retreat across the Rhone, were approaching Saint-Péray. Local commanders assembled a convoy of trucks and cars in the town square to drive the 8 Americans and the resistants north to safety in the higher mountains. Because of petrol shortages, the vehicles ran on gasogen, charcoal made from wood chips that smelled to Weiss like a warm fireplace. For 13 miles, underpowered engines struggled up steep roads to an elevation of 1,800 feet. The convoy stopped in the barely lit streets of an alpine village called Alboussier. Weiss retained a clear memory of that night. Standing next to a side door of a country hotel, illuminated by a raw electric bulb, a man dressed in jodhpurs and black riding boots, wearing an open shirt, awaits our arrival. The Frenchman threw down his cigarette. Extending his left hand for the Americans to shake, he introduced himself. I am Auger. 20. There was also the civilian's natural horror of the unaccustomed sight and smell of death and bloodshed. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 348. On the morning of 27 August, at the Hôtel Serre in Alboussier, the 8 Americans from Charlie Company feasted on a warming breakfast of milky coffee in china bowls with hot bread, fresh butter, and jams. The other guests in the hotel's cozy dining room welcomed the GIs to the communal table. Most of them, including French Jews who had escaped Paris and the deportation to the death camps in Poland, were themselves hiding from the Nazis. The hotel's owners, Maurice and Odette Serre, went to great lengths to provide for their guests, combing the countryside for vegetables and chickens, overseeing the preparation of food in the kitchen, and extending credit to those whose bank accounts in Paris had been frozen. The staff included two chambermaids, Elise and Simon, girls not much older than Steve Weiss. From that first morning in the hotel, Weiss appreciated the risks the Serre family took for everyone in the hotel. The Serres are protective and considerate of their charges who, thus far, have been fortunate to avoid capture and death. The guests at the remote inn, as dotty as the cast of an Agatha Christie mystery, fascinated the young Weiss. One was a Frenchwoman in her late 30s who knitted quietly in a corner and reminded Weiss of Dickens's Madame Defarge. He took a more personal interest in a girl in her early 20s who was slim, with red-dyed hair, and rarely speaks. He found her theatrical and appealing, but he was slow to find the pluck to approach her. An impeccably dressed older gentleman, Monsieur Haas, like Weiss's father, had fought for the Allied cause in the First World War. When the German occupiers sequestered Jewish property and forced Jews out of the professions in 1940, he lost his job in Paris as a merchant banker. Weiss also met Monsieur Haas's two sisters, tall, slender figures, who had escaped with him from Paris, and the son of one of them, a fellow 18-year-old named Jean-Claude. Monsieur Haas had pasted a Michelin touring map of France on his bedroom wall. A maze of pins and strings marked Allied progress against the Germans, based on reports from the BBC French-language broadcasts. Valence was still held by the Wehrmacht. Further south, the Americans and Germans were engaged in fierce combat for the road and river junction at Montélimar. Weiss guessed that was where the rest of his 36th Division had gone. At Montélimar on 27 August, while Weiss became acquainted with Auger and the other maquisards in the Hôtel Serre, the 36th was fighting a life-and-death battle. Division losses were so high that a battalion commander of the 141st Regiment ordered Lieutenant Albert C. Homsey to lead a hastily assembled squad of cooks, bakers, and orderlies to find a German position that was thought to conceal tanks, tank destroyers, or machine guns. Homsey was a career soldier who had enlisted in 1938, earned his commission in November 1942, and been awarded commendation for exceptionally meritorious conduct under sustained enemy artillery fire in Italy. This time, though, he disobeyed orders. His objection to taking the inexperienced rear echelon troops into battle was that they would all be killed without achieving their objective. He stated later, "I didn't think those men could do any good on that patrol, and if I took them out, they would get killed doing something they knew nothing about." Two of the cooks had already run back to Homsey's command post after coming under German shells. One said, "Lieutenant, we can't go on patrol. We don't know anything about firing bazookas or anything like that." At the time, the Germans were taking a toll of the most experienced riflemen. Although Homsey's refusal probably saved the men's lives, Battalion Commander Lieutenant Colonel William A. Byrd immediately relieved him of command and arrested him under Article of War 75 for misbehavior before the enemy. The charge, a term applied to both insubordination in combat and desertion, carried a penalty of death by firing squad. Weiss was far from the 36th and its problems of command, supply, and discipline. His life had taken a new turn. The GI was now a résistant, with dozens of French hill fighters under the command of the mysterious one-armed Auger. Auger, a word meaning drill bit for boring into wood or earth, was the code name of Captain François Binoche. 33-year-old Binoche was a legendary figure in the French war against German occupation. The Germans had captured the then Lieutenant Binoche of the French Foreign Legion in June 1940, when France fell. Escaping from a prisoner of war camp near Nancy at the end of July, he reached French Morocco a month later and was assigned to the Foreign Legion at Casablanca. His Gaullist sympathies earned him arrest by Vichy officers, who imprisoned him first in North Africa and then at Clermont-Ferrand in France's Vichy zone. A court-martial exonerated him of charges of conspiring with the enemy, Great Britain, for lack of evidence. He then joined the Gaullist underground. On 5 July 1944, almost 2 months before he welcomed the Americans to Albousier, Binoche lost his right arm in a battle near the village of Dessauniers. The nom de guerre Auger did little to conceal the unmistakable identity of the handsome regular officer with a missing right arm. Steve Weiss, whose unconscious need for a surrogate father had not been met by Captain Simmons or any of the other American officers in his battalion, fell under the spell of Captain Binoche. Binoche confided in him more than in the other Americans, and he invited Weiss to sit at his table for meals. Weiss learned about France from the veteran officer, and the two trusted each other. "I really admired Binoche," Weiss said. "Making a connection with a father figure, although at the time I couldn't have put it into words, meant I wanted to stay with him." Weiss had little choice. He and the 7 other Americans could not reach their division 60 miles away. By default, they joined the French resistance. The Maquis patrol brought intelligence to Binoche that German troops nearby were scouting for escape routes over the River Rhône. Binoche decided to impede the German retreat by destroying a bridge 2 miles from Albousier, and he asked the Americans to help. A truck loaded with the 8 GIs and a dozen resistants set out after dark for the river crossing. At the bridge, Sergeant Scrubby and Corporal Rigel guarded the French sappers as they dug explosives deep under the foundations. Weiss and the rest of the squad, armed with old bolt-action Lee Enfields, took a position south of the bridge to prevent German infiltration. When the sappers had buried the charges, the men regrouped a safe distance away. The detonator was prepared, and Captain Binoche had the honor pushing the handle with his only hand. The explosion shattered the still August night and reverberated against the steeply sloped mountains and across the valley, Weiss wrote. Pieces of the concrete bridge, ripped from its moorings, rose, then fell into the chasm below with a whooshing sound. Another route of German retreat had been severed. Steve Weiss embraced clandestine warfare more than he had the life of an infantryman. Resistance fighting allowed him his independence, and it usually let him sleep in a bed at night. Such luxuries were denied the ordinary infantryman who obeyed orders and spent nights outdoors under enemy fire. Weiss trusted his commanding officer Binoche as he had never relied on Captain Simmons. Binoche knew all of his men, their names, and their families. Their lives were never put at risk needlessly, and he was usually beside them on operations. On one occasion, though, Binoche was conspicuously absent. Albousier was one of the villages liberated by the resistance. With liberation came épuration, the purging of French people believed to have collaborated with the Nazis. These included young women, so-called collabos horizontales, accused of having had sexual relations with Germans. The ritual humiliation of these girls took the same form throughout liberated France, much to the country's shame. Their heads were shaved, they were stripped naked, whipped in public, and paraded through the streets by members of their own communities. An accusation even from a thwarted suitor was usually enough to merit mob justice. Many of those taking part in these near lynchings had themselves collaborated by varying degrees. Under the German occupation, some Frenchmen had denounced their countrymen to the Nazis for supposed resistance activity, being Jewish or Roma, belonging to the Freemasons, or trading on the black market. When liberation came, some of the denouncers claimed to have been with the resistance all along. There were very few trials worthy of the appellation. The épuration was an aspect of newly reacquired French liberty that Steve Weiss had yet to experience because the 36th Infantry Division had passed through the towns it had liberated so quickly that it missed the kangaroo courts. A few days after Weiss left Grenoble, CBS correspondent Eric Severide witnessed the execution of 6 French members of Vichy's version of the Gestapo, the Milice. The Milice had earned a reputation for a ruthlessness that outdid its German model, and many French men and women died in its torture chambers. Hundreds of Grenoble's citizens who turned up for the execution of several miliciens screamed for the youngsters' blood. When the firing squad had done its duty, boys spat on the corpses and adults laughed. A mob, Severide wrote. The people were citizens of Grenoble who had always raised families, gone to church, taken pride in their excellent university of higher culture, and done no general hurt to humanity before. Was the important thing the way they had behaved, or why they had so behaved? Severide did not provide an answer to his question, and many American commanders looked the other way when French mobs meted out instant justice. Alboussier's turn came one day when 2 maquisards led a young man into the village. Weiss, standing outside a cafe with some of his resistance comrades, observed the prisoner. Of medium height and build, he wore a short-sleeved khaki shirt, opened at the throat, khaki shorts with large military pockets, a black belt, white socks, and black shoes. His hands and legs were bound in chains. An old resistant invited Weiss to join them on the firing squad that would take the boy's life. "What's the fella done?" Weiss asked. The old man said that he was a traitor. Weiss wanted to explain his American faith in trial by jury, justice for all, due process, and equality before the law. Unfortunately, his French vocabulary was inadequate. He asked whether there had been a real trial. The aged resistance fighter believed Miliciens did not deserve trials, and he repeated more forcefully his invitation for the American to participate in the execution. "If Binoche wants me on the firing squad," Weiss said, "he can ask me himself." He walked away, but he did not seek out Binoche to plead for a fair trial. He regretted this lapse, writing, "I rationalized that, as I was an American, the man's fate was none of my concern." The townspeople and resistants waited outside the café in the main square for the ritual to begin at 2 o'clock. Captain Binoche, who blew up bridges and fought Germans with gusto, did not appear in the square. Ferdinand Meffet, a major in the National Gendarmerie, assumed command of the firing squad. Stocky, with square features, a Belgian .45 caliber pistol strapped to the side of his blue gendarme uniform, he reminded me of the French movie idol Jean Gabin, Weiss wrote. Meffet called out the firing squad's members who disengaged from the crowd and shuffled into line, but not before placing their glasses, some half filled with wine, into the hands of eager spectators. Like the rest of the mob, The executioners had drunk too much. The square went abruptly still. The only sound, that of the milicien's shoes shuffling over cobblestones beside the boots of two guards. The guards left him standing alone with his back to a high stone wall. Major Mathey offered the condemned prisoner a blindfold that he declined with a contemptuous gesture. When Mathey asked for his final words, the youth flicked his head to indicate he had nothing to say to people he despised. Mathey marched back to the executioners and ordered them to prepare their rifles. The crowd watched intently from behind the riflemen. The death detail raised their weapons, took aim, and, when Mathey gave the command, fired. Some of the bullets found the boy's chest, and others ricocheted off the wall behind him. The boy collapsed, knelt for a few seconds, and fell to his side. As he writhed on the ground, it was obvious the fusillade had not killed him. Mathey rushed over, looked down at the bleeding form, and unholstered his .45 caliber. Weiss described the scene. He stood over the man, aimed at his head, and pulled the trigger. No explosion followed, only a click. He aimed again and pulled the trigger, another click. One surely heard for miles around. The boy was still breathing. The old man who invited Weiss to take part ran from his place in the firing squad, stuck his rifle into the milicient's ear, and shot. Bits of skull spattered the ground, and the body went still. Early that evening, Weiss walked alone through Albusier. He suddenly came upon the condemned man's corpse, twisted and blood-drenched on an old wagon of hay. His shoes had been stolen. The execution, thought Weiss, had been a bungled and repugnant affair. He hoped never to see another. Weiss did not come across Captain Binoche until the next morning, when the officer asked the 8 Americans to teach his men to use the new weapons dropped by U.S. Navy and Army Air Forces planes. Binoche took the Americans and 10 French trainees to an abandoned farm outside the village for a short course on bazookas, heavy machine guns, and other specimens of the growing Maquis armory. The first weapon was the bazooka, a shoulder-mounted tube that fired 3.5-pound rockets to a distance of about 300 feet. Weiss recalled Scrubby described it as a simple if inefficient anti-tank weapon, bordering on the useless. Private Settimo Gualandi lifted the bazooka onto his shoulder to demonstrate the correct way to hold it. Corporal Rigel loaded a rocket into the back. Gualandi fired at the target, an empty farmhouse, 60 feet away. The French students were astounded to see the projectile miss the house, soar over its roof, and explode a few seconds later in a meadow. The commotion brought out a frantic shepherd who shouted at the GIs not to murder his flock. Chagrined, the American experts gave a French peasant fighter a chance at the weapon. His first shot went straight into the house and blew up inside as it was designed to do. It fell to Private Weiss to demonstrate the Browning M250 caliber heavy machine gun. Like Gualandi, he missed his target. When a young resistant took 3 turns, he hit the house every time. Weiss, who had been outdone by a wily Frenchman, was no longer sure who was teaching and who was learning. The two sides laughed about the role reversal, and Weiss reflected that the Maquisards probably knew more about fighting than we did. In his room at the Hôtel Serre, Monsieur Haas, the banker, recorded steady Allied gains on his wall map. The Germans officially surrendered Marseille and Toulon to the Free French on 28 August. Once engineers had repaired the 2 harbors, supplies would flow to the 7th Army in the south and help it connect to General Eisenhower's armies in the north. Weiss watched Monsieur Haas's strings stretch to take in more and more Allied territory. On 31 August, when Valence finally fell to the Americans and Free French, Monsieur Haas adjusted the map. Weiss did not know that Ferdinand Leve, the intelligence officer to whom he had given a pack of camels for saving him, had lost his own life liberating the town. In between missions for the resistance that included guarding the ground for Allied airdrops, Weiss gathered his nerve to invite the hotel's theatrical red-headed girl for an afternoon stroll. Walking into the countryside, they struggled to communicate in broken French and English. Giving up on conversation, they fell onto the grass. Weiss remembered she dug her heels into the ground for leverage and pressed hard against me, whispering, "Prenez-moi, chérie, prenez-moi." The French girl waited for the 18-year-old American to take the initiative, but Weiss lost courage. As they were about to quit in frustration, Royal Air Force planes streaked overhead and strafed German positions in the Rhone Valley. The interruption gave them the excuse to return to the hotel, where they went to their separate rooms. The American GIs, the Resistants, and the Parisian refugees shared convivial dinners under the Serre's impeccable supervision at the hotel. Weiss enjoyed evenings with Binoche and his deputy, Lieutenant Paul Guichon, who chided him about his American naivete. The two French officers felt the teenager had much to learn about wine, women, and war. One evening, Binoche, in a playful mood, asked Weiss if he liked to shoot rabbits. Weiss, whose Brooklyn boyhood had afforded no such opportunity, said he didn't know. Binoche invited him rabbit hunting the next morning, and Weiss was too timid to refuse. He went to bed wondering why Binoche had not asked one of the country-bred Americans like Scrubby or Garland. In the morning, Weiss turned up outside the village ready for rabbits. Two things surprised him. Binoche was not among the group of about 20 hunters, and the weapons were 9mm Sten submachine guns and Lee Enfield rifles. Weiss asked, "Why do we need all this heavy artillery for hunting rabbits?" Ferdinand Mathey, the gendarme major who had commanded the firing squad in Alboussier, laughed. "Rabbits? Cher Stefan, the only rabbits we are hunting today are Germans." Weiss already had doubts about Mathey, and the policeman's joke at his expense did nothing to remove them. Mathey's handling of the Menaçons execution had left a bad taste, and a day hunting Germans with him was something Weiss would rather have avoided. Mathey, fitted out in his gendarme tunic with capet and cavalry boots, announced that their objective was a farm in the valley below. Informants had told him German troops were hiding there. Without explanation, Mathey and the other resistants began the operation by firing their weapons into the air as if in celebration. What a fuck-up, thought Weiss. Any Germans in the farmhouse would be alerted. If this was how Mathey fought a guerrilla war, Weiss did not like it. While the men marched down the hillside in a column behind Mathey, Weiss imagined the forewarned Germans preparing their defenses. Silently, Weiss conceived his sharpest criticism of Mathey's strategy. It smacks of a Simmons-planned operation. They reached the valley floor after an hour of hard hiking. About 30 yards from the house, with no trees or other protection ahead of them, they stopped in full view of the occupants. The farm was well built for defense, Weiss observed, and I anticipated a hell of a fight. Every window, every door of which there were many, could be a gun port for the enemy. Mathey did not position anyone behind the house to prevent a German escape, and Weiss regretted the lack of hand grenades to force the Germans away from the windows. On Mathey's orders, the resistants dashed forward. 2 or 3 men covered one group, then rushed ahead to stop and cover the next. The first wave ran to the front door and kicked it open, firing as a few resistants propelled their way into the house. The first room was empty, but voices came from the back. 3 unarmed Frenchmen with hands high stepped hesitantly forward, although Weiss thought the 3 were probably collaborators. He gave the one nearest him a cigarette. The suspect Frenchman said the Germans had fled a few minutes earlier. Weiss, angry that Mattei had given them warning, was not surprised. In a car they requisitioned from a local inhabitant, Mattei, Weiss, and a driver scoured the countryside in search of the Germans. Local farmers said the Germans had gone east, toward the river Rhone. They followed that route for hours over rough roads without food or drink. The day was ending when they saw the lights of Soyon, one of the villages Weiss and his squad had passed through after their escape from Gaston Reynard's farm. Mattei told Weiss to stay with the car and pump air into its tires while he and the driver walked into Soyon. Weiss worked the hand pump until a blast suddenly hurtled him into the car's fender. Hearing the screams of women and men, Weiss ran about 60 yards towards a terrible, eerie scene in the fading light of day. A huge tree, its roots ripped from the soil, lay on its side, blocking the road. Around it lay corpses, blood, and debris. Dazed men and women came out of their homes to help the injured. An old woman in a black peasant smock implored Weiss to come into her blast-damaged cottage. Inside, a young man who may have been her son was kneeling on the dirt floor. By dim candlelight, Weiss saw the boy's ripped clothing and blood gushing from a wound in his thigh. Her son needed a doctor, morphine, and bandages. There was nothing Weiss could do. Helpless, he went outside. Ferdinand Mattei staggered towards him, his shoulder bleeding badly. The gendarme major told him that he had been helping a group of French resistants and their German prisoners to move a tree that the Germans had placed across the road to cover their retreat, when a booby trap exploded. The bomb had killed at least 25 people, French and German. Many more were wounded. Coming out of shock, Mattei asked where the driver was. Weiss answered, "I thought he was with you." They realized the man was dead. Weiss took the wheel of the car to drive Mattei, the young man with the thigh wound, from the cottage, and several other victims to a makeshift infirmary. It was the first of many trips ferrying the wounded between the blast site and the clinic. As he drove one badly injured German prisoner, the 2 enemies struggled to communicate. They arrived at the clinic and waited in the car for a doctor. "We looked at each other," Weiss wrote, sitting in the cramped seats of the little car, both shocked at our misfortune. The German produced snapshots of his wife and child. This was Weiss's first intimation of humanity in a German uniform. He longed to reciprocate, but he had left his family photographs at Gaston Reynard's farm. The German went into the clinic without realizing that the American who helped to save his life was Jewish. 21. After all, what kind of army would we have if every man did what he pleased, if soldiers were permitted to throw their clothing in a heap, to spit on the floor, to burn the lights at all hours, or to sleep until noon? Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 346. At the end of his day rabbit hunting and ambulance driving in Soyon, Steve Weiss returned, exhausted, to Alboussier. The 7 other GIs had moved out of the Hôtel Serre, and he found them in a chalet that Captain Binoche had borrowed for their use. All of his comrades, except Bob Rigel, were sleeping. Weiss told Rigel about the bungled raid at the farmhouse and the booby-trapped tree. Rigel had news for Weiss. An American paratroop officer from the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, had come to Alboussier to invite the squad to join the OSS. One of the clandestine services operation group, OG sections, needed men to replace its wounded. Weiss said he preferred to remain with the resistance. Rigel argued that, as Americans, they belonged with the OSS. The rest of the squad woke up. They took a vote. The tally was 7 for the OSS and 1 for the resistance. The one was Weiss, who thought his friends were making a mistake. "We were with the French," Weiss said later, "but we were going to be with the Americans. Otherwise, there was no reason." To Weiss, returning to U.S. command when he was already fighting Germans alongside the French did not justify leaving the only officer he had ever trusted. The men packed their gear. In front of the Hôtel Serre, the Serre family, Monsieur Haas and his sisters, the maids Elise and Simone, the redhead with whom Weiss had almost had an affair, and the hotel's chef, bid the Americans farewell. When Captain Benoche thanked them for their contribution to French liberation, Weiss said goodbye as if leaving a father. Weiss thought their driver, a pilot in the Free French Air Force, drove as if he were maneuvering a P-40 fighter plane at breakneck speed over narrow, winding roads. I doubted if we would reach our destination alive. The car braked at a bend to avoid running into 3 maquisards at a roadblock. One of the resistants, seeing the Americans, asked, "Anyone from Brooklyn?" When Weiss spoke up, the Frenchman called to someone in the bushes. On cue, Weiss wrote, stepping onto the road as if she were a headliner on the Orpheum Theater circuit, an attractive woman in her early 30s approached the car and greeted us in an educated Brooklyn accent. The GIs got out of the car to talk to her. Offering her a cigarette, Weiss asked, "What on earth are you doing here?" A tear tumbled from her eye, and she hugged each GI in turn. The woman told her story. She was in France at the beginning of the Nazi occupation. When Americans were neutral and the Germans left them alone, she became an enemy alien after the United States entered the war in December 1941. In September 1942, the Germans responded to the internment of German citizens in the United States by sending Americans between the ages of 16 and 65 to camps. Rather than be confined with other American women at Vittel, she went into hiding. With the help of French friends, she moved around the country. It had been 2 hard years, but speaking to someone from Brooklyn was almost as good as being home. She and Weiss reminisced about the old neighborhood and "dem bums, the Dodgers." Weiss gave her 2 packs of Camels, and they left her with the Maquis. Their next stop was nearly 30 miles from Albossier, a safe house that Company B, 267th 1st Special Reconnaissance Battalion, had established on a farm outside the village of Devese. Codenamed Operational Group OG Louise, the battalion had established its headquarters in a farmhouse on high ground with a clear field of fire. The commanders, Lieutenants Roy Rickerson and William H. Mackenzie III, welcomed the 8 recruits into their large living room. Weiss thought Rickerson was framed like a middleweight, and pound for pound, every bit as tough. One team member, Sergeant Adrian Bilodeau, lay on a sofa with his leg in a cast, having broken his thigh and ankle parachuting into France with the rest of the OG on 18 July. Louise was one of 6 OGs in the Ardèche, with each OG divided into 2 sections. The standard OG contingent deployed a captain in command of 3 lieutenants and 30 NCOs. With attrition, unit size shrank until it recruited downed American air crews or stragglers like the 8 GIs from Charlie Company. Most of Rickerson's section came from French-speaking corners of the United States like Louisiana, Maine, and upstate New York near the Canadian border. Speaking French with North American accents, most of the team had an easy time communicating with both resistants and civilians. Their names were as French as any in the region: Pelletier, Boucher, Gallant, Bilodeau, Gagnon, Colette, Loretta, Dozois, and Fontenot. Even Rickerson, despite his English name, came from Bossier City, Louisiana. The atmosphere at the OSS headquarters was collegial, almost a fraternity house. Without realizing it, Steve Weiss had indirectly achieved his goal of transferring to psychological warfare. Psychological warfare, as the overseas branch of the Office of War Information, OWI, where Weiss had worked in New York, had begun its existence as part of the same organization as the OSS. Called the Office for the Coordinator of Information, the agency performed both public and secret information functions at the beginning of the war. It was only in 1942 that President Roosevelt split the organization into the OWI and OSS, with the coordinator, General William Wild Bill Donovan, taking command of the OSS. One of the OSS's missions in Europe was the same as the psychological warfare's: to inspire people under German occupation to fight for the Allies. Its additional tasks were to harass German forces, cut German communications, and provide weapons and logistical support to the resistance. Weiss had thus been recruited to a former part of the unit he had initially applied for, but all he wanted was to return to Binoche and the resistance. Lieutenants Rickerson and Mackenzie had an impeccable record of achievement since parachuting into France 6 weeks earlier. After liaising with the local resistance and taking Sergeant Bilodeau to a hospital to set his fractured leg, Rickerson and Mackenzie established their operating base. 5 days later, they went into action, blowing up 2 bridges. French engineers with Rickerson cut the cable at one end of a suspension bridge 50 miles north of Avignon at Viviers, before destroying its foundations with 8 20-pound charges on the bridge's suspension cables. The technique knocked out the bridge so that it fell intact to block the river, forcing a barge laden with petrol for German forces to turn back. Mackenzie, meanwhile, demolished a railway bridge near Viviers. 6 days later, on 29 July, O.G. Louis launched an assault that was nothing less than astounding for a small group of a dozen Americans with fewer than 100 Maquis allies. They attacked a German garrison of 10,000 men northwest of Lyon in the town of Vallon, destroying a fuel depot, heavy artillery, and most of the Germans' vehicles. They also left about 200 German troops dead. Then, using air-dropped 37mm anti-tank guns, they attacked a German column as it retreated north. On 25 August, the battalion suffered a setback when a failed ambush of German troops forced the Maquis to withdraw and the Americans to fight their way to safety. Rickerson suffered superficial, if bloody, wounds that he did not mention to the Charlie Company recruits. At Chomerac, on 31 August, Lieutenant Rickerson and 2 Free French officers convinced the German commander that an Allied army surrounded his forces. 3,800 Germans surrendered to the tiny band. Weiss had become part of one of the most successful guerrilla operations of the war in Europe. And the more he learned about Rickerson, whom the men called Rick, the more he admired him. The lieutenant's professionalism persuaded Weiss that joining the American unit was right, after all. He thought that, unlike Simmons, Rick's feats of arms proved him to be an officer worthy of command. I needed that. Rickerson assigned Weiss to guard the radio operator, Sergeant Frank Loretta of Denver, Colorado.
Feel free to unwind with this free audiobook. Let the music soothe your mind. And thank you for tuning in to our video.
After you lead the way, I'll follow you. Tonight I'll stay. After you lead the way. Heart racing, we're on the prowl. In the dark, we're not backing down. In the dark, we're not backing down. Whispers in my ear, you're taking control. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. I can't resist, you got me
While he made his transmissions to Algiers, German radio detection vans operated throughout the area. If one tuned into Loretta's frequency and Germans broke into the house, Weiss would be Loretta's last line of defense. Rickerson outlined the unit's next mission: to attack the German 11th Panzer Division, one of the Wehrmacht's toughest in France, near Lyon. France's third most populous city had been liberated on 2 September, but the German 19th Army was using routes around it on their retreat to Germany. The 11th Panzers were the 19th's rear guard. Rickerson estimated the 11th's strength at 50 Panther heavy tanks, a dozen Mark IV medium tanks, 4 mechanized infantry battalions, and an armored artillery regiment. Weiss was astonished that Rickerson would send a dozen OSS paratroopers, 8 Charlie Company riflemen, and about 100 French part-time guerrillas against a German armored division. "It can't be done. We'll be wiped out," he muttered. Rickerson, who either ignored or didn't hear the teenage private, discussed with Mackenzie the weapons and equipment the operation required. They gave a shopping list to radio operator Frank Loretta, who went upstairs with Weiss to transmit to OSS Algiers. Loretta pulled his communications equipment out of a cubbyhole in the attic, fixed an antenna to the roof, wired it to his radio set, put on the headphones, and encoded the message. Weiss asked him if he believed the Army would actually deliver the men and equipment Rickerson was asking for. Yes, why not? Weiss told him the 36th Infantry Division supply sergeants were reluctant to hand out so much as a chalky D-ration chocolate bar. Loretta advised the young soldier to wait and see. 3 nights later, on schedule, a black B-24 Liberator bomber flew through the dark sky over a drop zone guarded by Rickerson's men, 8 Charlie Company troops and some maquisards with horses, carts, and trucks. Dozens of crates and a few men fell to earth. A few parachutes failed to open, smashing cargo onto the ground. The team took the new men and supplies for the Lyon operation back to the safe house. They ate dinner, during which Weiss appreciated the friendliness between officers and men, the banter and the professionalism. It was at least as good as it had been with Captain Binoche, perhaps better, owing to the easy access to supplies. This is the kind of war I want to fight, he thought, with guys you can rely on. In the Ardèche, with O.G. Louis, Steve Weiss was constantly on the move. He went with the team to cut telephone and telegraph lines, and he accompanied Lieutenant Rickerson on a mission to destroy the last bridge over the Rhone. As radio operator Frank Loretta's guard, he kept an eye out for German radio detectors. One van approached the house, its antenna scanning the airwaves from the road. Loretta was not transmitting at the time, and the van drove on. The Germans were withdrawing from the Ardèche, and Rickerson prepared his unit to move north to face the 11th Panzer Division near Lyon. Months of tension, followed by a lull, affected Weiss's health. His stomach ached, and he lost his normally voracious appetite. His malady, with symptoms of influenza and amoebic dysentery, was debilitating. Dr. John Hamblett, O.G. Louis's medical officer, prescribed pills that failed to effect a cure and certified the patient unfit for the scheduled attack on the 11th Panzers. When Sergeant Scrubby and the 6 other Charlie Company infantrymen left with Lieutenant Mackenzie and his OSS group for Lyon, Weiss feared that none of them would come back alive. 22. Fatigue can quickly reduce a fighting spirit. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 293. The last German units withdrew from the area around WWII. Also gone from the region by September 1944 were Lieutenant William H. Mackenzie's OSS team and the 7 Charlie Company riflemen who were pursuing the German 11th Panzer Division near Lyon. With no word from Mackenzie for 2 days, Lieutenant Roy Rickerson closed down the safe house, returning the keys to its French owners, and packed his unit's equipment onto trucks and jeeps. An ailing Steve Weiss sat at Rickerson's side as the lieutenant drove the lead car through the mountains northeast to Lyon. Rickerson stopped on the way to see an old friend, Lieutenant Paul Boudreau, recuperating in the village of Annonay. Boudreau, commander of Operation Betsy, had taken a .50 caliber round from an American fighter plane. Doctors who removed the bullet from his thigh feared that a post-operative infection would force them to amputate his leg. Penicillin was in short supply in the Ardèche, but Allied ships were delivering medical supplies daily to Marseille. Rickerson made sure that, with the roads recently secured, his friend was taken there. Rickerson's convoy pushed on to Lyon, on whose periphery the 36th Division had fought when the Free French Army liberated the city on 2 September. Operational Group Louis settled into the Grand Nouvel Hotel, where several other OSS OGs were residing. At last, Rickerson learned what happened to Lieutenant Mackenzie. When his OSS and Charlie Company troops reached Lyon, the 11th Panzers had already retreated. The valorous but suicidal battle that Weiss had dreaded did not take place. His friends from Charlie Company had fought in Lyon, beside the Maquis, against Mélisée snipers on the rooftops. They rejoined the 36th Division in time to take part in the siege of Bourg-en-Bresse. So far, no orders had come for Weiss. Dr. John Hamblett asked Weiss to sit with a wounded pilot in their hotel. The airman's hands were charred with burns from German anti-aircraft fire that sent his flaming B-24 Liberator bomber crashing into a French forest. The pilot was crippled with pain that medication did little to alleviate. Weiss stayed in the room for 4 hours at a time, but the pilot rarely spoke. When he did, he said that he could not remember whether he had given the order for his 7 crewmen to bail out. Uncertainty and guilt intensified his depression. The fact that B-24 crews called their aircraft flying coffins because they had only one exit door and often caught fire when hit did not lessen his sense of culpability. Weiss locked the window to keep him from jumping. To Weiss's delight, Captain François Binoche arrived in Lyon and invited him to dinner with his Ardèche maquisards. They ate as lavish a dinner as wartime scarcity allowed in a simple restaurant. Rhone wines enhanced the jubilant mood. Amid the heady conversation, Weiss learned that some of his resistance comrades belonged to the Communist Party. In Alboussier, he had not given any thought to their politics. Now their sympathies made him suspicious. He queried Binoche, who answered, "Course there are communists among us. Why shouldn't there be?" Binoche thought it natural that French fighters, both conservatives and communists, should band together against the occupier. Weiss advised Binoche, as he had been taught in America, not to trust communists. Binoche waved aside his concerns. "I didn't give a damn about a man's political persuasions during the struggle, as long as he was willing to fight. I don't give a damn now." Binoche left Lyon soon afterwards to command a unit of the French 5th Armored Division that was fighting its way towards Germany. His Maquis comrades, who were not regular army, lingered in Lyon. Social life in Lyon abounded in the weeks following its liberation, as Allied soldiers and resistants discovered more reasons and more ways to enjoy themselves. Weiss attended parties given by the American, British, and French military. The Jedburghs, small British-American French Special Forces teams, hosted a jamboree in a local hostelry. Weiss was touched that they had set a place at the banquet table for one of their fallen. Towards the end of the evening, a sexily clad young woman caught Weiss's eye, and he spontaneously kissed her on the lips. The other soldiers laughed when he realized she was a man in drag. It did not take the teenage GI long to redeem his heterosexuality at a house of ill repute commandeered for the week by his Ardèche Maquis friends. While the Frenchman lounged in the main room among half-dressed courtesans, Weiss paired off with one of the women. A dozen years older and more experienced than Weiss, she provided his most pleasurable night of the war. However, when he encountered her in a Lyon street the next day, he was so embarrassed to be seen in her company that he turned down her invitation to take a friendly promenade. Afterwards, he felt ashamed. His few days in Lyon ended when Rickerson's OG, along with the other OSS OGs, rebased to Grenoble. The Alpine capital of the Isère department had resumed a kind of normality since his last visit on 23 August, when he and Jim Dixon went AWOL to revel in the city's liberation. The OSS requisitioned a girls' school as a barracks in which each soldier had his own room. Young French women worked as waitresses, while the heavy work fell to German prisoners of war. In Grenoble, the OSS liaised with resistance units, who would assist it in the battles to come. Weiss looked forward to taking part in the OSS campaign in the Vosges Mountains, the great natural barrier between the lower Alps and the Alsace plain. However, he was not certain of his status. Was he a Special Forces soldier or a rifleman in the 36th Infantry Division? Officially, Weiss was missing in action. On 25 September 1944, the War Department sent a Western Union telegram to William Weiss at 275 Ocean Avenue, Brooklyn, New York. The message from the Army Adjutant General Major General James Alexander Ulloa was identical to 7 others sent to the families of the rest of Charlie Company riflemen who had vanished from the ranks a month earlier. The Secretary of War desires me to express his deep regret that your son, Private Stephen J. Weiss, has been reported missing in action since 25th August in France. If further details or further information are received, you will be promptly notified. The telegram did not say that Steve had been killed, but similar notices to other families had been followed by announcements that sons, brothers, or fathers were dead. William Weiss regretted that he had allowed his son to talk him into signing his enlistment papers. He went to his room, where he sat alone in silence every Armistice Day, and wrote a letter to the War Department. Major General Ulloa, a 62-year-old career officer who had become Adjutant General in 1942, sent William Weiss a follow-up letter the next day. I know that added distress is caused by the failure to receive more information or details, Ulloa wrote, as he had written to thousands of other families. Therefore, I wish to assure you that at any time additional information is received, it will be transmitted to you without delay, and if in the meantime no additional information is received, I will then communicate with you at the expiration of 3 months. He added, experience has shown that many persons reported missing in action are subsequently reported as prisoners of war, but as this information is furnished by countries with which we are at war, the War Department is helpless to expedite such reports. However, in order to relieve financial worry, Congress has enacted legislation which continues in force the pay, allowances, and allotments to dependents of personnel being carried in a missing status. William Weiss pressed the War Department for more information about his son, adamantly refusing to believe the boy was dead. The Pentagon did not know Steve Weiss was alive and on active service with the OSS. Too many American soldiers had gone missing in Europe for the military to know what had happened to them all, and some did not want to be found. On 27 September, the day after General Julio wrote to his father, Private Weiss accompanied an American paratrooper, Abe Rockman, to services for Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement. The venue was a Grenoble synagogue that had miraculously been untouched during the German occupation. Grenoble had been in the Vichy zone under direct French control until November 1942, when Axis troops occupied the Vichy area in response to the Allied invasion of French North Africa. The Germans took most of the region, but they allocated the areas near the Italian border, including Grenoble, to Italy. Many French Jews fled to Grenoble, where Italian officers refused to turn Jews over to the Germans. When Italy capitulated to the Allies in September 1943, Wehrmacht and SS troops moved in and transported many of Grenoble's Jews to the death camps in Poland. The congregation included the remnant of the Jewish community who had managed to evade the German extermination program. At the service, the French Jews welcomed the two Americans in Yiddish and French. Weiss recalled, one aging Jew placed his head on my chest and cried with relief and sadness. Suddenly I was gloating, my eyes full of tears. The Nazis had tried methodically to destroy a race, and here was living proof of their failure. When prayers concluded, Weiss and Rockman stopped to speak to two young Jewish women with scarves wrapped around their hairless heads. They were afraid to ask whether the women had been shaved by Germans or by vengeful Frenchmen who believed they had been lovers of German soldiers. The Americans felt the women had been unjustly treated either way. The U.S. Army magazine Yank took notice of Lieutenant Rickerson's operational group in late September. A photographer captures images of the Special Forces soldiers, including Steve Weiss, while they were waiting in Grenoble for their next assignment. One photograph was of Weiss singing alongside his OSS comrades in a Grenoble church. Someone sent the magazine to Weiss's family in Brooklyn, which assured them that their son was alive. Weiss, determined to play a meaningful part in the war, applied to remain with Rickerson and the OSS as they moved north and east in the wake of the retreating German army. He met Major Alfred T. Cox, a Reserve Officers Training Corps trained officer from Pennsylvania's Lehigh University and OSS commander in southern France. Rickerson had already told Cox he wanted to keep Weiss. Weiss volunteered to parachute with the OSS behind enemy lines, despite having no paratroop training. Cox admired the youngster's spirit and officially requested the 7th Army to reassign Weiss to the OSS. The reply came back from a 7th Army staff officer: no. The 36th Division needed experienced infantrymen, especially a 1st Scout like Weiss, and it wanted him back in the line immediately. It never dawned on me, Weiss reflected later, to have said to Major Cox in Grenoble, "No, Major, I'm not going back. You might as well call the MPs." Something in the teenager prevented him from challenging authority, just as he had never contradicted his father. It did not occur to him that he could question those above him. He had served under two brilliant and considerate officers, Binoche and Rickerson. Now, despite his dread of placing himself again under Captain Simmons' command, he did not doubt his duty to obey. However much Weiss objected to leaving the Special Forces, the 7th Army staff officers were correct that the infantry needed riflemen. From the time Weiss and the 7 others were separated from the 36th Division near Valence on 25 August, the division had fought almost every day without rest. With the 3rd and 45th Infantry Divisions, It engaged the German 19th Army for a week at Montélimar. The Germans nonetheless escaped, and the three divisions pursued it eastwards. The Germans retreated as quickly as their transport and the road system allowed. The Americans followed, unable to prevent the Germans from launching counter-offensives where the terrain favored them. Ascending the heights of the Vosges Mountains, the German defenders gained the advantages they enjoyed in Italy: rugged summits from which to fire on the pursuing forces, good cover, and weather that often neutralized the Americans' air superiority. Long-time veterans of the 36th Division, with memories of the hated Italian theater, found it hard to endure again. The U.S. Army was losing more men in northeast France than it could replace. The official U.S. Army casualty figures for the European theater of operations in 1944 were 47,423 in July, 49,196 in August, and 30,937 in September. More than 70% of the casualties came from the infantry. Weiss blamed General George C. Marshall, the Army Chief of Staff, who froze the Army at 7.7 million men and allocated 3.2 million of the best and brightest to the Air Force. By reducing the Army from 200 divisions to 80, he placed the responsibility of success on the 750,000 frontline soldiers worldwide, and I was one of them, as part of a chain gang. Without rear echelon units being rotated into combat, giving the regular infantry divisions time off, the bulk of the fighting fell to fewer than 10% of the men. Respite would come only with death, injury, capture, or desertion. Senior officers were aware of the system's shortcomings, both on the GIs and the Allied campaign. The commander of the 80th Infantry Division, Major General Horace Logan McBride, discussed the dearth of troops in late 1944 with Assistant Chief of Staff for G1 personnel, Colonel Joseph James O'Hare of the 12th Army Group. Between the West Pointers from the class of 1916, O'Hare was Red and McBride was Mac. Mac wrote, "To me, the personnel system of the Army during the war has functioned abominably. It has been the greatest single obstacle in the training and fighting of a combat division. Until the replacements are considered a class of supply, just like ammunition, gasoline, or rations, and a reserve built up in the units prior to entry into combat, the problem will never be satisfactorily solved. The first day of combat brings its casualties, and replacements for these casualties, under the present system, do not become available to the unit until 3 or 4 days later. Consequently, the unit's effective strength decreases during the first, second, and third day to a point where the fighting strength of the rifle units approaches 0. Furthermore, in order to keep these units going, it is necessary to feed replacements in during actual combat with a resultant injustice to the individual concerned and a failure to raise the combat efficiency of the unit corresponding to the number of replacements absorbed. We have had occasions where squad and platoon leaders received replacements after dark and had to move forward in the attack before daylight, not even getting a chance to see their men to be able to recognize them." McBride's letter underscored an aspect of the replacement strategy that militated against Weiss's transfer to the OSS. The return to the division of previous members of the division is of vital importance, General O'Hare replied to Mac a few days later. Conceding that troop resupply remained inefficient, Red cautioned, "However, we now find ourselves totally out of infantry rifle replacements because of the War Department's inability to ship the numbers that are necessary and were requisitioned. For example, 25,000 infantrymen were requisitioned for November, but at the present date only 13,000 have arrived, and the remaining 12,000 of the November requisition will arrive sometime in December. Further, the requisition of this category for December was for 67,000, but the War Department has stated that it will be able to furnish only 30,750. So, you can see that when the supply is so small and the demand is as great as it is, we are forced to have necessary control measures. While the Army had sound reasons for returning Steve Weiss to the infantry, he sensed it was treating him just like ammunition, gasoline, or rations to be fed into the front line. The OSS needed the skills of a now experienced resistance and special forces operative just as much as Charlie Company required a first scout, but bureaucratic inflexibility gave precedence to the demands of a soldier's original unit. When Weiss was ordered back to the 36th, Lieutenant Rickerson and his men said they were sorry to lose him. On 3 October, he turned 19 and soon left Grenoble, doubting he would live to see 20. An OSS sergeant drove him from Grenoble to Lyon, the best place to catch a ride on a supply truck heading east. The non-com suggested Weiss take a short rest in Lyon before returning to the front. Friends of his, he said, could offer him a room for a few days. I was slow to answer, Weiss wrote, but in the end I reluctantly agreed. The sergeant's friends were a married couple in their early 30s, named Ronnie and Olga Dahan. They lived in a 2-bedroom apartment with their 9-year-old son, Jerry, who was away at a school in the countryside. After introductions and a few drinks, the Dahans lent Weiss the boys' room. As Weiss came to know the couple, they confided details of their life. They had fled their home in Paris when the Germans occupied the city on 14 June 1940. Olga was British and faced internment as an enemy alien with the other British women at Front Stalag 194 in the Vosges resort of Vittel. Ronnie had an even more pressing reason for flight. He was Jewish. After France and Germany signed the Armistice of 22 June 1940, dividing France into occupied and unoccupied zones, the Vichy government of Marshal Philippe Pétain assumed control of Lyon. Jews felt marginally safer under Vichy rule than in the German-occupied north. On 11 November 1942, in response to the Allied invasion of French North Africa, Germany occupied Lyon along with most of the other areas under Vichy jurisdiction. Mussolini's Italy was allowed to seize a small part along its border with France. When the Nazis arrived in Lyon, the Dahans had no escape route. Ronnie Dahan paid the Spanish consul a vast sum to declare his apartment a neutral Spanish residence that could not be violated. The American embassy in Paris in 1940 had issued similar documents to American citizens in France to prevent the Germans from requisitioning their properties. The Germans, for the most part, honored them until Hitler declared war on the United States in December 1941. Lyon fell under the terror of Gestapo chief Klaus Barbie, a zealous SS functionary since 1935. Barbie detained Jews, Roma, communists, homosexuals, Freemasons, and suspected resistants. His ferocity, which included torturing to death the resistance leader Jean Moulin in 1943, made life for Jews hiding in Lyon more precarious than in almost any other part of France. Barbie, who did much of the torturing himself, boasted in a letter to his superiors of rounding up 41 children from a Jewish care home and sending them to their deaths, despite the Spanish consular certificate on the Dahan's door The Germans raided the flat one day only hours after Ronnie had gone out. A suspicious Gestapo official took an interest in their son, Jerry. Setting the boy on his lap, he casually asked when he had last seen his father. Jerry replied, "About a week ago." Ronnie DeHaan spent some nights at home during the German occupation, but he disappeared early each morning. While Steve Weiss was his guest, he took him to his place of refuge. It was a short walk from his and Olga's flat, through the streets crowded with push carts, itinerant peddlers, and shabbily dressed apartment dwellers. Before they arrived, Ronnie asked Weiss not to reveal to Olga anything he saw. Weiss wondered why, especially since the Germans had left. DeHaan explained that his safe house belonged to a young woman named Laure. "You can't hide in a sewer 24 hours a day," Ronnie told him. "If the dogs don't find you, the rats will. See what I mean? What's required is a safe house, unknown to your family, an ordinary place that you can enter and leave without raising a neighbor's suspicion. Laure offered that chance to me." Laure was Ronnie's mistress. She was slender, dark-haired, and of medium height with angular Mediterranean features, Weiss remembered. It was a short visit, during which Ronnie gave her some money. Seeing how close the two were, Weiss refrained from moralizing. Whatever their level of intimacy, he wrote, stranger things had happened during the occupation than one woman hiding another woman's husband. After Klaus Barbie left Lyon with the rest of the German forces, the city was the scene of savage battles between the milice and the maquis that the French regular army was barely able to control. When fighting ended, Jews and other targets of Nazi persecution came out of hiding. The city was in no state, bridges destroyed, industries bombed, buildings demolished, and food scarce, to offer the whole population the sustenance it needed. Lyon that October was as cold as winter, and most houses lacked coal for heating. Ronnie and Olga introduced Weiss to a woman traumatized by having witnessed the Gestapo beat her father to death in a public street. She was in her 30s, and the murder had happened a few months earlier. Ronnie asked Steve to appear to her hospital bed, an American soldier in uniform, to assure her that the liberation was real and the Germans would not return. Her own family, the DeHaans, and a few other friends gathered around her and introduced Private Stephen J. Weiss of the United States Army. She and her children, they said, were safe at last. Her husband sat beside her, Weiss wrote. She looked straight through me without a flicker of recognition, nor did she understand what her friends were saying. When Ronnie told Steve later that her husband had found another woman, Steve reflected, "I felt aggrieved and out of my depth." Weiss stayed with Ronnie and Olga for 9 days, during which he recovered from his dysentery, flu, and nervous disorder. He now had to return to duty. The DeHaans were disappointed and made him promise to return at the end of the war. With the Germans withdrawing from France at speed, they believed their reunion was not far off. Steve had grown close to Ronnie, a fellow secular Jew and wise older brother figure, and to Olga, one of the few civilians he met whose first language was English. They made him feel part of their family. Reflecting years later on his time in France, Weiss said, "The relationship I did make, which was for life, was with the family in Lyon." 19-year-old Steve Weiss left Lyon alone, hitchhiking rides with any Allied driver who would give him a lift, while incessant rain drenched him in his duffel bag. A morbid fear of serving again under Captain Simmons and reliving the inhuman life of a combat infantryman overwhelmed him. He went anyway. 23. The Army is organized throughout for one single purpose: fighting. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 325. By the end of September 1944, the U.S. military in the European theater of operations found itself waging war on an unexpected front. While its divisions battled the Wehrmacht in eastern France, American service personnel in league with French criminals were plundering Allied supplies. This, too, was a shooting war in which Americans fought one another. Victory over the Nazis depended on defeating the criminals. Soldiers at the front could not fight without weapons, ammunition, rations, petrol, boots, and blankets. Some couldn't survive without cigarettes. A front-page story in the Washington Post reported, "This was demonstrated most forcibly last September when Patton's tanks reached the Siegfried Line and ran dry, while Army trucks were backed up the whole length of the Champs-Élysées with GIs selling gas by the canful and cigarettes by the carton." An Army study of the problem admitted, the organization of the military railway service in northern France did not provide for adequate protection of freight in transit. In southern France, military police units were assigned to the military railway service for this purpose. Almost from the beginning of operations on the continent, the problem of protecting supplies in transit was of major magnitude, particularly in northern France during the first 5 months of operation. Allied use of the railways expanded as troops pushed back the German lines. By 15 August, one functioning line carried supplies from the port of Cherbourg to Le Mans. By 1 September, Allied rail services reached Paris and its network of lines to most of the country. From July's daily total of only 1,520 tons of freight, shipments increased to 11,834 tons a day by September. All that bounty in war-starved France, unguarded by military police, tempted black market merchants who had flourished under the German occupation. Allied deserters, as well as serving officers and men, cooperated with the criminal underworld to drain the lifeblood of the frontline soldier. Many of the thieves were former infantrymen, as the Army Weekly magazine, Yank, noted. They went AWOL from their units, which were mostly moving on beyond Paris, and stayed behind where the markets and the money were. They moved into the upper brackets and became racketeers. Some of these men had minor criminal records in civilian life. When the opportunity for profitable crime came into their army life, they seized it. The biggest profits were in gasoline and trucking rather than rations, so most GI gangsters switched to these rackets. Yank added that some combat soldiers were temporarily AWOL from the front, who came back to Paris looking for a brief fling at the bright lights, liquor, and women, and found things so pleasant they forgot about going back to the units. In late September 1944, the U.S. Army Provost Marshal's office arrested 27 American deserters working on the black market in Paris. One of them, who had been a truck driver, had 51,000 French francs, about $1,000, from illegal sales of petrol. Lacking enough military policemen to prevent large-scale pilfering, the Army withdrew troops from combat to protect trains, convoys, and supply dumps. Soldiers rode in goods vans, patrolled railway yards, and stood guard at depots. For any combat soldier, guard duty in Paris was a welcome respite from battle. In late September, as the menace grew, the Army looked for guards among the troops who had just won the 40-day battle for Brest. Soon after the Americans conquered the port, which fighting and German demolition had rendered unusable to Allied shipping, 19-year-old Private First Class Harold G. Barkley of Quincy, Illinois, rejoined the 2nd Battalion, 38th Infantry Regiment. Having suffered a severe shoulder wound from a phosphorus-tipped bullet fired by a tank's machine gun in Normandy, he had been evacuated to a hospital in England. Speaking to other 2nd Infantry Division soldiers at their bivouac near Brest at Saint-Denis, he learned that most of the men in his squad were dead. The survivors were preparing for transfer east to confront the German border fortifications known as the Siegfried Line. One lucky battalion, though, would go to Paris as train guards. A lottery among 8th Corps regiments awarded the assignment to the 38th Infantry. Commanders of its 3 battalions drew straws to determine which would go to Paris and which to the German frontier. The winner was Lieutenant Colonel Jack K. Norris, commander of the 2nd Battalion. On 26 September, while trucks carried most of the division towards Germany, the 2nd Battalion traveled to Paris. Among them were Private Barclay and Corporal Alfred T. Whitehead. "My thoughts went back to Timmy Haw in Normandy," Whitehead wrote. "He said I'd make it to Paris, and now I was on my way." Barclay and Whitehead made no mention of each other in their war recollections, despite the fact that they were in the same battalion. Both remembered Paris duty as their best in France. They reached the darkened city at about midnight on 1 October. Barclay and the rest of Company G settled into the Hôtel Nouveau on the eastern suburb of Vincennes. Whitehead, whose headquarters company was billeted near the Eiffel Tower at 1 Avenue Charles Floquet, went straight to a bar. He wrote, "People there were all friendly, gave me all I wanted to drink, and wouldn't let me pay for a thing. But I watched them all closely, not trusting any of them. I remember the 2 GIs with their heads cut off. I walked back to our vehicles where I spent the night under a truck." While guard duty was safer than combat, it was nonetheless an important job. Whitehead, Barclay, and their comrades resented the black marketeers who deprived frontline infantrymen like themselves of necessities for survival. Neither questioned their orders for dealing with looters. Shoot to kill. Barclay's son Cleve, based on his father's reminiscences, wrote, "Thugs and AWOL soldiers working as black marketeers were relieving some supply trains of as much as 95% of their cargoes before they reached the supply dumps at the front." Whitehead was disgusted that French renegades were looting supply cars of all descriptions, along with the aid of numerous American GIs who gave a black name to the whole business while causing shortages of food and fuel on the front lines. The battalion history recorded, "They knew what it was to go without cigarettes and a clean change of clothes. Now, while engaged in guard duty, they did their utmost to prevent wastage or theft of these sorely needed supplies." Both Whitehead and Barclay rode in open trucks on trains that moved slowly to frontline supply depots. Trains made frequent stops when their armed guards jumped off and patrolled both sides of the tracks to deter thieves. A journey could take a few days, and the men slept in shifts. Whitehead wrote that an officer in the uniform of a full colonel ordered the division of several carriages from a station near the Belgian border. Whitehead's platoon sergeant refused. "Hell," the colonel said. "I outrank you, sergeant, and I'm going to switch these cars off." Whitehead claimed that as the colonel attempted to detach the rolling stock, the sergeant shot him dead. The battalion's unpublished history noted that Headquarters Company daily staged an informal guard mount under the famed Eiffel Tower. The guard detail, very spoony looking in their white gloves, newly painted helmets, and polished boots, was always a source of interest to the French people who crowded around to watch each day's ceremony. Whitehead got drunk on his time off as often as he had in Texas and Wisconsin. He also frequented Paris's many whorehouses. Barclay rarely drank and avoided the brothels of Pigalle, the risque quarter that the GIs called Pig Alley. Yet it was Barclay, an otherwise conscientious soldier, who robbed a train. His escapades with the black market began innocently while he was guarding a depot in Paris. A Frenchman asked him if he had anything to sell, and Barclay pulled from his pocket a tin of polish for waterproofing boots. Neither spoke the other's language. Barclay made a gesture as if he were spreading the unguent on bread and said, This seemed to satisfy the Frenchman, who paid Barclay 100 francs. Another man offered him a bottle of cognac in exchange for a 5-gallon jerry can of petrol. The can Barclay gave him held more water than petrol, but the Frenchman's bottle turned out to contain more water than cognac. One night, Barclay and 2 other soldiers crept into the railway yard. They searched out a goods van filled with looted fur pelts left behind by the Germans. Barclay convinced himself that, belonging to no one, the pelts would not be missed. The 3 GIs grabbed bundles of fur and fled. Barclay delivered his to 2 young women, Paulette and Hélène, he had befriended a few weeks before. They kissed him again and again in thanks. This was the extent of his black market career, for which other train guards might have shot him dead. Al Whitehead rotated between protecting supply stores and guarding trains. On one train that stopped somewhere outside Paris, he noticed 2 black GIs approaching. One of them stopped and said, "Hey, look, they got a guard on this train." That was enough for Whitehead to level his Thompson submachine gun at them and say, "Yes, and all I want you to do is lay your hands on this train. That's all I want you to do. By God, I'm just itching to fill you full of lead." Paris was becoming lawless as goods stolen from the army flooded the city's black market. Joyriders used contraband petrol to prowl the capital in cars that they had not been allowed to drive under the Germans. American cigarettes were so abundant that they were selling for $1.60 a pack, about a third less than the usually cheap French cigarettes. On 13 October, 2 American deserters, Privates Morris Fredericks and Turner Harris, robbed a cafe in Montmartre and made off with $42,000 in jewelry, bonds, and cash from the owner and his customers. The 2 soldiers, one white and one black, had been living for the previous 2 months in a hotel on sales of stolen army petrol. 3 other deserters were apprehended in another Paris hotel with 11,000 packs of cigarettes. Deserters fought gun battles in the streets with MPs and Parisian gendarmes. The 2nd Battalion's efforts were, Wade Werner reported from Paris in the Washington Post, cutting thefts down to manageable proportions. He explained, "It has been found that men who themselves suffered shortages at the front as the result of pilfering now are the best watchdogs for the supply trains." Commanders praised the men for a job superbly done in efficiently organizing and accomplishing the duties of guarding the thousands of tons of supplies. By early November, the Paris idyll was drawing to a close. The men mustered in a Paris auditorium to receive new orders. A colonel took the stage and declared, "Half of you sitting here today will probably not make it back. We're going to crack the Siegfried Line." The men were stunned. Harold Barclay whispered to a friend, "I wonder which half he was talking about." Al Whitehead sent a telegram to his wife Selma in Wisconsin. It amused him that the cable's arrival would make her fear for a moment that he had been killed in action. He imagined her relief when she read, "You are more than ever in my thoughts at this time. All my love, Al." He had photographs taken at a photographer's studio to send to her. As he left the studio, he noticed a crowd in which 2 Frenchmen were about to shave the heads of young women for having slept with Germans. "It made me mad anyway," he wrote, In a flash, I waded in and pistol-whipped the two Frenchmen, ran them both off, and left the crowd standing there with mouths agape. On 10 November, Whitehead's battalion boarded a train at the Gare de Montparnasse. The next morning at 11 o'clock, as the train moved slowly east, 2nd Division Artillery unleashed all its guns on the German lines. Along with mortar and small arms fire, the volley commemorated the armistice of 1918. This time, there would be no armistice. The Allies demanded Germany's unconditional surrender. Whitehead, Barclay, and the rest of the men heading towards the Siegfried Line sensed they would fight until the war, or their own lives, came to an end. 24. Most serious of all the causes for an epidemic of dissension is the bad leader. Psychology for the Fighting Man, pages 326 to 7. The men of the U.S. 36th Infantry Division had fought a hard, relentless war in the 6 weeks since their retreat from Valence and the disappearance of Steve Weiss's squad. Their next engagement began a day after Valence and lasted a terrifying week. The struggle for what had become known as the Montélimar Battle Square ended without a victor, as the battered German 19th Army escaped the 7th Army's trap on 30 August. Then, owing to a shortage of artillery shells, the 36th failed to stop the Germans on Route 7. Pursuing the enemy at midnight on the 30th, General Dahlquist hoped to engage the Germans before they regrouped. The next day, the 36th Division reversed its setback of 24 August by liberating Valence. On 2 September, the Free French Army captured Lyon with vital assistance from the 36th. France's third largest city, which was 260 miles north of the August invasion beaches, had fallen to the Allies 2 months ahead of Operation Dragoon's original schedule. Troop morale soared. Despite formidable Wehrmacht resistance, the Texas Division initially advanced on foot at the astounding rate of 10 miles a day. On 7 September, the 36th crossed the River Leu and trudged through mud and forest to the River Daube. Engineers reconstructed a steel bridge that the Germans had blown, allowing men and tanks to cross to the eastern bank and continue their pursuit of the enemy. On 9 September, the heaviest autumn rains in years burst over France. 2 days later, north of the Burgundian market town of Autun, Allied forces from the Riviera linked up with the troops who had landed at Normandy. Operation Dragoon had achieved its primary objective, joining its forces to Eisenhower's. The momentum that had propelled the 7th Army from the Mediterranean to Lorraine was drowning in the early autumn storms. The Americans suffered shortages of men and supplies. Operation Dragoon's 3 advancing American divisions, the 3rd, 36th, and 45th, lost 5,200 men in September. Only 1,800 replaced them, a shortfall of 3,400 soldiers. The 36th alone suffered another 1,045 casualties at the beginning of October, reducing its strength from 14,306 to around 10,000. Once again, the Army was unable to replace most of them. The survivors, deprived of sleep and under constant threat of death, exhibited signs of severe strain. New men coming into the line at this time were usually killed within 5 days, and they too had to be replaced. The 36th daily advance of 10 miles in the first half of September slowed to a few yards in the second half, and came to a standstill by the beginning of October. October was upon us, wrote CBS correspondent Eric Severide. The October of eastern France, which is filled with dull cloud masses, the smell of manure in the villages, and the freezing rain which never ceases, so that one exists in a perpetual twilight and moves in a sodden morass of wet clothing and yellow clay. With the change in the weather, Severide detected a change in the war. The parade and pantry were finished. For the first time, the enemy had beaten us to the high ground with time enough to organize a stand. His supplies were rushed to him in a hurry from their nearby stores within the Reich, while ours moved painfully through the mountains from the southern ports, hundreds of miles away, the frozen drivers falling asleep at their wheels, frequently to die ignominiously in the mud of the ditches. Tempers grew short. There were long silences in any conversation. The honeymoon with the French civilians ceased by mutual withdrawal, and our men, who had known so much more war than most of those who invaded from England, remembered the Italian winter and began to long again for home. Morale collapsed among both replacements and veterans, as units fought below strength owing to delays in dispatching replacements to the front. Until then, the 36th led the Army's infantry divisions in the number of decorations it received, 266 to its officers and 963 to the enlisted men. Major General John E. Dahlquist, the 36th Division's commander, observed in September 1944 that his troops were losing both efficiency and aggressiveness. He also detected a steep decline in morale, which he measured in a manner familiar to military commanders throughout history: the percentage of men who avoided battle. Some soldiers were deliberately wounding themselves, and many did their best to contract trench foot and other illnesses. Some troops held back when ordered forward. Dahlquist wrote of desertions among the line infantry companies in combat, 50 to 60 per division, and the ever-present straggler phenomenon. Courts-martial convicted 1,963 soldiers in the European theater of operations of outright desertion and another 494 for misbehavior before the enemy, which often included desertion in battle. Most received sentences of about 20 years at hard labor, and all but one of 139 death sentences for desertion were commuted. Special and summary courts-martial convicted more than 60,000 troops of AWOL, and a further 5,834 cases of AWOL were serious enough to be tried by the more formal general courts-martial that handed out sentences averaging 15 years at hard labor. Dahlquist attributed some of the desertions to the heavy loss of officers and non-coms and their replacement by those lacking both field experience and acquaintance with the men they commanded. Desertion was an indication of poor leadership. Earlier in the war, Major General J.A. Julio, the Army's Advocate General, had written, "All officers, particularly those of company grade, and all non-commissioned officers must understand that absenteeism is a serious reflection on leadership. They must develop that spirit of comradeship and responsibility among the men which is the best deterrent to absenteeism." There was an added consideration of which Dahlquist was aware. Men who had survived the previous winter in Italy's Apennines had little stomach for another winter's operations in French mountains. Even soldiers who had not fought in Italy felt that they had endured enough by late 1944. The Army investigation noted that troops who had been fighting continuously all the way across France developed the feeling that they had done their part and should be afforded some relief. The 7th Army's other two divisions, the 3rd and the 45th, had the same problems that the 36th did with officers, casualties, morale loss, and desertions. The 3rd Division commander, Major General John E. Iron Mike O'Daniel, complained that his troops had lost the fighting spirit they brought with them to the beaches in August. One regiment of the 45th Infantry Division suffered 45 troops coming off the line with combat fatigue in 1 week. Matters were exacerbated by the rain and mud, which caused skin infections and trench foot in conditions that did not allow soldiers to wash. Trapped in foxholes under enemy fire, the troops fought knee-deep in their own excrement. Furthermore, chronic shortages of ammunition due to the long supply route from Marseille to the Alps meant that when the Americans caught up with the Germans, they were not always able to attack. The GIs called the failure to support them with sufficient ammunition a typical snafu. Situation normal, all fucked up. Commander of Weiss's 143rd Regiment, Colonel Paul D. Adams, reported to General Dahlquist that his men were experiencing physical and mental breakdowns that had dramatically increased desertions, self-inflicted wounds, and combat exhaustion. Officers feared the remaining troops would not stand up to German counterattacks. General Dahlquist saw that the men of the 36th Division, even when they were willing to fight, were too exhausted to do it properly. The official Army history recorded Colonel Paul D. Adams, commanding the 143rd Infantry of the 36th Division, reported to Dahlquist an almost alarming physical and mental lethargy among the troops of his regiment, and General Dahlquist, the division commander, had to tell 6th Corps Commander General Lucien Truscott that the 36th had little punch left. Adams' 143rd Regiment was, in Dahlquist's view, his best. If its men were suffering, morale was probably lower in the 141st and 142nd. Most of the riflemen in all 3 regiments had been given no respite from combat since they hit the beach near San Rafael 2 months earlier on 15 August. Colonel Adams told Dahlquist the men needed time off. You give them 3 days, and they'll be back in shape without any trouble. Just leave them alone, let them eat and sleep the first day, make them clean up the second day, and do whatever they want the rest of the time, and they'll be ready to go. The 36th had no choice but to raise the men's spirits. Otherwise, unnecessary deaths and desertions would doom the assault on the High Vosges. Enlisted men were not the only victims of battle fatigue. When the Germans attacked Colonel Adams's 1st Battalion forward of Remiremont in early October, he and the battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel David M. Frazier, led a reserve company into the battle to repel them. After reinforcing the line, Adams and Frazier drove back to base in an open jeep. Frazier fell asleep in mid-conversation, and Adams pretended not to notice. He regarded Frazier as one of the finest men and one of the best battalion commanders anybody could ever have. In the morning, Frazier announced, "It's time for me to quit, because I'm in no shape to command this battalion." Adams advised him to get more sleep, but Frazier was adamant that his exhaustion rendered him incapable of battlefield command. Adams knew that Frazier did not lack courage. In Italy, he lost part of his hand fighting the Germans. Recuperating in a hospital in North Africa, he deserted to rejoin the battalion in time to lead it in the invasion of France. Frazier's determination and integrity were never in doubt. Adams relieved him of command, but kept him in the regiment as his executive officer. Sensitive to the depth of his officers' and men's fatigue, Adams lodged a request with General Dahlquist to establish rest camps. Dahlquist approved, and the 36th First Center for Rest and Recreation opened in early October, 10 miles west of Remiremont, in the resort of Plombières-les-Bains. The 36th established a second rest camp at Ban-les-Bains a month later. In both, the soldiers were given drugs to let them sleep for at least a day, issued clean uniforms, allowed to shower, and given hot food. After 3 days, which included entertainment and access to physicians and chaplains, the troops returned to duty. While this had a positive effect on the men who made it to the rest centers, there were not enough reserves to spare a majority of them from the front line. The 36th Division grew desperate for ammunition, petrol, rations, blankets, winter clothing, and, most of all, men. It nonetheless assisted the French in liberating Dijon and reached the river Moselle on 21 September. Its weary men did not go much further. Their next mission, in the words of 7th Army's G2 Intelligence Section, was to clear approaches to passes of the Vosges in zone, to seize terrain from which to launch an offensive designed to carry the 7th Army through the Vosges defenses to Strasbourg and over the Rhine. German units fortified the Vosges' natural obstacles with bunkers, landmines, machine gun emplacements, and artillery, to bleed the Americans for every yard they took. While much of the 7th Army's 6th Corps dug into the foothills, the Germans were reorganizing their units in the heights and absorbing troop reinforcements from home. American supply lines stretched more than 400 miles from the Mediterranean, but the Germans had edged closer to their supply bases in Alsace and Germany itself. For the first time, the Germans expended more artillery shells than the Americans. Autumn showers grounded Allied air support, increasing the defenders' advantage in the mountains. If the American system was breaking down, so were the men. Division historian Colonel Vincent M. Lockhart put it succinctly. Almost every adverse factor of combat faced the 36th Division in late September and October 1944. Correspondence among senior officers increasingly referred to shortages of troops, ammunition, rations, and winter clothing. The commanders observed it, but the men lived it. As more and more were killed, captured, and wounded, and as others ran away, the need for manpower was greater than ever. That need for Charlie Company of 1st Battalion, 143rd Regiment included Private Stephen J. Weiss. Weiss, taking one ride after another towards the 36th Division, passed much of the war-wrecked equipment that both the Allied and German armies had abandoned. Riding beside drivers of jeeps and trucks, he observed thousands of rear echelon troops who had never come near a battle. Every French town seemed to be filled with pencil pushers entertaining French women in cafes. Many of these civilians in uniform, as Weiss called them, were supplying their girlfriends with food and cigarettes intended for frontline troops. Tales of GIs working with the black market to steal and sell American petrol and other supplies, mainly from the port at Marseille, bothered him. So did his conviction that the rear echelon boys were not pulling their weight. Although there were more than 3 million American troops in Europe, no more than 325,000 were in combat at the same time. The infantry, barely 14% of the total American military presence in Europe, suffered 70% of the casualties. Weiss's sense of injustice, compounded by his misgivings about Captain Simmons, gnawed at him all the way to the front. Weiss reported to the headquarters of 6th Army Group, the main component of General Alexander Patch's 7th Army, in Vittel. The brass had commandeered the 1920s Hôtel de l'Ermitage, one of the Alpine Spa's most luxurious establishments. Weiss met a fellow ex-trainee from Fort Blanding named Santorini in the hotel's elegant Art Deco lobby. Santorini, who was working in counterintelligence, mentioned that his colonel needed a photolithographer. Weiss, with his years' experience in photolithography for the Office of War Information in New York, was an ideal candidate. The colonel interviewed Weiss and requested authorization from the 36th Division for his transfer to counterintelligence. Not many troops were trained in photolithography, encouraging Weiss to believe he would avoid returning to Captain Simmons after all. The next morning, however, Division turned the colonel down. Rebuffed and angry, I packed my meager belongings, thanked the colonel and Santorini for their efforts on my behalf, and left in search of the 36th, Weiss wrote. Division headquarters was 50 miles east of Vittel, in the town of Remiremont, about a day's drive on France's narrow and crowded rural highways. Weiss walked to the road and put out his thumb. The 36th Division had recaptured Remiremont on 23 September. On 24 September, it moved its command post forward to Éloyer, and on 1 October to an old house in the town of Docelles, beside a bombed-out bridge over the river Moselle. In Docelles, their advance stalled. The division's command post was stuck in Docelles for 21 days, its longest time in a single location since the August invasion. The 36th was back to the old Italian situation of mud, mountains, and mules, one officer wrote. But we had very few mules. The next main objective, Bruyères, was only 7.5 miles away. However, against entrenched German positions, high mountains, dense forests, rain and mud, it might have been 100. On 8 October, a new replacement joined the ranks of Weiss's Company C, 1st Battalion, 143rd Regiment at Docelles. He was Private First Class Frank Turek, a good-looking 22-year-old Polish-American draftee from Hartford, Connecticut. His arrival, however, did little to fill the void left by the many men who had disappeared from the ranks. 4 days later, Columbus Day, Thursday, 12 October, Steve Weiss walked into 36th Division headquarters. The 143rd Regiment's executive officer, Lieutenant Colonel David Frazier, recalled his relief on learning that Weiss, following the other 7 men from the missing squad, had returned. I remember it distinctly, because we were so glad to get them back. Unfortunately for Weiss, Frazier was not at divisional headquarters to express his relief. Instead, a bored headquarters clerk ignored him for a few minutes before asking what he wanted. Weiss gave his name and unit. Looking at his file, the clerk told him his family had been informed he was missing in action. Weiss thought of his mother, father, and sister in Brooklyn. I was sure they were overwhelmed with anxiety, he wrote. The clerk showed no interest in Weiss's problems and failed to offer him coffee from a pot brewing nearby. An officer came in and asked Weiss if he would consider working in his headquarters office. He would, but their superiors quickly rejected the request. That afternoon, Weiss took a lift 4 miles forward of Docelles to Charlie Company's command post in a forest, halfway to Bruyères. Captain Simmons had yet to return from the aid station where he had gone for treatment of a sniper's bullet in his neck. Commanding Company C in his absence was the executive officer Lieutenant Russell Darks. Darks, a 24-year-old officer candidate school OCS graduate from Mount Zion, Pennsylvania, did not acknowledge Private Weiss's return. While not expecting a warm homecoming, Weiss resented being treated just like ammunition, petrol, or rations. It bothered him that no other officers shook his hand, despite needing him so much that they rejected his transfer to the OSS and several other units. No soldier, according to a survey of GI opinion called What the Soldier Thinks, welcomed such impersonal treatment. Men resent being treated as manpower in the abstract, the report on troops who fought between December 1942 and September 1945 stated. They want to retain their essential dignity as human beings. One soldier wrote on his survey form, "Treat them as men, not dogs." Officially, Army policy was for officers to put their men first. The good leader had faith in human nature. Colonel L. Holmes Ginn, Jr. of Army Medical Section wrote in his report on combat exhaustion, "He knew his men, he was their friend, he insisted they be treated as human beings, he looked after their wants, he was firm but just in his dealings with them." While Weiss stood in a cavernous farmhouse command post that had no furniture or other sign of human habitation, only one person spoke to him. It was his old platoon sergeant, a tall and amiable Texan named Lawrence Kuhn. Kuhn smiled and said, "Rigel told me you were alive." Weiss, grateful for the only greeting on offer, asked Kuhn about his squad leader, Sergeant Harry Shanklin. Kuhn hesitated, then said, "Shanklin's dead. A German patrol had killed him in a firefight near the River Moselle a few weeks before." Weiss felt sick, remembering Shanklin's friendly grin and boyish good looks. 22-year-old Shanklin had led him from the beach at San Rafael all the way to Valence, sustaining the squad's morale and protecting them from unnecessary danger. "When Harry Shanklin was killed," Weiss said, "I was devastated." A few hours later, as the sun was setting, Weiss moved up to a woodland clearing where the men of Charlie Company were coming off the line for the night. The first friends he saw were Bob Rigel and Sitamo Gualandi, who had been with them in the Resistance and the OSS. Rigel and Gualandi, now a sergeant, were happy to see him. The three GIs rested on the soft earth, and Weiss asked after Sergeant William Scrubby. Rigel had bad news. Scrubby, whose ingenuity had saved them from death or capture in the irrigation canal near Valence, was gone. A mortar shell blew his leg off 2 weeks before, and he was unlikely to survive. Sheldon Woolworth had taken German machine gun rounds in his chest, and he too had been evacuated with little hope of making it. Weiss noticed that the other three guys from their resistance service, Fawcett, Garland, and Caesar, were also absent. Of the 8, only Rigel, Gualandi, and now Weiss himself were in the line. The other men in their old squad were replacements. This was bad enough, but Weiss was assigned to another squad where he knew no one. "I was just 19, Weiss recalled. When I got back, half of the others were dead. I felt so alienated, so non-existent. Every man there had troubles, and Weiss's were no worse than anyone else's. However, returning from the land of the living, he detected changes in the others that they did not see in themselves. The men around him, especially Rigel and Gualandi, were not as he remembered. Combat exhaustion was etched into each face, as sharp as a bullet hole. Weiss recognized an ex-trainee from Fort Blanding, 30-year-old Private Clarence Wydaw, quietly eating his rations. Weiss walked over and said, "Wydaw, it's me, Steve." Wydaw went on eating. "Wydaw's gone mute on us," another soldier said. "The Krauts had him trapped in a hayloft. He wouldn't surrender. So, after they pulverized the hayloft and set it alight, Wydaw jumped and escaped under a hail of fire. Since then, the private had not said a word." "Why did you come back?" Weiss's friends asked. Rigel said he should have stayed away. All that he and Gualandi had known since their return was S-mines, booby traps, mortars, machine guns, and heavy-duty artillery. But not sleep, or a few hours out of danger. "Why'd you come back?" Weiss wasn't sure. He said maybe it was because he was loyal. "Loyal?" His comrades laughed. "Are you kidding? You'll be dead in a month." As if confirming their prediction, a German reconnaissance plane soared overhead and, undoubtedly, reported their position to its artillery batteries. This was war, the real war, the infantry war, and Weiss was back in it. Weiss's first night on the line turned freezing, unbearable for soldiers in summer uniforms. Lieutenant John D. Porter, a platoon commander in the Vosges, wrote, "Poor supply of a critical Class II item, winter clothing, was responsible for much of the trench foot and respiratory diseases. Some of the men sought warmth in a farmhouse. Weiss joined them inside. Suddenly, German artillery peppered the ground around the house. Outside, men asleep in tents, vulnerable and unprotected, were pulverized. Screams and shouts mingled with the whine and crump of shells. Weiss and the others ran out of the house to assist the wounded, but the shelling cut them off from one another. Weiss took shelter in a covered pen where 2 goats trembled in fear. More shells shattered the pen's door and roof. Weiss wrote that when the barrage stopped, "I ran into the woods. 30 men had been killed and wounded. Their thin canvas tents had been torn to shreds. Tent poles were splintered. Blood-stained blankets and combat packs were strewn all over the tangled earth. More medics and stretcher-bearers arrived from Docelle by ambulance to care for the wounded and to collect the dead." No foxholes had been dug, Weiss observed. One of the many signs that the men were too exhausted to take the basic precautions they had taken earlier in the war. The next day, the squad waited in a barn to collect bullets and grenades, knowing that fresh supplies meant more combat. With so many dead and so few to replace them, Platoon Sergeant Kuhn asked Weiss to take over as squad leader with the rank of staff sergeant. He refused. "I didn't want the responsibility for 11 other guys," he said. Instead, he settled for assistant squad leader as a buck sergeant. A lieutenant he had never met came out of a bunker a night later to issue orders. Weiss was to lead the 11 men of his new squad through a dense mass of trees into no man's land. Weiss's first scout was trembling, and the second scout stared across an infinite horizon. The men were not in any shape to face the enemy, but they marched behind Weiss through the moonless night, forward of the American lines. Waist-high bushes, wet with autumn rain, drenched the troops' summer uniforms. None of the landmarks that the lieutenant had described was there. In the dense woods, the men sensed Germans behind every rock, a booby trap in every tree, and a landmine under every step. When the second scout started quivering, Weiss assured him he would be fine. He felt that the GI was reacting like a sane young man to insane circumstances. The squad came back without finding any Germans. The lieutenant upbraided Weiss for failing to achieve the objective. Easy for him to complain, Weiss wrote, from his large protected dugout wrapped around him like a full-length fur coat. Weiss overheard a Southern soldier in a foxhole nearby. "You never see any Jews up on the front," he drawled. "They're always behind their lines working as doctors or dentists." It was bad enough returning to the infantry and fighting in freezing mountains, but he resented this reminder that the Nazis were not the only racists in the war. For the first time, the thought of clearing out entered my mind. This was day 1 of the offensive to capture Bruillet. To reinforce the village's natural protections, which included the Volon River to the south and tank-resistant marshlands on 2 sides. German engineers had felled and booby-trapped large pine trees to block the roads. Interlocking machine gun positions surrounded the village, and strong points in sturdy stone houses guarded the passes. One American platoon commander wrote, "The discovery of a machine gun battalion in the defense of Bruillet alerted U.S. intelligence that the Kraut intended to make a permanent stand in this sector. Machine gun battalions were never used unless the enemy was attempting to hold the position permanently." At 0800 hours the morning of 15 October, elements of the 36th Division moved through the Forêt des Fées to take the first objective called Hill A. The Germans responded with small arms and automatic weapons fire, but the Tea-Patchers pushed about 400 yards forward to another hill overlooking the village. Renewed mortar and artillery fire stalled the American advance at the summit. The squad dug in for protection against the night's German artillery and mortars. Between impacts, they discussed their reasons for staying in the army. An older veteran told Weiss he would have left the outfit but for one reason: blackmail. Weiss did not understand. Married with a kid, he said. A German shell exploded near their foxhole. I'd leave in a flash, but for the wife and kid. Another artillery round rattled the earth, and the soldier raised his voice. No government allotment check means no support for the wife and no milk for the baby. A new replacement, aged 38, and with a wife and baby back in Brooklyn, sought counsel from Weiss, the veteran. What can I do to stay alive? He asked. Suddenly, the teenaged soldier was playing old man to someone twice his age. He had no answer, but he tried. Watch me and do as I do. Don't be too cautious and don't be too aggressive. Choose somewhere in between. It was pure Hollywood, and Weiss felt like a fraud. Nothing guaranteed survival. When the sun rose on 16 October, the Japanese-American, or Nisei, the 442nd Regimental Combat Team, recently incorporated into the 36th, following its unparalleled achievements on the Italian front, advanced through German roadblocks towards Hill B. American engineering units tried to clear the roads of the fallen trees and ordnance that the Nisei Regiment had penetrated, until the Germans fired and drove them back. All morning, the Germans deployed fresh artillery shells from their home bases to devastate the Americans between Laval and Brouilly. More GIs were dying, and there were no troops to replace most of them. At 0730 hours that morning, German artillery pounded the American positions to an intensity that no human psyche was constituted to withstand. Private Stephen James Weiss of Company C, 1st Battalion, 143rd Regimental Combat Team, 36th U.S. Infantry Division, shook with each tremor of the earth. His foxhole was no protection from the assault of steel and fire. Men around him were dying. It was more than he could take. He went over the hill. Book 3. Military Justice. 25. Giving up is nature's way of protecting the organism against too much pain. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 347. Steve Weiss wandered deep into the forest, each step taking him further from the artillery that rocked the ground behind him. He stumbled onto a footpath, unconsciously following its course through a thick pine labyrinth. A light rain soaked his shoulders and spread down his body. Shivering with cold and dragging his rifle, Weiss walked for 2.5 hours. The trail took him to a clearing near a small village. French 2nd Armored Division tank crews, mostly Arabs and Berbers from North Africa, were roasting fresh lamb over a log fire. They offered Weiss a share of their food, but what he wanted was a place to sleep. They showed him a barn just beyond their circled tanks. At the top of a ladder, he carved a bunk in the hay and lay down beside his rifle. Coma-like unconsciousness overcame him. It was just before noon on 16 October. A day or two later, Weiss woke up. When he went outside to relieve himself, his Arab hosts gave him something to eat. In a brief conversation, Weiss and the tankers discovered they had all fought in Italy and were first-timers in France. Weiss returned to the loft and fell immediately to sleep. At the 36th Division headquarters in Docelle, on 19 October 1944, a general court-martial convened to consider the case against Lieutenant Albert C. Homsey for violating Article of War 75, misbehavior before the enemy. His alleged offense was refusing to obey an order to lead unqualified service troops, all of them cooks, bakers, and orderlies, against German tanks the previous August. Homsey's counsel, Major Benjamin F. Wilson, Jr., raised a peremptory challenge to one member of the court panel. As a result, the president of the court, Lieutenant Colonel David P. Faulkner, withdrew. Another member, Major Harry B. Kelton, replaced him. Lieutenant Homsey, who had been cited in Italy for exceptionally meritorious conduct under almost constant enemy artillery and mortar fire, could not easily be charged with cowardice. Yet he had disobeyed an order. Homsey testified that he could not, in accord with his duties as an officer, lead untrained men to certain death. His admission that he had disobeyed a direct order from a superior officer left the court little option but to convict him, because the officers on the panel would not rule on the legality or wisdom of orders. The court sentenced him to dishonorable discharge, forfeiture of pay, and 50 years at hard labor. 5 members of the court submitted a clemency petition that recommended suspending his sentence and allowing him to return to duty. The 36th Division Judge Advocate, however, rejected clemency and confirmed sentence. The court, as subsequent disclosures at the appellate level made clear, had been under undue influence from the 36th Division's commander, General Dahlquist. Lieutenant Colonel David Faulkner had been the main conduit of Dahlquist's pressure, which explained why Defense Counsel Wilson had asked for him to be removed from the panel. The other officers, as they would later testify, knew of Dahlquist's insistence on convictions for the good of the service. Court member Captain Lowell E. Sitton admitted that he felt intimidated and vividly recalled that severe pressures were applied to court-martial boards in his, Dahlquist's, division at or about the time of Homsey's trial to make findings of guilty for the good of the service without regard to the rights of the individual or the merits of the particular case in question. The president of the court, Major Kelton, and other officers on the panel remembered being subjected to the same influence. Court member Captain Eldon R. McRoberts said Dahlquist came to him personally. He said that we were not doing our job, as we were being too lenient to the soldiers being tried, that we should find more of them guilty, and if they were found guilty, then we should assess a stronger sentence than we had been doing. He also gave us a very strong reprimand that we had not been doing our job, and made a statement to the effect that if it were not so much trouble, he would make this a matter of record and report it on our military records. McRobert further recalled a meeting between the court-martial board and Dahlquist during Homsey's trial. After the court-martial board left General Dahlquist's headquarters, after he had been given the verbal reprimand, we had discussed among all members present, and I am sure that I remember without exception, that each of us felt that our private rights had been invaded and that General Dahlquist had no authority to do what he had done. Another panel member, Captain Isidore Charkatz, stated that Dahlquist intervened directly in other cases, including that of a soldier found not guilty of a crime by reason of insanity. Dahlquist called Charkatz a few days after the verdict and gave me a strong verbal reprimand. I was asked to take a letter to each member of the board to be read and signed and then returned to the general. Former Lieutenant, now Private Homsey, was sent to the disciplinary training barracks in Greenhaven, New York, to begin 50 years at hard labor. On 22 October, Weiss woke up again in the barn. Coming outside, he spoke to the North African tank crews and discovered his slumber had lasted 6 days. He thanked his hosts and retraced his steps through the forest. A few hours later, he snapped to attention in front of Captain Alan Simmons at Charlie Company's new forward command post. Simmons was calm, more disappointed than vengeful. "You should have told me," he said in an unexpected expression of sympathy. "Don't you remember that when we first met in Italy, I offered to be your priest, rabbi, friend, and confidant, that you could come to me with your troubles?" Weiss did not recall Simmons speaking to him at all when he joined the 36th Division the previous June in Italy. Unable to speak, he wanted to say, "You never gave a damn. Aloof as always. You played it safe and never led from the front. Where the hell were you when the fighting started, when the rest of us got knocked about? How come your casualty rate is consistently over 100% a month, and you, your second in command, Lieutenant Russell Darks, and the company first sergeant are still around?" Simmons had, however, been wounded by shrapnel during the River Rapido crossing in Italy. When Simmons was taken to an aid station, his executive officer, Lieutenant Russell Darks, crossed the river under fire. In an unpublished memoir, Darks wrote that he and other Company C survivors ended up in a shell hole on the German side of the river and were absolutely pinned down. "We finally made our way across the footbridge in spite of the precarious condition to the American side of the river. Upon our return, we discovered that the battalion commander and several of his staff members were either killed or wounded during the night." The Army awarded the then 24-year-old Darks the Silver Star for his actions that day. Weiss was unaware of the risks his company officers had taken because he had not seen them leading from the front since he joined the division. Weiss kept silent, which may have spared him a court-martial for desertion or going absent without leave. Simmons did not press charges. All Weiss had to do was return to his squad. Weiss, though, did not move. He felt incapable of going back into the line. Would the captain let him unload rations and equipment for a few days, at least until he was fit to fight without endangering anyone else? He knew that other company commanders had assigned traumatized soldiers to non-combat duty to give them time to readjust. For officers, reassignment appeared to be automatic. When Lieutenant Colonel David Frazier was too exhausted to lead the 1st Battalion, Colonel Adams had simply made him his executive officer. Simmons declined Weiss's request with one word: "Dismissed." Captain Simmons' handling of Steve Weiss was a distinct contrast to the way another officer, Lieutenant Audie Murphy of the 3rd Division, treated a distressed man in his unit. Murphy, who had landed in the south of France at the same time as the 36th Division and had fought his way north across the same country, had been promoted from staff sergeant to lieutenant because he was an excellent soldier. When ordered to push through German lines and hold a position for another unit to cross through, he ordered his men to move out. One of the men, however, was sitting under a tree crying and shaking. Murphy gently shook him by the shoulder. This exchange followed. "I can't take it any more, Lieutenant. What's come over you?" "I don't know. I got the shakes." "You can't make it?" "If I could, I would. I'm not fooling." "Stick around the CP. The Krauts may hit this spot." "Yes, sir. I'm ashamed, but I can't help it." "Have you got something on your mind?" "No, sir. I just started shaking." "Can you sleep?" "I haven't slept in a week." "You better report to the medics." His head goes back to his knees, and the sobbing starts again. "What's wrong with that Joe? Battle happy?" asks Candler. "Looks like he's taken all he can." "I know how he feels. Many's the time I just wanted to sit down and cry about the whole damn mess." Weiss had taken all he could, but no one sent him to a medic. Instead, Captain Simmons returned him to the line in the hillside forests beyond the village of Brouillet. Since his departure, the 36th Division had captured Brouillet in a costly 5-day battle that ended on 20 October. The final phase of the conquest was house-to-house fighting on 18 and 19 October. "No quarter was given and none was asked," wrote one platoon commander. "The Germans fought desperately and would not even permit aid men to care for or evacuate the wounded." The American forces in that struggle were Weiss's 1st Battalion of the 143rd Regiment and the Japanese-American 442nd. So many of the Japanese Americans had been killed and wounded that their rifle companies were down to about 30 soldiers each. Shortly after his return to duty, Weiss climbed into a trench with 2 other sergeants. A frontline stalemate was settling in. Ordinary soldiers on both sides seemed to avoid pointless battles and artillery exchanges. The unspoken understanding collapsed that evening when a newly minted 2nd lieutenant came up to the line. The 20-year-old junior officer, with puppy-like curiosity, patrolled the squad's positions and inspected the men's equipment. The veterans, knowing his actions were unnecessary, observed him cynically and prayed the enemy would ignore his frenetic activity. As the lieutenant was leaving, he tripped on a flare that shot into the sky and showered light on both sides of the line. The Germans, who must have taken the illumination for the prelude to an attack, unleashed their artillery on the American foxholes. Weiss and the other men crouched deeper into the earth, wishing the inexperienced officer dead. When it was over, Captain Simmons sent the lieutenant to another outfit, sparing either the lives of the men in Charlie Company or the lieutenant's own. Everyone was jumpy during the lull in the Allied offensive. Dug in along the front line near the hamlet of Brichy-Fossé, the next night, Weiss heard a noise that he mistook for a German patrol and grabbed one of the many grenades he stacked in his foxhole. He pulled the pin and was about to hurl the grenade when his foxhole buddy told him the only sound was the wind. No Germans were coming their way. Weiss tried to force the pin back in. His hands shook and sweat seeped from his forehead, the seconds passing. If the grenade exploded, he and the other soldier would be killed. If he threw it, the Germans would unleash another cascade of artillery. Controlling his panic, he disarmed the grenade. Weiss was now certain that he had become a danger not only to himself, but to the other men. When morning broke, cold and wet, the company's first sergeant relayed a message to Weiss from Captain Simmons. As punishment for his 6 days' absence, Weiss was ordered to dig a latrine in rocky, nearly frozen ground. No one was permitted to help him, and he had only a small retrenching tool to scrape a hole to the regulation 6 feet long by a foot deep. This was Army chicken shit at its worst, especially with Weiss in constant danger and reaching his psychological limit. As he bent his back to the task, the rain soaked his flimsy uniform, and his squad gathered around in sympathy. One of them implored, "Don't let them do this to you." Only years later would Weiss admit, "I never confronted Simmons or disobeyed his order to dig because I was too young, naive, and intimidated by rank." On the night of 26 October, Private First Class Frank Turek's squad leader ordered him to find a Company B patrol in the woods. Turek, who had not been on patrol before, was terrified. His nerves were so jittery that he fired 2 rounds into a dead German. He found Company B, but he got lost on the way back to his foxhole. "I was jumpy," he remembered, "and I just couldn't stand looking at the trees, fearing that there was a Jerry behind them and every move out there in front affected me." Turek met Steve Weiss on the line. Weiss remembered the new replacement's anxiety. "I also remember how clean his uniform was," he said. "It was pristine." Having arrived only 2 weeks earlier, Turek was new to combat. The Polish-American youngster told Weiss, "No way I'm staying here." Weiss noticed his anxiety as much the consequence of pre-war trauma as of fear of battle. On completing high school, he had gone to work at the Royal Typewriter Company factory in Hartford. A severe case of malaria, popularly known as prickly heat, forced him to quit after 3 months. The rash covered his upper body, which was as embarrassing as it was painful. He said later, "I felt that I was being strangled. So I decided to visit my physician, and he said that I give the job up, give my nerves a rest." Turek, who was unemployed and lived at home with his mother and father, became fretful when gangrene infected his father's leg. On 24 March 1943, about the time the leg was amputated, the Army drafted him. During basic training, Turek's malaria rash returned. Medical officers attributed the outbreak, resembling shingles, to nervousness. One Army physician prescribed medication, but it had no effect. Another diagnosed his condition as psychosomatic. The night of 27 October was terrifying for Turek, who was on guard duty in a forward foxhole. The sound of every falling leaf made him jump with fright. Needing sleep, he asked other troops nearby to take the watch for him. It was not clear to him in the darkness which side was sending military shells overhead. When his foxhole buddy explained that the Germans were shelling 200 yards away, Turek panicked, beat his head with his fists, and collapsed in terror. Other soldiers in the outfit were also at the edge of endurance that night. Clarence Wydaw, the soldier who had not spoken a word since the Germans nearly shot and burned him in a hayloft, and Jim Dixon, who had gone AWOL with Weiss in August during Grenoble's liberation, had had enough. Weiss himself was dangerously overstressed, as his near-fatal episode with the hand grenade proved. Few of Charlie Company's riflemen on the front lines had faith in Captain Simmons, and they complained that he led from the rear. "You could never find Simmons," Weiss said, "even behind the lines." Weiss, Wydaw, and Dixon confided their fears to one another, and they reached a unanimous decision. At 4 o'clock in the morning on 28 October, 6 days after Weiss had returned to duty, the three GIs climbed out of their hillside foxholes and left the line. Private First Class Frank C. Turek deserted early the same morning, although Weiss was not aware of it. Another deserting soldier from Charlie Company encountered Turek in the woods, and together they hitched a ride in a military vehicle whose driver must have known they were running away. He dropped them in a small town. They did not know its name, but it was the only hiding place they could find. The 36th Division, as a War Department survey discovered, had the highest rate of desertions in the European Theater of Operations, ETO. The longer the 36th stayed in the line, the Observers Board stated, the greater the incidence of disciplinary problems and psychosis cases, as reflected in the number of court-martials, stragglers, and hospital admissions for exhaustion. 63 infantrymen from the 36th Division were convicted of violating Article of War 75, misbehavior before the enemy, which usually meant desertion under fire. Even without the deserters who were never apprehended, this was more than in any other division in the ETO. On 28 October, at least 5 men from Charlie Company, Weiss, Wydaw, Dixon, Turek, and another soldier whose name does not appear in the records, were no longer on the line. One regimental platoon commander, Lieutenant Robert D. Porter, described the battle they missed that morning. The enemy fired as rapidly as his guns would permit. Men were blown to bits, but others took their places. American dead and wounded lay where they had fallen over enemy trenches they were assaulting, inside enemy dugouts, on top of enemy already dead or dying. The task of the soldiers who fought was not made easier by the absence of their comrades who had run away. While their company was engaged in fierce combat, Weiss, Wydaw, and Dixon were heading south, away from the Vosges. Truck drivers gave them lifts along roads jammed with military supply convoys and the wreckage of earlier fighting. Reactions to the rogue GIs varied. Soldiers who had been at the front, including the truckers who delivered ammunition to the firing line, were invariably helpful. Overseas, most combat soldiers are sympathetic towards other fellows who go AWOL, one survey of frontline infantry soldiers noted. However, rear echelon troops who had yet to hear or see combat were wary. Most mess sergeants, Weiss wrote, rejected our plea for food and gave us scraps that even a dog would reject. By this time, the U.S. Army Provost Marshal estimated that thousands of deserters were on the run in France. It would have been impossible for so many to remain at large without other soldiers keeping their secret and French civilians giving them shelter. Some deserters hid with French women, while others found a home among black market criminals. Weiss, Dixon, and Wydau, however, had no plan beyond a vague hope that the military police would not catch them. If they had been more meticulous, they would have chosen a better hiding place than the U.S. Army's airfield near Lyon. The three deserters slept in a hangar, coming out occasionally to watch C-47 cargo planes deliver supplies and troops. The troops were replacements for the dead and injured, but also for those like Weiss and his companions who had run away. P-47 Thunderbolts flew out on daylight missions over the German lines northeast of Lyon, and not all of the jugs returned. The three infantrymen wasted time at the base where sooner or later someone would arrest them. It did not take Weiss long to conclude. Our venture was doomed from the start. They were young, unsure of themselves, and frightened. They had not discussed their future, Weiss thought, because we had none. Their four options, as to most other deserters in eastern France, were to hike across the border into Switzerland, where the authorities interned down airmen from both Axis and Allied armies in tolerable detention camps, and regarded those who came on foot without weapons as refugees, make their way across France to Spain, live with sympathetic French families under false identities, or go to Paris and join the black market. They did not consider any of these. Instead, they went into Lyon. Weiss was riding a bus in the city center when he noticed his former host Ronnie Dahan standing at the back. Dahan ignored him. It must have been obvious from Weiss's unkempt appearance that he had deserted. Dahan exited without shaking Weiss's extended hand. Weiss realized that Dahan, who had endured the worst of the German occupation, could not afford difficulties with the United States Army. The Dahans would not be able to hide Weiss, and he had no other friends in Lyon. Back at the airfield later that afternoon, the three GIs pondered their predicament. They were not hardcore deserters, like those pilfering Allied supplies in the criminal underworld. If they remained at the base, arrest was certain. Dixon and Wydau decided to report to a medical station and request treatment for nervous exhaustion. Physicians in the European Theater of Operations treated 102,989 neuropsychiatric casualties, and the two soldiers felt they qualified for medical attention. Weiss did not like the idea, saying the doctors would probably call the military police to arrest them. Dixon and Wydau wanted to try it anyway. What else could they do? Weiss bid them goodbye with foreboding. 2 days after leaving the line with his friends, Weiss was on his own. He wrote, "I was overcome with loneliness." The army was swifter to notice his disappearance from the line near Bruillet than it had been at Valence in August, and the War Department dispatched a second telegram to William Weiss. It announced that his son was again missing in action. "My mother and father were very depressed, very wiped out," Steve Weiss recalled. Somehow, the first time he disappeared, they retained hope he would emerge alive. The second telegram, though, had a shattering effect on the household. It was like a morgue, Weiss said. The Weisses received family and friends at home as if for a funeral. In France, Steve was unaware of the misery the desertion was causing his family. Weiss hitchhiked back towards the 36th Division and Captain Simmons. Near the lower Vosges town of Vesoul, he spent a night in a barn. When he woke up, his desperation was complete. He could not go any further. If the army had spread the burden of combat more fairly by rotating troops, he thought he could fight again. Troops in the rear had never faced battle, and most men at the front had never had a rest. It seemed unjust. He wrote later, "Fair play was all I demanded, that each man do his duty and take a turn at the front. That was not going to happen. If one day you're the guy pulling more than the other guys, the next day someone takes your place," he said, "not in the army." Weiss saw only an army that had abandoned him to a commander with no regard for his life or well-being, an army that had refused to allow him to continue fighting with the OSS, an army that denied him every alternative assignment he had been offered, and an army that had no more consideration for the ordinary dog-faced combat soldier than it did for the equipment to be replaced when it ceased to function. The army was stronger than he was, and its chain of command retained a hold on his sense of duty. He did not question its legitimacy even when he believed it unfair. "I was so depressed I didn't give a shit," he explained later. "If you want to shoot me, shoot me." On Monday morning, 30 October, 2 American deserters surrendered to military police in the town of Vesoul. The first was Private First Class Frank Turek, who was soon turned over to MPs from the 36th Division. They drove him to their new headquarters at Brouilly, where First Lieutenant Herman L. Tepp of the military police ordered him to return to his company and sent him by vehicle to his company kitchen train. Turek was back in service. The second was Temporary Sergeant Weiss, who left the barn at about 10 o'clock that morning and surrendered to an American military police patrol. Captain Richard J. Thompson, Jr. of the 67th Military Police Company, whom Weiss remembered as a captain who never heard a shot fired in anger, placed him under arrest. Thompson, after throwing Weiss into a stockade dug into the wet earth, made a written report. The soldier was dressed in uniform at the time of surrender. Soldier made the following voluntary statement. Soldier admitted being AWOL from his unit since 27 October 1944. The MPs gave the prisoner a cup of coffee and a cigarette. If they shot him then and there, Weiss thought, it would be a relief, not a tragedy. 26. There are strains which no man, however tough-minded, can endure. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 353. On 2 November, Steve Weiss reported to the division psychiatrist, Major Walter L. Ford, in one of a group of hospital tents where medical staff treated the physically and mentally wounded. The Judge Advocate General's office relied on Ford to determine whether accused soldiers were psychologically fit to stand trial or should be discharged from the Army under Section 8 of Army Regulation 615-360 for inaptness or undesirable habits or traits of character. The traits included insanity and homosexuality. When Weiss arrived at the hospital tent to see Ford, physicians and nurses were treating hundreds of wounded Japanese Americans from the 442nd Nisei Regiment. There was neither silence nor private place to conduct the interview because the Nisei had suffered more than 800 killed and wounded in the previous week. 48 hours earlier, the regiment had rescued a trapped section of the 141st Regiment that the press had dubbed the Lost Battalion. The section, smaller than a battalion with only 211 men, had advanced so far beyond American lines that it was cut off. For a week, German forces on all sides besieged the men. Dug into slit trenches in a thick forest above Bifontaine, They ran out of food, water, and ammunition. The division dropped supplies by air, most of which fell into German hands. For a week, the Nisai advanced up steep Bonsai Hill, through mud, forest, and thick brush against superior German forces to win the day. However, they lost more than 800 men killed and wounded. The 442nd did not achieve sufficient strength to return to combat until March 1945 in Italy. It was probably the only American combat regiment in Europe that did not record a single desertion. The survivors of the rescue party lay all around Weiss, while Major Ford quizzed him about his state of mind. Weiss responded desultorily to the physician's questions, more aware of the suffering Japanese Americans around him than of the psychiatrist. Ford questioned Weiss for a half hour, but he did not ask him about his reasons for deserting, his lack of trust in his commanding officer, or his belief that the military machine treated ordinary soldiers unfairly. Ford declared that Weiss, despite having psychoneurosis, anxiety, mild, was competent to face a court-martial. While Weiss discussed his sanity with the division psychiatrist, Private First Class Frank Turek left the line again. On 2 November, Military Police Lieutenant Herman Tepp wrote, "Turek reported to me at S1 Personnel Section, 143rd Infantry, in the vicinity of Desimont, France. He stated that he refused to go to his company. I again ordered him to his company, and he stated that he refused to go. The Army had no alternative but to prosecute him." Like Weiss, Turek had to meet Major Ford for psychological assessment. After a similar half-hour discussion, Ford reported that the 22-year-old Polish-American private was suffering from psychoneurosis, mixed, chronic, mild, and that this was a long-standing emotional disorder, which makes it difficult for the soldier to adjust during periods of stress. Although Ford concluded that Turek's mental health was more damaged than Weiss's, the authorities deemed he should stand trial for desertion. The maximum penalty for his offense was death. Turek's court-martial convened in Bruges on 6 November 1944, 3 days after his psychiatric appraisal. The old, unheated chapel, part of the complex where General Dahlquist had established divisional headquarters on 31 October, served as the courtroom. The town bore the scars of the 3-week battle that the Americans had won at high cost, and there was no mood of forgiveness for those who had shirked their duty. The specification was clear. In that Private First Class Frank J. Turek, Company C, 143rd Infantry, at or near Bressifosse, France, on or about 28 October 1944, ran away from his company, which was then engaged with the enemy. The prosecution made a peremptory challenge to remove Captain Eldon R. McRobert from the panel, and the defense challenged Captain Lowell E. Sitton. Both officers were excused. That left 10 officers on the court-martial panel who effectively served as judge and jury. Major Benjamin F. Wilson, Jr., and an assistant, Captain Robert W. Plunkett, defended Turek. Trial judge advocate or prosecutor was Captain John Stafford, assisted by Captain Jess W. Jones. The prosecution established that the 143rd Regiment was tactically before the enemy near Bressifosse on 28 October, the morning that Turek deserted. It called only one witness, Lieutenant Raymond E. Bernberg, who confirmed that Turek's regiment was facing the enemy that day. The defense did not contest his testimony. Captain Stafford declared, "The United States rests." Major Wilson introduced Major Ford's psychiatric report as Defense Exhibit A and called Private First Class Turek to testify under oath. Turek admitted leaving his company on 28 October. Wilson asked him about his first patrol. The court reporter, Corporal Maxwell Resnick, recorded Turek's response with numerous spelling and punctuation errors. "Well, sir, we were just going into combat. the first time for any of us. We arrived at the front to relieve this outfit about noon of that day. Don't recall the time. During the daytime, it was all right. About dusk, my squad leader came and said that I and other men go out and contact B Company on patrol. On the way over to B Company, about 500 yards away from our position, I saw a man lying on the side of the road, and I was in the rear with two fellows in front of me. I nudged one of the fellows and said, "Do you see that fellow?" And he said, "Yes." He said he was a Jerry. Took the safety off my rifle and pumped a couple of shells into it, and I went to the front of the men and we moved on. I was jumpy, and I just couldn't stand looking at the trees, fearing that there was a Jerry behind them, and every move out there in front affected me. Defense counsel Wilson asked him about the effect that shell fire had on him, and Turek replied that the night after his first patrol, every leaf I heard falling on the ground had me jumping. On guard duty in a foxhole, he went to find someone to relieve him so he could sleep. His testimony continued. "It was so dark that if anyone took my place, I don't believe that he would be able to find his own hole and come back. I fell into a couple of foxholes and got out, but I couldn't see anything, do nothing. I went back to the hole and heard these shells coming over. I thought they were our own shells. I asked my buddy who was doing the shelling, and he said, 'Those are the Jerry's.' And he said he thought it was about 200 yards in front of us, and I did not know what to do. I started beating my head and felt like a caged animal, and since then I was on edge all the time." The trial judge advocate's cross-examination rehearsed the same events, and Turek had little to add. Turek's replies to Captain Stafford's final questions, however, determined the outcome of the trial. Stafford, would you go back and fight if you had the opportunity? Turek, I don't know, that is hard to say. Stafford, would you or would you not go back and fight if given the opportunity? Turek, no, sir. Major Wilson's own final questions and response allowed Turek to tell the court about his childhood traumas, the amputation of his father's leg, his loss of a job due to psychosomatic skin rashes, and problems at home that continued to worry him. An officer on the court-martial panel asked him whether he deserted alone, and Turek answered that another soldier had gone with him. The court retired to consider its verdict. It found Turek guilty. After a second deliberation, it sentenced him to be dishonorably discharged the service, to forfeit all pay and allowances due or to become due, and to be confined at hard labor at such place as the reviewing authority may direct for 25 years. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the court-martial was completed. The next morning, 7 November 1944, at 9:30, in the same chapel in Bruillet where Frank Turek had been convicted, another general court-martial convened to try Private First Class Stephen J. Weiss. The presiding officer, Major James T. Clark of the 155th Field Artillery Battalion, sat in the sanctuary at a long table with 14 other officers, 7 on either side. Many of them had judged Private First Class Turek the day before. The senior officer on the court-martial panel was Lieutenant Colonel David P. Faulkner of the 36th Division Headquarters Staff. In common with other courts-martial at the time, the court judging Private Weiss included no enlisted men. Only one member of the court, Second Lieutenant Bertram M. LeBice, was a qualified lawyer. Most of the officers, from Lieutenant Colonel Faulkner down to Second Lieutenant William Steger, were not combat veterans. Behind the panel loomed a cross from which defendant Steve Weiss thought the crucified Christ was judging the judges. The defense counsel was Major Benjamin F. Wilson, Jr., who had defended Turek, and a few weeks before that, Lieutenant Albert C. Homsey, on the same charges of misbehavior before the enemy. Although Weiss would later complain that Wilson was not a lawyer, the major had more legal experience than most other officers on courts-martial. As the Washington Appeals Court Judge George E. McKinnon later noted, Major Wilson had very considerable training in and experience with the law. He had completed 2 years of law school prior to entering the service, completed a service course in military justice, and continued his study of military justice at the Artillery School, the Advanced Infantry Course, and the Inspector General's School. Wilson's court-martial experience included more than 300 cases in which he had served as a member of the court, trial judge advocate, prosecutor, or defense counsel. Judge McKinnon observed that Wilson was much better qualified to defend an accused in a court-martial proceeding than many fully licensed lawyers. However, Wilson's heavy caseload deprived him of time to speak with his clients and to prepare a thorough defense. Wilson was not the only officer present who had taken part in Lieutenant Homsey's court-martial. Major Harry B. Kelton, Captain Lowell E. Sitton, Captain Isidore Charkatz, and First Lieutenant Charles Hickox had all served on the panel that, under pressure from General Dahlquist, found Lieutenant Homsey guilty on 19 October. Another judge on the Weiss panel, Lieutenant Raymond E. Bernberg, had originally been named as a witness for the prosecution against Weiss. His sworn statement that Weiss had been before the enemy when he deserted formed part of the prosecution's case. Normal procedure should have allowed him to recuse himself, or the defense to challenge him for cause, but he remained a judge. The prosecutor, or trial judge advocate, was the same as in Homsey and Turek's cases, Captain John M. Stafford. In the nearly 3 weeks since Homsey's trial, General Dahlquist had not withdrawn his demand that officers produce guilty verdicts and harsh sentences for the good of the service. The defense and prosecution tables were in the nave between the congregants' pews and the chancel rail. The trial judge advocate, Captain Stafford, and his assistant prosecutor, Captain Jess W. Jones, faced the court from one side of the aisle. On the other were defending counsel Wilson and his assistant, Captain Robert W. Plunkett, as well as Weiss himself. Looking up at the court, the altar, and the cross, 19-year-old Weiss felt insignificant before the full weight of the judiciary, the military, and the Almighty. The ritual commenced with the swearing in of the court. The court reporter, Corporal Russell C. Trunkfield, recorded the trial in a shorthand notebook. Trunkfield's official transcript noted that neither the prosecution nor the defense, when asked, raised a challenge to remove any members of the court. It was not clear why Major Wilson, who had challenged Lieutenant Colonel Faulkner in the Homsey trial, did not challenge him in Weiss's case. Faulkner, whom Wilson knew to be the conduit of Dahlquist's insistence on more convictions and harsher sentences, remained on the panel judging Weiss. The record stated, "The members of the court and the personnel of the prosecution were sworn." The trial transcript continued. The accused was then arraigned among the following charges and specifications. Charge: violation of the 75th Article of War. Specification 1. And that Private Stephen J. Weiss, Company C, 143rd Infantry, being present with his company while it was engaged with the enemy, did, in the vicinity of Laval, France, on or about 16 October 1944, shamefully abandon the said company and seek safety in the rear. Specification 2. In that Private Stephen J. Weiss, Company C, 143rd Infantry, being present with his company while it was engaged with the enemy, did, in the vicinity of Bréchefos, France, on or about 28 October 1944, shamefully abandon the said company and seek safety in the rear. The penalty for violating Article 75, misbehavior before the enemy, was death or such other punishment as a court-martial may direct. Weiss, through Major Wilson, lodged his plea to the charge in both specifications, not guilty. The facts were not in dispute. Weiss had already admitted deserting. Before anyone advised him of his right to remain silent, he had confessed his desertion to the military police, division officers, his defense counsel, and the division psychiatrist Major Walter L. Ford. Weiss's admission weakened his case, leaving the prosecution nothing to prove. While preparing for trial, Major Wilson did not ask what lay behind Weiss's desertion, nor did he probe his client about his state of mind. Neither Major Wilson nor psychiatrist Ford asked him why he was afraid to return to the line, but not to die by firing squad. The trial judge advocate Captain Stafford made no opening statement to the court and called the prosecution's first witness, Major Robert L. O'Brien, to the witness stand. O'Brien, the 143rd Regiment's adjutant, testified as an expert. Assistant Trial Judge Advocate Captain Jess W. Jones conducted the direct examination. O'Brien told the court that he spent part of each day in the field with the regiment and confirmed that it had been engaged with the enemy on 16 and 28 October, the days that Weiss left the line. Major Wilson, in cross-examination, asked O'Brien how he knew that Company C of the 143rd Regiment had been before the enemy on the relevant dates. O'Brien replied, "Because, in addition to being adjutant of the regiment, I am historian of the regiment and spent 4 hours in the evening with officers of the regiment getting the records in shape. I know they were before the enemy." Having established the unchallenged fact that Weiss's company had been before the enemy on 16 and 28 October, O'Brien was excused. The prosecution did not produce any eyewitnesses to Weiss's desertion. It did not have to because of Weiss's pre-trial statements. The trial judge advocate had no further witnesses. Captain Stafford introduced Government Exhibits 1 and 2, copies of 2 extracts of the morning report of Company C, 143rd Infantry, dated 3 November 1944. These extracts stated Charlie Company's dispositions on the date in question. The prosecution rested. The defense requested a recess to give time for one of its witnesses to reach Bruillet, and the court adjourned until 1 o'clock. When the trial resumed after lunch, the defense called its first witness. Private Stephen J. Weiss stood, and Major Wilson addressed the court. The accused had his rights explained to him in connection with making a statement, sworn or unsworn, or remaining silent, and desires to take the stand and make a sworn statement. Weiss swore to tell the truth and took his place beside the altar. He stated his name, rank, company, and regiment to the prosecutor, who asked, "Are you the accused in this case?" Major Wilson proceeded for the defense. "Weiss," he asked, "how old are you?" 19, sir." Wilson's direct examination elicited from the defendant that he had completed high school at the age of 16, taken college courses in psychology, pathology, and chemistry at night, and worked for the Office of War Information before he enlisted in the Army. In a rapid exchange of questions and answers, Weiss provided a précis of his military career. Training for 17 weeks at Fort Blanding, rifle instruction at Fort Meade, waiting at replacement depots in Oran, Algeria, and Caserta, Italy, joining the 36th Division north of Civitavecchia on 12 June 1944, and serving as a first scout in Company C, 143rd Regiment, 36th Infantry Division from that time until late August 1944 on the outskirts of Valence. As 36th Division officers, the trial judges did not require additional background on the campaigns that Weiss had fought in Italy and France. Major Wilson asked, "Have you ever shot at a German?" "Yes, sir." Wilson asked Weiss to tell the court about the Valence battle and the circumstances under which this separation occurred. Weiss's account was the briefest of summaries, a few hundred words to relate a tale that a veteran could spend hours telling his grandchildren. Weiss's testimony was preserved with the court reporter's misspellings in the official transcript. It was night, and we ran into enemy opposition. I was first scout, and we were proceeding on a mission to destroy a machine gun, next which was parallel to the road. On either side of the road it was open terrain. The Germans shot at us. They fired 2 shots, and I fired 1 back at them. They threw 2 grenades at me, and I got down into a ditch on the side of the road. The company commander had instructed us that my squad was to flank his position and wipe it out. The tank destroyers couldn't come up. They couldn't see the target. We went out and started to flank the gun when the tank destroyers moved up and opened fire on us. We decided to go back to our outfit and started out, but we were unable as we ran into German machine guns. We came to an irrigation ditch and stayed there until next morning. Weiss continued telling in headline form what he had done with the resistance and the OSS, neglecting to mention that he had attacked a farmhouse where German soldiers had been hiding and chased the Germans across country to Soyon. Nor did he include in his testimony his missions to guard OSS parachute drops of men and equipment. Major Wilson asked how long he had served with this recon outfit. I stayed with the outfit from approximately September 2nd to October 9th. The questions and answers established that Sergeant Scrubby and other men of his squad left the OSS at Lyon, which court reporter Corporal Trunkfield consistently spelled Leon. Weiss explained that he did not return to the 36th Division when the rest of the squad did because he was sick. When he recovered, he hitchhiked to Charlie Company's command post in the Vosges. Major Wilson asked, "Did you report to your company commander after this?" "Yes, sir." "Who was your company commander?" "Captain Simmons." "Did he ask where you had been?" "Yes, sir." "Was he satisfied with your story?" "Yes, sir." "Do you know whether or not Captain Simmons received any communication from this paratrooper recon outfit as to your activities when you were with them?" "He received a citation for our fighting." "What date did you return to your company, Company C?" "October 10th. Major Wilson did not ask about Major Cox's official request for Weiss's transfer to the OSS and Weiss's offer to parachute with the OSS into enemy territory. This would have indicated to the court that Weiss was not a coward seeking to avoid the war, but a soldier who had found his métier with the Special Forces rather than under a company commander he distrusted. Weiss had not had time to explain his case to his counsel before the trial. He was also, as he said later, too depressed to make his condition clear to the court. "Weiss," Wilson asked his client, "what caused you to leave your company on or about 16 October 1944? "I came back to the company. I was pretty nervous on account of the Valence deal. I nearly got killed there. I also found out that a lot of my buddies who I palled around with had been killed or wounded. I didn't think the war was natural for America and was pretty shaken up. The fellows had been killed or wounded." Wilson's next line of questioning established that Weiss went to a village on 16 October and returned after 8 days, although he had in fact returned 6 days later. It further demonstrated that Weiss returned of his own will. When Wilson asked for the date he returned to the company, Weiss's response was confused. "I believe that was on the 25th of October or the 28th of October." "Was your company at the time you returned engaged with the enemy?" "Yes, sir." "What caused you to leave again?" "It was the artillery, sir. The shells coming in. I seemed to go all to pieces and broke down. I felt tired and worn out." Rather than pursue this line of inquiry, which might have revealed a psychological state that pointed towards treatment rather than punishment, Major Wilson posed no further questions. The assistant trial judge advocate, Captain Jess W. Jones, conducted the cross-examination. "Weiss," he began, "where did you say you were located when you were with the Maquis?" "Right across the Rhone River from Valence." The question was irrelevant, because Weiss's service with the Maquis was not disputed and was not an offense. In the next exchange, Weiss admitted leaving the line on 16 October. "Why did you leave the line on the 16th?" Captain Jones asked. "Because I broke down inside. The artillery shells were coming in and I shook all over and just went to pieces." "Now, did you leave the organization again on the 28th of October 1944? "Yes, sir." "Were you tactically before the enemy on the 28th? "Yes, sir." "Why did you leave then?" "Intensified artillery barrage. I went to pieces again." "Do you know what the 75th Article of War is?" "Yes, sir." "On the 16th of October 1944, did you understand what that was?" "Yes, sir." "Tell the court just how you left on the 16th of October. When did you leave? At what time of day?" "It was early in the morning, about 7:30. "How did you leave without anyone detecting you?" "I don't know if anyone detected me or not." "Did you walk away?" "I got up and ran down the hill." "Was there shelling at the time?" "Yes, sir." The next questions concerned Weiss's 2.5-hour flight through the woods, which ended with his arrival near a village. There was no reference to the French North African armored crew who gave him shelter. When you left this first time, did you know you were leaving your organization? Jones asked. Do you mean, did I realize it? Yes, I realized it. Did you definitely make up your mind? Had you been thinking about it the night before? No, sir. When did you make up your mind to leave your organization? When the artillery fell, sir. When you got away from the artillery fire, say down to the foot of the hill, what did you think about down there? I could hear it and was shaking. On the next day, did you feel it was your duty to return to your company? I was still nervous, sir. Were you trembling the next day? Yes, sir. Did you feel a duty to return to your company? I felt a duty, sir. Did you make an attempt to go back the next day? I thought it over, sir. What conclusion did you come to? I wasn't fit. I would be a detriment to my unit. When you finally did decide to go back to your organization, what made you pick that particular day to go back? My mind was clearer, and I realized in the full sense of the word that I had a duty to fulfill to my organization. What did you do then? I returned to my unit, sir. Weiss, in response to more prosecution questions, said that he was bivouacked with the company in a little town on 24 October and went into the line on 25 October. The Germans were firing rifles and machine guns, he recalled, but no heavy artillery. The assistant trial judge advocate asked when he left the company again, and Weiss answered it had been 28 October at about 4 a.m. What made you leave that time? Captain Jones asked. The artillery barrage, sir. How did you get away? Did anybody see you when you left? I imagine the soldiers saw me. What did you do when you left? I walked down the road for a while. I got a hitch on a truck and went through a few villages I can't remember by name. I stayed in a barn and cried. What were you crying about? I was all shaken up inside. How long were you gone? 2 days, sir. Until the 30th? Yes, sir. What happened then? I turned myself in to the MPs. Where? At Vesoul. Captain Jones asked why Weiss went to Vesoul, to which he responded, It was just as good a place as any. It was a town, and I wanted to get away from the artillery. I ask you, on both of these times when this artillery barrage started coming in, did you really try to stay there? Yes, sir. What went through your mind at that time? My mind was cloudy. I couldn't think straight. Captain Jones's cross-examination ended without his having asked Weiss if anyone else had deserted with him. The names of the 2 deserters with whom he left the line on 28 October, Privates Clarence Wydaw and James Jim Dixon, were not entered into the court record. Nor was there mention of the desertion of Frank Turek and another soldier from the same Company C that morning, although Turek had been in the defendant's chair only 24 hours earlier. These were significant lapses. If at least 5 men from one company were so disgruntled that they left the line simultaneously, it would not have reflected well on their commander or possibly on the army itself. No one asked whether Weiss had faith in Captain Simmons. No one asked if he would have stayed in the war under another commander, as he had requested to do with French Captain Benoche and OSS officers Lieutenant Rickerson and Major Cox. While the prosecution would have weakened its case by drawing the court's attention to other desertions and general dissatisfaction with the company commander, the defense was remiss to leave these facts out of the trial record. Weiss had deserted with 2 other soldiers. Where were they? Why were they not on trial? If others were being treated for medical conditions, why wasn't Weiss? The court intervened to ask 3 questions, none of which was relevant to the case. When you were cut off from your company close to Valence, what did the tank destroyer open up on you with? 3-inch guns, sir. How close were they? Some 100 yards? During the period you were with the Maquis, did you undertake any sort of demolition? Did you engage in any fighting against the Germans during that time? No, sir. Weiss's confusion at this point appeared overwhelming. His time with the resistance was not germane to the case against him. His trial was for deserting on 16 and 28 October near Brouillet. not for having been cut off from his company at Valence in August. Moreover, his answers were neither accurate nor to his benefit. He had attempted to engage the Germans at a farmhouse with Major Mattei's Maquis group, and he had also assisted Captain Binoche in demolishing a bridge over the river Rhone. Major Wilson, undoubtedly noticing the discrepancy, refreshed Weiss's memory. When you were with the Maquis, did you undertake any sort of demolition? Weiss answered, Yes, sir. What did you do? We blew up one bridge that would hinder the Jerrys from coming through. The defense counsel had clarified part of the record, but its relevance to the charge and specifications was nil. Major Wilson was done, and the assistant trial judge advocate, Captain Jones, undertook a short recross-examination about Valence, where Weiss's squad was cut off from the rest of the company. When you were first fired on by this tank destroyer outfit, was that the first time that you ever noticed being afraid very much? Yes, sir. Was that before you got with the Maquis or after? Before, sir. You say you went out with the Maquis and blew up a bridge. Yes, sir. Were you afraid at that time? The nearest Germans were 4 miles away, and they were just an occupying force. Captain Jones had no further questions, and the court began its re-examination of the witness. When you were with the paratroopers near the Swiss border, did you hear any artillery over there? No, sir. You fought with the paratroopers over there? One engagement. What was the nature of the fight? There was no fight. We expected a fight. We went up to the Italian-Swiss border and went up into the mountains, and we expected to be subjected to Jerry fire, but there were no Jerrys, and we got out safely. The trial record continued. There being no further questions by the prosecution, the defense, or the court, the witness was excused and resumed his seat next to his counsel. The defense called its next witness, Sergeant Settimo Gualandi. Gualandi swore to tell the truth, and the defense counsel asked how long he had known Weiss. Since March, sir, he replied, which meant they had met while training at Fort Blanding in Florida. Major Wilson's questions allowed Gualandi to tell the court that he and Weiss had hit the beaches of southern France together, served in the same squad, and were separated from their company at Valence. From the time you landed in France up to Valence, did Weiss show any indication of being afraid? Wilson asked. No, sir, not at all. Was your squad ever sent out on patrol? Yes, sir. Was Weiss along with you? Yes, sir. In the vicinity of Valence, were you and Weiss together on a mission to destroy a machine gun next? Yes, sir. Will you tell the court what happened when you were sent out on that mission? We were pinned down, and our squad was sent back just a little way in order to go round and flank it out. Weiss was first scout. We were following him, and he was pocketed right under the machine gun nest, and the tanks kept creeping up the road and opened fire. We're right near them. They were on our right, and we couldn't get back. Was there any of our own fire in the vicinity? It was all German at that time when we were on the right flank. Then what happened? We couldn't get back because of the machine gun shooting, so we pulled back, I would say 100 yards, and we stayed in a ditch overnight. The next morning, our company had already pulled out, and we didn't know where they were, so we went into an open field to a house and set up our own security there. Some French policemen came around on a bicycle and seen us and left right away. Pretty soon they came back. 2 men and a civilian came back with police uniforms. They took us out 4 at a time. We went through Valence and across the Rhone River. How many American soldiers were in the group that was cut off? 8 of us. Do you recall some of the names of the others? Sergeant Scrubby, he got wounded. There was Segal. The exchange that followed elicited from Gualandi a summary of the squad's service with the Resistance and the OSS. Major Wilson then asked whether Gualandi had gone on missions with the paratroopers. We just went right along with them wherever they went, Gualandi answered. We didn't have a special mission. How did you get back to your outfit from the paratroopers? We stayed there about 2 days and decided we'd better get back. Major Cox wrote a letter for us explaining to the commanding officer of the 143rd that we had been fighting with the Maquis and joined the paratroopers and were under military control and on duty all the time. He wrote the letter to the general, and we hitchhiked back. When you got back, what happened? We turned into the company commander. With that conclusion to the defense's questions, The assistant trial judge advocate began his cross-examination. "Sergeant," he said, "did the accused return to the company with you?" "No, sir, he left us. He got sick when we came up to Lyon. He stayed back with the paratroopers." "Now," the prosecutor asked, "were you and his squad on or about 16 October 1944? After he came back, he got into a different squad. Were you ever around or near him when a fight was going on?" "He joined up when we had been pulled back for a rest. Then we went up to the line again and he was with us." "Did he appear at the time you saw him to be very nervous?" "No, sir, he seemed all right to me." "Did you ever see Weiss at any time in which it appeared that his nerves were out of control?" "No, sir." The prosecutor asked whether Sergeant Guilandi recalled Weiss rejoining the company for the second time on 28 October and returning to the line. He did remember. "When you got up there, did you receive an artillery barrage?" "We moved into the 142nd position and there was a barrage." "Was there a barrage the first morning, a Jerry barrage?" "I can't recall, sir. I couldn't swear to it." "Can you recall whether there was a Jerry barrage around 4 o'clock in the morning?" "I can't recall, sir." "You say you were with the accused on the 28th. "Yes, sir." "Did he appear extraordinarily nervous to you in any way?" "No, sir, he appeared all right." The court reporter noted, there being no further questions by the prosecution, the defense, or the court, the witness was excused and withdrew. As Guilandi left the stand, Weiss sensed that his friend's testimony buttressed the prosecution's case more than his own. Guilandi's assertion that Weiss was not nervous in combat undermined the contention that incoming artillery had caused his panic. While listening to Guilandi, Weiss wrote, "I realize that all the men on the detail are commissioned officers, from lieutenant to colonel. There is not an enlisted man among them." If there had been frontline enlisted men on the court, he felt, they would have understood his state of mind. Rear echelon officers lacked the experience on which to judge the fear and discontent that could drive a combat infantry enlisted man to desert. Major Wilson introduced Defense Exhibit A, the findings of Division Psychiatrist Major Walter L. Ford, dated 2 November 1944, the day Ford interviewed Weiss for pending charges. The psychiatric report in disciplinary cases comprised 2 pages. On page 1, Major Ford wrote in a barely legible hand, "This soldier was assigned to the division in June 1944. He 3 weeks of combat above Rome and made the invasion of southern France. His unit was surrounded near Valence and he was listed as MIA for 43 days. During this time he was fighting with the Maquis and a special service recon unit from which he received a citation. He tells that he has gradually become more tense and nervous. He has battle dreams and difficulty in sleeping. He noticed a warped fear of riding in cars and an intolerance to noise. He left his unit on 27 October as he felt he could not tolerate combat any longer." The form on which Major Ford wrote his analysis required him to complete the sentence, "In my opinion, he is suffering from medical diagnosis with brief explanation of this condition in lay terminology." Ford wrote, "Psychoneurosis, anxiety, mild. This is an emotional condition which makes it difficult for this soldier to control his behavior in combat." Under recommendation, he answered, "Recommend that the above condition be considered as extenuation to be evaluated in connection with other evidence." The second page of the report was a standard set of questions for use by the court. Most concerned Weiss's ability to understand the court proceedings, to which Ford answered yes. On questions of criminal responsibility, Ford answered 5 questions about the accused's state of mind. 1. Was he at the time of the alleged offense suffering from a defect of reason resulting from disorder of the mind? No. 2. Did such defect of reason prevent him from knowing the nature and quality of the act which he was doing? No. 3. Did such defect of reason prevent him from knowing the consequences of such an act? No. 4. Or if he did know, was his mental state such that he was unable to refrain from such act? No. Regarding behavior, the report asked, was the accused suffering at the time of the offense from any emotional or physical disorder which might have affected his behavior? Ford's answer was yes. With its submission of Ford's report, the defense rested. The prosecution recalled Private Weiss. Assistant Counsel Captain Jones asked, "Weiss, are you prepared to go back and fight?" "In another capacity, sir." "Are you willing to go back to Company C, 143rd Infantry, and fight?" "I don't feel fit, sir." "Have you made up your mind that you are not going back, Weiss?" "I have not made up my mind, sir. I feel I'm losing my mind." "Have you ever tried exercising your mind, Private Weiss? You have made up your mind, however, that you would fight in another capacity." "Off the line, sir." "Will you or will you not go back and fight?" "I don't understand the question, sir." "I think you understand my question, Weiss. Will you go back into your line company and fight?" "I don't think I can, sir." The prosecution and defense made closing arguments to the court, which the court reporter did not record in the trial transcript. The 15 officers of the court-martial retired to reach a verdict. Weiss, seated beside Major Wilson, awaited judgment. The court returned a short time later, indicating there had not been much discussion. Major Clark, the president of the court, asked Weiss to stand. The trial transcript recorded, "Upon secret written ballot, 2/3 of the members present at the time, the vote was taken concurring in each finding of guilty. The court finds the accused of Specification 1, guilty. Of Specification 2, guilty. Of the charge, guilty." 2/3 of the court meant that 5 of the 15 officers had decided Weiss was not guilty. In a civilian trial, he would have gone free. Military courts convened under their own rules, codified in the 1920 Court-Martial Manual as revised in 1943. On a majority vote, Weiss was guilty of violating Article of War 75 and faced the death penalty. Having delivered its verdict, the court was informed that Private Weiss had no previous convictions for any offense, civilian or military. It was also told that Weiss's basic pay was $60 a month, less $22 a month to dependents, and $6.40 a month for government insurance. When asked whether the information was correct, Weiss answered, "All but my pay, sir. I receive $70 per month with combat pay." The court retired again to deliberate sentence. Weiss waited without showing emotion. By secret written ballot, the 15 officers considered the choices available to them under the law: to send Weiss to prison or to order him shot to death by musketry. The court marched back to the long table a few minutes later, a duration that made clear that there had been no debate. Sitting beside the 14 other officers with the altar behind them, Lieutenant Colonel Faulkner asked Weiss to stand. The chapel was by now as cold as the snowbound town outside. "Private Stephen J. Weiss, Army Serial Number 128033, Faulkner pronounced. "You are to be dishonorably discharged from the service, to forfeit all pay and allowances due or to become due, and to be confined at hard labor at such place as the reviewing authority may direct for the term of your natural life." 3/4 of the court, the record showed, concurred in the sentence. That would have been 11 of the 15 officers. The court then, at 14:30 p.m., 7 November 1944, proceeded to other business. The trial that decided the fate of 19-year-old Private Stephen J. Weiss had taken 5 hours, including at least 1 hour for lunch, to condemn him to prison for the rest of his life. "They didn't kill me physically," Weiss wrote, "but at 19, my life was over. I was nothing more than a living dead man. If they killed me on the spot, it would have been all right, because I didn't give a damn." The 15 officers in the court-martial of Stephen J. Weiss were not the only Americans to cast votes that Tuesday. In the United States, the electorate went to the polls to choose between Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Thomas E. Dewey for president and commander-in-chief. By the time Roosevelt learned the public had given him overwhelming support to serve an unprecedented fourth term, Steve Weiss was stomping the ground to prevent his feet from freezing. Around him in his cell were convicted murderers, rapists, thieves, and other deserters. This was where he began nearly a year before, when deserters in a stockade on the Anzio beachhead warned him that he would end up like them. He did not believe it then, and he could barely believe it now. 27. The guardhouse may not be any help at all. Sometimes it even makes things worse. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 355. Private Steve Weiss left the WWII stockade at the end of November 1944, shackled with other convicts, and shipped west on a succession of cargo and passenger trains. Several days of changing trains brought the prisoners to the Gare de l'Est in Paris. A military policeman met Weiss at the station, and Weiss got into his jeep. When the MP did not bother to put him in handcuffs, Weiss asked why. The answer was obvious. "You've got some place to go." There was only one place, the Loire Disciplinary Training Center, DTC, more than 100 miles away near Le Mans. The MP drove in an uncovered jeep through the darkness of post-liberation Paris, whose landmarks Weiss was too numb to savor. They exited the city by a western gate and just past Versailles, turned off National Route 10 for a late-night breakfast. The policeman and his charge ate without speaking, amid cigarette smoke and kitchen fumes, at an army canteen for military truck drivers. When they finished, the MP did not linger. Icy winds battered their faces as they sped through a bleak landscape scarred by the titanic struggle of a few months earlier. Pastures and meadows made no impression on Weiss, whose court-martial sentence of hard labor for the rest of his natural life had deprived him of all feeling. For the 19-year-old, life was an unimaginably long time. The jeep passed the town of Le Mans, which General Patton's Third Army had liberated on 8 August, and crossed the River Sarthe to continue west past more frozen meadows. Leaving the road, the MP maneuvered along two-wheel tracks to an unmarked square of land where another MP was waiting. The driver asked for a receipt of delivery as if Weiss had been a consignment of boots. The jeep rumbled away, leaving the teenage convict alone with the prison guard. Looking at the barren terrain, Weiss wondered where the DTC was. The guard told him it did not exist yet. Weiss and the other inmates were going to build it. The stockade had been farmland until 17 October 1944, when the 2913th Guardhouse Overhead Detachment of MPs arrived from Britain to transform it into a penitentiary. German prisoners of war laid the rudiments of a prison that awaited 4,500 U.S. Army convicts. By the time of Weiss's arrival, the only structures were 3 single-story brick hovels that had been farm buildings. One served as a clinic. The other 2 were the mess hall and the camp office. The prisoners had to construct everything else, from the cages they would be kept in to the watchtowers from which they would be shot if they attempted to escape. Weiss was assigned to a pup tent with another inmate for the rest of the night. In the morning, black truck drivers from racially segregated services of supply units delivered wood, barbed wire, nails, and other materials for the prisoners to construct their new home. Work details broke the frozen ground with picks to make punishment pits and to plant fence posts along the base perimeter. The men worked quickly and for long hours. When they were not working, they lined up outdoors for meals from the camp kitchen and shared a communal latrine. Short of blankets, they slept in their clothes. The inmates' uniforms were neither warm nor waterproof. Incessant rain soaked their jackets, trousers, and combat boots. They batted their bodies with cold hands to keep from freezing. Those who contracted pneumonia were taken to military hospitals off base and returned to work as soon as they recovered. The camp canteen had little hot food, and prisoners survived mostly on cold rations. However, to be fair, Weiss wrote, we didn't get enough food on the front either. Weiss observed the camp's staff of military police, most of whom had been civilian police officers before the war. His opinion of them was not high. The staff sergeant in charge of the guard detail carried a tent pole that he used to beat prisoners who annoyed him. He had been a policeman in New York, but the city was no bond between him and Weiss. Behind his back, Weiss called him Bowlegs. His nickname for one huge MP who had been a beat cop in Chicago was Big Al. The commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Henry L. Peck, had been a building contractor in the United States. Weiss recalled, sometimes I'd see him walking to his office, a dour, inaccessible, crisp-looking officer, and wondered how he reconciled his position as a prison administrator, trapped in a backwater, riding herd on a bunch of misfits, when fighting colonels were leading men at the sharp end. Having been at the sharp end, and, in his own mind, failed, Weiss knew that it held fewer dangers for a colonel than a dog-faced infantryman. It troubled him that, at the disciplinary training center, there was neither training nor rehabilitation. The men were simply warehoused. Disciplinary training centers were intended as a progressive alternative to the Army's disciplinary barracks, where only the worst offenders were caged. The new name pointed towards a reformed philosophy of punishment, whose guiding idea was that convicts remained soldiers capable of being retrained for service. The Prisoner's Handbook for another DTC stated that the purpose of confinement was honorably restoring to the Army those of you who can demonstrate by your attitude, conduct, aptness, and bearing that you are worthy of such action. The practice at most DTCs never matched the theory. At the Lichfield DTC in Staffordshire, England, guards were so brutal to prisoners, especially convicted deserters, that they were court-martialed. As Weiss discovered, the Loire DTC had no program to rehabilitate any prisoner or honorably to restore him to service. It did have a rigorous regime of hard labor, gratuitous cruelty, petty privations, and insufficient inedible food. Guidelines set by the theater provost marshal, Major General Milton A. Record, stipulated that prisoners should be treated neither with such laxity that confinement might appear an attractive alternative to duty, nor with a severity that would create undue resistance to any possibility of rehabilitation. His directives required that prisoners housed in buildings sleep on wooden pallets or wooden bunks without mattresses or springs, while those housed in sheltered tents, like Weiss, may be provided bed sack with a minimum amount of straw. Regarding diet, General Record's instructions stated, meat will be provided solely for the comfort of the prisoner except under most unusual circumstances. He added, light shall not be made available for the comfort of the prisoner. It may, however, be used to facilitate work and instruction. By the second week of December, the outlines of the camp were becoming visible. Cages, each as large as a football field in which the prisoners pitched their two-man tents. Underground solitary confinement holes sealed with iron bars. Barbed wire surrounding the camp and dividing it into sections, and watchtowers from which MPs with .30 caliber machine guns were prepared to shoot anyone who stepped outside the wire. The provost marshal's office reported that the men soon constructed the basic compound, comprising a large area surrounded by a double apron fence, 14 feet high. 11 cages kept the prisoners segregated according to the crime which they had committed. Weiss was confined with the other deserters, all of them serving from 20 years to life. This was nothing like his father's war. 28. Anger shared, controlled, and directed to the single purpose of destroying the enemy is a powerful force for survival and for victory. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 325. Corporal Alfred T. Whitehead had much to be grateful for when Thanksgiving came to the Schnee-Eifel region on 23 November 1944. Since the return of his 2nd Battalion from Paris 10 days before, the front line along the Belgian-German border had been static. The 38th Regiment had dug deep trenches and fashioned log cabins from the ubiquitous pines. It had also constructed a small church that would not have been out of place on the frontier in Davy Crockett's time. Cooks delivered hot food much of the time, and some of the better hunters supplemented their diet with venison. Charles B. MacDonald, an infantry captain and later the leading historian of the Siegfried Line campaign, wrote, "It was also true that the Germans on the other side of the line were, for the most part, content to emulate the Americans in keeping the sector relatively quiescent. For the infantry, despite making regular patrols and braving mortar and artillery rounds, the battlefield did not get much better." To celebrate Thanksgiving, Headquarters Company rotated to a rest area near the Belgian town of Saint-Vith. As they pulled out of the line, Whitehead perched on the tailgate of one of the trucks beside another soldier. After about 10 miles, the men saw an ambulance burning beside the road. It must have been hit by German artillery. Before they could react, the Germans shelled them. "A roaring explosion rocked the truck," Whitehead wrote, "and metal fragments flew only inches from my head, going right through the hand of the non-com sitting next to me. The truck raced for safety to a bend in the road where the driver fell dead. Whitehead and another soldier jumped off and ran through a snowbound field. The other soldier said he had been hit and blood gushed from his foot. Medics picked him up and the troops resumed their journey." Their billet was an old farmhouse, with a front porch that reminded Whitehead of those back home in Tennessee. The camp provided rare luxuries like hot showers, clean uniforms, and USO shows. Thanksgiving turkey was served with all the trimmings, but the roadside shelling had rattled Whitehead so much that he could not enjoy it. As he had done in childhood to escape his stepfather, he sauntered into the woods alone in search of game. There was nothing worth shooting until sunset, when a large jackrabbit bounded into his line of sight. He shot it, but without an appetite, gave it to a Belgian farmer. Back on the line a week later, Whitehead alternated between patrols and standing watch. For the first time, he heard the famous voice from Radio Berlin of an American woman who called herself Midge at the mic. The GIs called her Axis Sally, but her real name was Mildred Elizabeth Gillers. She had quit her job teaching English in Berlin in 1935 to broadcast for the Nazis. From December 1941, when the United States entered the war, her target audience was the U.S. military. "I'm afraid you're yearning plenty for someone else," her sultry voice cooed to homesick GIs. "But I just wonder if she isn't running around with the 4 Fs way back home." Her appeals for troops to surrender and enjoy eggs and bacon frying failed to impress Whitehead. "That kind of propaganda bullshit didn't move us in the slightest," he wrote. On 11 December, The 106th Infantry Division relieved the 2nd along the thinly defended front lines. The 2nd moved west by motor convoy through Sanvit to Camp d'Elsenborn, just behind the Elsenborn Ridge in Belgium. This was the assembly point for a proposed attack on the highway between Krinkelt in Belgium and Dryborn in Luxembourg. The objective was control of the Schwamenoil Dam on the river Rohr, where the Germans stood ready to flood American forces moving towards the Rhine. On 13 December, the 2nd Division left Elsenborn for the Belgian village called Rocherath. From there, the 9th Infantry Regiment attempted to breach the German lines. The 38th stayed just behind, waiting to pour through any opening the 9th made. But German resistance at a fortified customs house near the Wallerscheid Road junction stopped the offensive dead. The indecisive battle continued until 15 December. That afternoon, cooks brought hot food up to the line where the 38th Regiment waited to follow the 9th into battle. To the veterans, it was like the kiss of death, wrote Cleve Barclay, based on his father's reminiscences. Although delighted to wolf down hot chow, they knew that this gesture meant only one thing. They'd be going into action soon. Early on the morning of 16 December, the 2nd Battalion of the 9th Regiment penetrated the German lines to capture prisoners and pillboxes, followed by the 3rd Battalion of the 9th Regiment. Whitehead's 2nd Battalion of the 38th Infantry Regiment came forward. When we reached our attack point, we no longer had the protection of the dense forest. Here the enemy had cleared a large killing zone to the front of their forts, filling it with massive, formidable objects, wire and mines. The 2nd Battalion led the 9th Regiment into the fray. Captain Charles B. MacDonald wrote, "By midnight, the 2nd Battalion, 38th Infantry Regiment, held a substantial bridgehead within the Wallerscheid strongpoint, and another battalion was filing silently through the gap. One battalion swung northwest, the other northeast. From one position to another, the men moved swiftly, blowing the doors of pillboxes with beehive charges, killing or capturing the occupants, prodding sleepy Germans from foxholes, and capturing 77 at one blow at the custom house. Whitehead claimed no small part of the credit for victory. He allegedly destroyed 16 enemy emplacements, including several pillboxes with a flamethrower, achievements other veterans of the battle doubted. Whitehead also wrote that his platoon leader submitted his name for a Silver Star. The 2nd Battalion pushed another 1,500 yards through the Monschau forest, where German artillery and machine gunners opened up on them. By 17 December, the offensive had gone as far as it could. Nature that day took Germany's side. Fog and sleet made life miserable for the GIs and grounded Allied planes. While Whitehead was digging a slit trench, a male orderly ran up to him. "You are surrounded," he recalled the young man saying. "The Germans have broken through, taken the water dump, the mail dump, and all the Christmas presents are gone." Whitehead answered, "You're as crazy as hell." The 9th and 38th Regiments were deep inside German territory. Neither they nor their commanders knew that Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt had launched the mass counter-offensive that the newspapers would call the Battle of the Bulge. When Whitehead realized the male orderly was not lying, he thought that we'd all but won the war when this staggering bit of bad news hit us. The 38th Regiment's advance was about to reverse itself. The 38th hastily pulled back from Wallerscheid's crossroads to the Elsenborn Ridge. The Germans appeared to be on the way to achieving their objective of driving a wedge between the Allied armies and seizing the Belgian port of Antwerp, which had opened to Allied ships only on 26 November. By evening, the 2nd Battalion had fought a rearguard action to make its way to Rocherath. Not knowing the larger strategy of the situation, Whitehead wrote, we were all bitching, and I was wondering out loud why in the hell those people in the rear couldn't hold what we'd already taken. Frontline troops would pay the price for the failure of command and intelligence to notice the buildup. For the next 3 days, the 2nd Division and the other forces arrayed along the German frontier waged a struggle for survival. The inexperienced 99th Division was nearly destroyed. Positions changed hands many times, orders were lost, and men died when their own side mistakenly fired on them. No pity was given by us or the enemy, Whitehead wrote. Our wounded and dying who fell into the roads or whose fighting in foxholes were run over and ground to pieces by the German tanks. Whitehead joined a dawn patrol on 19 December. Entering a house, he saw an SS officer coming at him with a bayonet, knocked down by the officer's rifle butt. Whitehead said he moved quickly enough to stab the German with a trench knife. The struggle went on until Whitehead shot him with his .45. The encounter was remarkably similar to one he described on Hill 192 in Normandy. During those 3 days, there had been no time to rest. Except for short 10 to 20-minute periods could any of us close our eyes, he remembered. Many a time I'd reach down and grab some snow and rub it in my face to keep awake, while saying to myself, I'm okay, I'm okay. Although Whitehead's account of his bravery from 16 to 19 December seemed unbelievable, some soldiers achieved at least one of the many feats he claimed for himself, calling in artillery on his own position to eliminate Germans who had overrun it, disabling Panther tanks with bazookas and shooting the crews as they climbed out, and hiding in a house with Germans inside and sneaking out wearing a German coat. All of these things happened, but it is unlikely the same man was responsible for them all. Nothing in his service record confirms these tales of daring do, but there is no doubt Whitehead was entitled to a share in the 2nd Battalion's Distinguished Unit Citation for outstanding courage, skill, and fearless initiative demonstrated by all personnel. 3 days of fighting, house to house and hand to hand, in the twin towns of Krinkelt and Rocherath, ended with the 38th's withdrawal under fire. By 20 December, most of the 2nd Division had withdrawn about 3 miles to the heights at Elsenborn, a long, natural ridge and a far tighter and more defensible position than the scattered roads and villages of the border. From there, U.S. forces could shell the Germans below. Whitehead recalled that officers never used the word withdrawal, preferring move to different positions. At least 1,030 2nd Division troops received treatment for wounds in the first 3 days. Hundreds of others were dead, had deserted, or were taken prisoner. Al Whitehead was alive, free of injury, and had not run away. Nor was he in a German prison camp, like Sergeant Frank Hardtack Kviatek, who had trained him at Camp McCoy, Wisconsin. By Christmas, the German offensive was concentrating further south against the U.S. 101st Airborne and other units at Bastogne. Around Elsenborn, 38th Regiment troops dug slit trenches most of Christmas Day and celebrated with cold K-rations. A few days later, overseeing a burial detail of Germans, Whitehead betrayed callously that was unusual even in a man who had been long in battle. I put my pick through their heads, pried them up, and dragged them over to the edge of a pit that had been dug, then shoved them in. The other men in the detail, new replacements, didn't like the way I was doing the job and stared at me in disbelief. The right side of his abdomen had been hurting for several days, and he requested painkillers from the dispensary. The doctor whom he had known at Camp McCoy examined him and said, "My God, Whitehead, this war's over for you." Whitehead was incredulous. The doctor explained, "You've got to have an operation for appendicitis. You'll have to go back to England, and then it will probably be back to the States for you." 29. Such a sufferer from war shock is not a weakling, he is not a coward. He is a battle casualty. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 353. One evening in late December, an infantry captain came to the Loire Disciplinary Training Center near Le Mans. The prisoners lined up outdoor at his makeshift desk to hear the captain's proposal. A veteran recovering from battle wounds, the captain invited volunteers for the front lines. The German counter-offensive that began in the Ardennes forest on 16 December was taking thousands of Allied lives, and the army needed men to replace them. It would grant freedom to any inmate who returned to fight. When the war ended, records would be wiped clean and discharges would be honorable. A few convicts signed up, demonstrating bravery that Weiss admired. When Weiss faced the captain, he volunteered for any duty, including mine disposal, apart from the infantry. His mental condition, which had received no medical attention, made infantry combat unimaginable. The captain said it was the infantry or nothing. Weiss later wrote, "I turned him down cold." Before sunrise every morning, the camp bugler blew reveille. Men who slept in their uniforms for warmth needed no time to dress. They queued to brush their teeth and headed to the mess hall to wait for their powdered eggs or porridge. Someone yelled at Weiss one dark morning on the way to breakfast. "Get the lead out." He responded, "Blow it out your ass." It was a mistake. An MP pushed his face into the mess hall's brick wall. After an hour, frozen to the spot, Weiss heard the staff sergeant behind him shouting, "So this is the son of a bitch who won't follow orders." Before Weiss could answer, a fist slammed into the side of his face and cracked his skull into the brickwork. My eyes stung, blood rushed down my cheek and dripped on the ground, Weiss wrote. Bowlegs dragged him to the administration office, kicking him all the way. An officer ordered Weiss to explain himself. Bleeding and humiliated, he said that he had thought the person telling him to get the lead out in the dark was a fellow prisoner. Otherwise, he would have kept his mouth shut. Bowlegs challenged Weiss to put on the gloves. Before Weiss could answer, the officer ordered him to shut up and get out. That would have been the end of it. But the staff sergeant selected Weiss for further torment. He took particular satisfaction in catching Weiss visiting another prisoner's cage and beating the hell out of him with his tent pole. Weiss was as bitter as he was powerless. Two prisoners from the 82nd Airborne Division could not take the Loire DTC any longer and cut through the wire one night. At morning roll call, no one answered to their names. Guards were irate, prisoners elated. I was not only pleased with their accomplishment, Weiss wrote, but delighted they had lulled the staff into thinking that as prisoner athletic instructors, a soft billet, they would stay behind the wire. The convicts bet cigarettes on whether the two paratroopers would be captured. 4 days later, Staff Sergeant Bowlegs dragged the two escapees through the wire into camp. The other prisoners watched disconsolately as he kicked the paratroopers and beat them with his tent pole. Bowlegs shoved them underground into a punishment hole where they languished for a week on bread and water. When the week was up, the Army transferred them to federal prison in the United States. Official policy stated that those having no salvage value were sent to the U.S. The directive on treatment of U.S. soldiers in confinement from the Theater Provost Marshal, Major General Milton A. Rickard, stated, "Cruelty or unusual punishments will not be tolerated." That did not prevent brutality from characterizing the camp regime, whether by design or due to lack of supervision of the more sadistic guards. One afternoon, when there was no rain, the guards took the men on a march outside the base perimeter. One prisoner strayed to the left, and a guard shouted, "Hey you, get back in the line!" When the man slipped to the side of the column again, The same MP aimed his .45 caliber revolver and fired. The man fell. Grabbing his bleeding leg, he cried out in agony. Some of the prisoners went to his aid, while the others stared in disbelief. Another guard called for the medics, who came about an hour later in an ambulance to take him to a hospital. The other prisoners concealed their outrage at the guard, who was not punished. Steve Weiss met two other deserters from the 36th Division, Jim Dixon and Frank Turek. The last time Weiss saw Dixon in Lyon, he was on his way with Clarence Wydaw to a medical station to seek treatment for psychoneurosis. The doctors accepted that Wydaw, who had gone silent after having nearly been burned alive by Germans, needed treatment. They returned Dixon to the division, whose court-martial board convicted him of misbehavior before the enemy and sentenced him to 25 years hard labor. I remember running into Dixon at the DTC, Weiss said, but we never had much in common. He was not trustworthy. The two soldiers who had deserted together on 28 October avoided each other after their initial meeting at the DTC. Frank Turek, who had deserted from the 36th on the same day as Weiss, had not been with Charlie Company long enough for them to have become friends. We talked a bit, Weiss said. We did not know each other. What I remember about him, and that behavior I admired, was that he was able to directly assess, for whatever it was worth, that being up on the front was too dangerous for him to exist. I couldn't do that. I wavered. Once construction of the camp was complete, time passed slowly. There were no books to read, little work to do, no sports program, and no rehabilitation or counseling. Hard labor became anything but hard. It was calisthenics, marching, a lot of hanging around, Weiss said. I was leading a bunch of fellows maybe an hour or two a day in calisthenics. Some of the inmates, black and white, formed a choir to entertain the other prisoners. Their repertoire consisted of what Weiss called the typical songs that white and black would know. One of the most popular was Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. Black-white cooperation in the choir did not imply that relations between the races were relaxed. A Texan Weiss had known in the 36th Division resented sharing quarters with black prisoners. He was a tough hombre, tall, slender, a Gary Cooper type, Weiss said. The Texan attacked one black prisoner who fought back with all he had. The other inmates urged them on. The guards ignored the fracas. It was a good slugfest, Weiss said. I'd call it a draw. A majority of the inmates at the Loire DTC were black enlisted men, most of whom had been convicted for non-military crimes like murder, rape, larceny, armed robbery, petty theft, and other violations of civilian criminal law. Army records showed that black soldiers received harsher penalties than whites convicted of the same crimes, and they were more likely to be put to death. There were two methods for administering the death penalty in the Army: shooting and hanging. Hanging is considered more ignominious than shooting, an Army circular of 8 July 1943 noted, and is the usual method, for example, in the case of a person sentenced to death for spying, for murder in connection with mutiny, or for a violation of Article of War 92, rape. Shooting is the usual method of a person sentenced to death for a purely military offense, as sleeping on post. When courts-martial condemned soldiers to death, someone had to execute the sentence. All American troops in the European theater of operations were trained to fire rifles, qualifying them for firing squads. Few, if any, had the skills of a hangman, with more men sentenced to hang than to be shot. A hangman had to be found. The Army's initial proposal was to hire a local executioner, but a French liaison officer at U.S. Army G1 Personnel Headquarters expressed doubt that a French national could be found as a hangman because hanging is not a method of execution in France. Unwilling to employ the guillotine, the Army searched for an American hangman. On 16 September 1944, Lieutenant General John C.H. Lee, commander of the Services of Supply in Europe, appealed to all base section commanders for a hangman. His outgoing classified message stated, "Classified confidential survey requested to be made of your command to determine whether any EM, enlisted man, is a qualified hangman. If qualified EM is located, determine whether he will volunteer for such duty. Report name, rank, ASN, Army serial number, and organization of all volunteers by TWX, Teletype Writer Exchange, giving qualifications." Corporal Eric Click of the 4237th Quartermaster Sterilization Company volunteered, but he had merely witnessed rather than taken part in a few executions in the United States. Two other potential executioners stepped forward: Private Second Class John C. Woods of the 5th Engineer Special Brigade and Private First Class Thomas Robinson of the 554th Quartermaster's Depot. Lieutenant Colonel Alan C. Spencer of the Adjutant General's office wrote to General Lee that Wood's experience had been limited to his having been assistant hangman twice in the state of Texas and twice in the state of Oklahoma. A simple check of Wood's claims would have shown that the electric chair had replaced the noose in both states: Oklahoma in 1911 when Woods was 7, and Texas in 1923 when he was 20. Private First Class Robinson of New York City had been a baker. Nevertheless, the Army appointed Woods its official hangman and Robinson his assistant. While the generals wanted enlisted men to conduct the hangings, just as only enlisted men served on firing squads, the executioner needed a higher rank than buck private. This was quickly rectified, as Major General Milton A. Rickard, Theater Provost Marshal, wrote on 28 December, "G1 has promised to provide the grade recommended by me for the hangman in order to compensate him in a small measure for the work he is to perform. I am recommending the hangman be made a Master Sergeant and his assistant hangman a T3, Technician 3rd grade." At a stroke, Buck Private Woods was promoted to Master Sergeant Woods, leapfrogging Private First Class. Contradictory records referred to him as both PFC and Corporal Robinson to outrank him by 2 grades. In October, Woods and Robinson began a pilgrimage through France in an Army truck lugging their portable scaffold on a trailer. Army policy directed that hangings for rape take place in the communities where the offense was committed. The victims and their families were invited to witness American military justice, proof that the United States Army condemned mistreatment of the local population. When hanging in the community proved impractical, executions took place in DTCs. Woods and Robinson's peregrinations took them in mid-December to the Loire Disciplinary Training Center, where Steve Weiss was detailed to help erect the gallows for the hanging of 2 men. One had been convicted of murder, the other of raping a French woman. Both were black. The War Department's procedure for military executions of 12 June 1944 laid down guidelines for every aspect of putting soldiers to death by hanging as well as by musketry. Weiss, who had long conversations with Hangman Woods, saw the 41-year-old sergeant as a small-framed Texan from San Antonio, the bottom of his overseas cap resting at eye level, wearing a .45 automatic on each hip. Not only did Woods sport the 2 .45s in matching holsters like a cowboy, he regaled Weiss with tales of hangings he had done. One of his claims was to have hanged more than 300 men in 14 years. This was an unlikely statistic for a man who had become a military executioner only 2 months before and whose prior record had included self-claimed assistance at only 4 hangings. When Weiss and the other inmates completed the scaffold at the top of a rise beside the camp, Woods made a show of testing the drop, a trap door, and the rest of the equipment. To Woods' eye, everything was in working order. What the Army manual called the ceremony began when a detail of MPs unlocked the condemned man's cage and put him in handcuffs. The other death row inmates erupted in fury, screaming and banging tin cups against their cages. The rest of the prisoners stood at attention beside their pup tents. The MPs led the condemned man through the camp and out the gate to the gallows. Weiss, who was standing nearby, watched the black soldier mount the steps. The commanding officer, the chaplain, and the medical officer, as prescribed in the manual, were waiting for him at the top. With them was Sergeant Woods. The commanding officer read out the sentence and, as the manual required, asked, "Do you have any statement to make before the order directing your execution is carried out?" The convict had nothing to say. Sergeant Woods stepped forward, holding out a hood that, according to the regulations, was of black sateen material, split at the open end so it would come well down to the prisoner's chest and back. A drawstring will be attached to secure the hood snugly around the neck. Weiss wrote. Woods placed a black hood over the man's head, tied a rope around his neck, and sprang the trap door. The convict disappeared, the regulations stipulating that the lower portion of the scaffold will be covered to conceal the body of the prisoner from the spectators after the trap is sprung. The medical officer, who was required to certify death, pulled aside the green canvas cloth. Weiss saw that the condemned man was still breathing. The doctor pressed a stethoscope to the writhing chest and shook his head. Weiss realized the man's neck had not broken, leaving him to writhe at the end of the rope unseen by everyone except Weiss and the medical officer. 15 minutes later, the body went still. The doctor listened again. The man had at last strangled to death. The regulations stipulated a different procedure. Every precaution will be taken to prevent the protracted suffering of the prisoner. Adjutant General A.E. O'Leary had instructed in an order of 8 July 1943. The 27 September 1944 directive from the judge advocate updated the order. In the event the construction proves to be defective, the rope breaks, or the execution is not successful, the procedure will be repeated until the prescribed punishment has been administered. No precaution had been taken to prevent protracted suffering, and the doctor did not suggest cutting the man down to be hanged again. As with the French firing squad that shot the Médecins at Alboussier, the hanging had been botched. Both experiences left Weiss sick. A few days later, he was ordered to assist at the hanging of the second black convict. Woods was no more efficient than he had been at the previous execution, and the second man also strangled slowly to death. Weiss gave Woods the benefit of the doubt, writing, "Whether it was Woods's failure to kill quickly, or whether the fault lies in hanging as a method that allowed the condemned to linger inhumanly, may never be known." From D-Day in Normandy to the autumn of 1945, the Judge Advocate General's official history noted 70 soldiers, all enlisted men, had been executed in the European theater of operations. Of this number, 15 were white, 55, nearly 80%, were black. The bodies of the executed prisoners were sent to a First World War cemetery near Fay-en-Tardenois, where they were interred in unmarked graves. Their families were not informed how they died or where they were buried, another violation of procedure. Some families received a second telegram following the announcement of death, saying the soldier had died of willful misconduct. The War Department officially instructed, if the next of kin or relatives of the deceased desire the body, the officer designated to execute the sentence will, if practicable, permit its delivery to them for burial. In practice, this almost never happened. Weiss, already convinced that the army was unjust to the living, observed that it was unfair to the dead as well. Journalists were not permitted to cover executions. Instructions from Brigadier General Ralph B. Lovett, Adjutant General for the European Theater of Operations on 14 December 1944, to all officers exercising general court-martial jurisdiction were clear. Appropriate information will be made available to the press after an execution has been carried out. Under no circumstances will any such release include the name of the soldier or identify the organization of which he was a member. Reporting details of the execution of our boys might have harmed morale on the home front. Steve Weiss spent the winter of 1944-5 doing calisthenics and mulling over his crime. Despite his mental dislocation, the camp psychiatrist did not interview him. The Loire DTC offered the teenage soldier no psychological care, no rehabilitation, and no training. Weiss had every reason to believe that he would spend the rest of his life there, because the Army had not informed him that 2 days after his trial, the 36th Division's judge advocates had reviewed his sentence. The sentence is approved. Major Harry B. Kelton, the Adjutant General in General Dahlquist's headquarters, wrote on 9 November, but the period of confinement is reduced to 20 years. After the court-martial, the War Department sent a telegram to William Weiss to inform him his son was alive. When the telegram came that I was back on duty, there was a big celebration, Steve Weiss remembered. All the family, the extended family, got together at the apartment and celebrated. He was alive, no longer missing in action, no longer presumed dead. He was, however, a deserter. It didn't seem to be an issue, Weiss recalled. The family's response to his desertion might have been shame if I had a different kind of father. Far from rejecting his son, the First World War veteran wrote to the War Department demanding a fair hearing for him. I am writing to you in reference to my son, Private Stephen J. Weiss, number 12228033. It will interest you to know what has been done to a boy who enlisted in the Army at the age of 18, who gave his blood to the Red Cross at various times, who saved every penny to buy bonds, who could not wait for his graduation from high school to sign up with the Army. After 5 months' training, he was sent overseas, arrived in Africa, fought at Anzio beachhead. We received 2 telegrams from the War Department that he was missing in action. He was attached to the 7th Army, 143rd Infantry, and fought his way into the southern part of France. While he was lost from his outfit, he attached himself with a paratroop outfit. In Yank magazine of November 12, 1944, the story will tell what 13 guerrillas did as he was one of a band of irregulars, soldiers who were lost from their outfit. They blew up bridges, hampered the German transportation. For days they were living in a hayloft. They finally attached themselves to the French underground with the Maquis of France, who looked after them. One day they came with French police uniforms and dressed in them and were taken in back of the lines. If they were caught, they would have been shot as spies. My boy reported to his outfit, sick, starved, and in a state of psychoneurosis. The medics laughed at him. They gave him a general court-martial because he was away from his outfit and accused him of leaving his outfit in the line of duty under fire with the enemy. His sentence was handed out life in prison. The reviewing authority reduced the period of confinement to 20 years and suspended the execution of dishonorable discharge until the soldier's release from confinement, forfeiture of all pay and allowances. He has been confined since November 7, 1944. My desire is that you please take action in this matter, as my wife is very sick, and my father, who is an old man, won't live much longer if this condition keeps on. If ever a boy of 18 was given a raw deal, my boy received same. He has had frozen feet and a skin infection. Every letter we receive from him tells of what he is going through. This is the thanks he received for giving his all for his country. Please investigate this. All that I ask is that my boy be restored to duty and given a square deal. I am a Purple Heart man, having fought in the last war. The Adjutant General, Norman B. Nussbaum, wrote to the commanding general asking that This office be furnished information upon which to base a reply, together with a copy of the Staff Judge Advocate's review, if available. Although Weiss's father had not kept him out of the Army in 1943, he was doing all he could to free him from prison in 1945. In his view, the Army was treating the common soldier no better in this war than it had when it tried to deny his 77th New York Division the honors of victory in 1919. In the meantime, the military authorities were slowly addressing the case of Private Stephen J. Weiss. Treating combat exhaustion through courts-martial was proving to be a failure. Among the consequences for the armed forces was the steady loss of good soldiers to prisons when psychiatrists might have rendered them fit for further service. Its effort on the men themselves was incalculable. Because the war had damaged their mental health as surely as bullets had their bodies, they needed treatment rather than punishment. Among the senior officers who began to understand this problem was Major General John E. Dahlquist, Weiss's former commander. Although he had demanded in 1944 that division courts-martial bring in more guilty verdicts and harsher sentences for desertion, he had changed his mind by February 1945. At the time, his division was suffering more desertions than any other. On 28 February, he wrote to Lieutenant General Ben Lear, the deputy theater commander. The problem of war-weary men in the infantry of the old divisions which fought in Italy is one of the most serious we have. Medically, these men are all right. That is, the doctor is not able to find anything wrong with them. They do not qualify as exhaustion cases, therefore they cannot be reclassified for other duty under present regulations. Yet, these men should be removed from the infantry because they've lost their zip and tend to weaken the fighting spirit of the new men. For the past month, we've been gradually ridding our ranks of the bad exhaustion, psychoneurotic cases, and the war-weary where possible. This must be handled very quietly, however. For if any intimation that we were doing such a thing got noised around, our aid stations would be flooded with infantrymen trying to get reclassified. Combat infantry commanders like Dahlquist were daily confronted with the reality that some men could not help breaking down. Rear echelon officers, however, were not ready to recognize the problem. Major General E.S. Hughes, on reading a copy of Dahlquist's letter, wrote to General Lear, "I do not agree with General Dahlquist that men who have lost their zip should be removed from the infantry. I think General Dahlquist overstresses both physical and mental fatigue." Parts of the Army apparatus were changing. The U.S. Medical Corps sent psychologists to detention training centers in the spring of 1945 to discover from inmates themselves what made them desert. One visiting psychologist at the Loire DTC asked to examine Steve Weiss. Weiss recalled, "I reported to a medium-sized, dark-haired, scholarly man wearing glasses in a small office in one of the camp's administrative buildings. The Army psychologist asked him, 'How do you feel?' 'I don't know,' Weiss answered. 'I don't feel anything.'" This initiated a conversation in which, for the first time since he joined the Army, Weiss discussed what he had done, what had been done to him, and his impressions of both. The full story that he had kept inside, even at his court-martial, came rushing out. His alienation from Captain Simmons, his experiences in combat, his service with the Resistance and the OSS, his sense of abandonment when he returned to the 36th Division, the deaths of his friends, his fears, and his breakdown from under artillery barrages. The psychologist was more sympathetic than Weiss had expected from someone who was also an officer. The psychologist put the young soldier's confusion into context, explaining that Weiss had turned his anger at Captain Simmons against himself. What Weiss ought to have done to preserve his sanity, he said, was to confront Simmons rather than run away. He said, "Enduring prolonged combat left you with very little choice. Hang tough another day or withdraw. You chose the latter, because it was no longer possible to tolerate that amount of anxiety. For the first time since Weiss enlisted, someone understood him. The psychologist said that Weiss's desertion did not mean he was a failure. Rather, he explained, it seems that you simply tried to reduce the threat of being overwhelmed emotionally without having accumulated the required coping tools. The vocabulary of psychological analysis was new to Weiss. The psychologist let Weiss absorb his words before concluding, "Someone has made a horrible mistake." "What's that, sir?" "You don't belong here. You belong in a hospital." At this time, officers at disciplinary training centers reported that half the men convicted of desertion and absence without leave were suffering from combat fatigue. At the Loire DTC, 90% of the convicted deserters were, like Weiss, from infantry rifle companies. The psychologist who examined Weiss recommended that the charges against him be dropped and the young soldier returned to duty. Weeks passed during which Weiss heard nothing. He endured the prison routine, slowly losing hope that he would ever leave. In April, President Roosevelt died. In May, the Red Army conquered Berlin. Hitler committed suicide, and Germany surrendered. Some American troops in Europe were being prepared for service in the Pacific, where the war against Japan still raged. History was passing Weiss by. One day in June, a colonel from the Judge Advocate General's office arrived at the Loire DTC to interview Weiss. Having studied the psychologist's report, the colonel had to determine whether the young soldier merited a second chance. On him alone depended Weiss's future: another 20 years in prison or a return to the United States Army. Weiss waited in front of the colonel's desk, watching him study the case file. The colonel asked, "Will you fight in the Pacific?" Weiss stood at attention and answered, "Yes, sir." It was the right answer. Weiss had not changed his mind about returning to the infantry. General Eisenhower had given an order, which every infantryman knew, that no soldier who had fought in 2 theaters of operation would be sent to a third. Weiss had fought in the Mediterranean theater of operations in Italy and southern France, and in the European theater of operations in eastern France. He could not be forced to fight in the Pacific theater. The colonel, who was apparently unaware of Eisenhower's directive, approved Weiss's release from prison and restoration to the service. Weiss was free, but he was not going to the Pacific. He was on his way to Paris. The last laugh was his. 30. For love there is no substitute. For the pangs of separation there is no perfect cure, except winning the war and getting home to the loved ones again. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 342. Al Whitehead was anything but a cooperative patient at the first hospital of the Seine base section in Paris. When a nurse attempted to relieve him of his weapons soon after his arrival in early January, he clung to his .45 caliber pistol and kept it under his pillow. He ate little, months of short rations in the field having reduced his appetite. Unable to sleep, even with tranquilizers, he paid someone in the hospital to bring him Calvados, cognac, or anything else he could get his hands on. A bottle of Calvados arrived. Whitehead took it to the kitchen, mixed it with a can of grapefruit juice, and drank it all. As he recalled later, he slept for 3 days. When he woke, an American nurse informed him that, following his recovery from appendicitis, he was shipping out. That was the best news I'd heard since my arrival, so I didn't ask where. I assumed it would be back to my division since the pain in my side had subsided. The 2nd Division at this time, 11 January 1945, was still holding the Elsenborn Ridge in Belgium. The Army dispatched Whitehead to the 94th Reinforcement Battalion, a replacement depot in Fontainebleau, south of Paris. Whitehead arrived at the depot at 10 o'clock in the morning of 12 January, and he did his best from that moment not to fit in. He resented being a replacement, waiting to be sent to a new outfit. The 2nd Division, he wrote, was where he belonged. However, he recognized he was suffering from combat fatigue and would have been a detriment to myself and others. When a sergeant upbraided him for filling his cigarette lighter with petrol, as he had done at the front, he threatened to kill him. Most of the officers and non-coms at the depot, like the majority of replacement enlisted men there, had not seen action. Whitehead had been in combat continuously from D-Day through 30 December 1944, and he had earned the Silver Star, 2 Bronze Stars, Combat Infantry Badge, and Distinguished Unit Citation. As far as he was concerned, he did not have to take shit from anyone, and he didn't. When a young lieutenant issued him a bolt-action First World War vintage rifle for guard duty, he told him to take the pea shooter and shove it up his ass. Unable or unwilling to accept he was no longer on the front lines, he demanded a Thompson submachine gun and a trench knife. Steve Weiss resented being forced to return to Charlie Company, but Al Whitehead was enraged that the Army was not sending him back to his old outfit. By January 1945, with a desperate need to replace men lost during the Germans' Ardennes offensive, the policy had changed. The Army sent veterans who had recovered from wounds or illness wherever they were needed, not necessarily back to their old divisions. After 6 days at the depot, Whitehead was fed up and requested a 3-day pass. The first sergeant, company commander, and chaplain in turn told him to wait, and he cursed them all. As he stormed out the front gate, a sentry called out, "Halt, or I'll shoot!" Whitehead shouted back, "Go to hell." When Whitehead marched out of the depot, he could have done what many soldiers in the rear had done before him, desert to the front. Steve Weiss's battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel David M. Fraser, had done just that in 1943 when he left a military hospital in North Africa to rejoin his men for the invasion of Italy. At about the same time, 3 19-year-old privates left their unit in Algeria to fight in Tunisia, after hitching rides to reach the front 800 miles to the east. They were confronted by Major John T. Corley of the 1st Infantry Division. Corley did not condone their offense, but he put them into battle. "You certainly went AWOL in the right direction," he said. Corley was promoted to lieutenant colonel and given command of the 3rd Battalion of the 26th Infantry Regiment, indicating that his superiors had at least tacitly accepted his decision to put the AWOLs into combat. A month before Whitehead walked off the base, an American Red Cross volunteer, Virginia von Lomp of Yonkers, New York, deserted her post in Paris. Although under military discipline, Miss von Lomp headed east in search of the battered bastards of besieged Bastogne, as newspapers had dubbed the 101st Airborne Division. Surrounded by Germany's 47th Panzer Corps while the Battle of the Bulge raged, the men were running out of ammunition and food. Their acting commander, General Anthony McAuliffe, had just made history by rejecting the Germans' surrender, demanding with one word, "Nuts!" A week before General Patton's Third Army broke through as promised to relieve Bastogne, Ginny von Lomp made it into the maelstrom. She explained to a bemused major inside the city, "I've got some doughnuts for the fellows, sir." He held her as a spy until she proved her nationality by naming the winner of the 1943 World Series, no great difficulty for a New Yorker, as the Brooklyn Dodgers. Whitehead, walking through Fontainebleau to the American Service Club, had not considered deserting to the action. The 2nd Infantry Division, still fighting the Battle of the Bulge that January, was in such desperate need of veteran fighters that it would, in all likelihood, have taken him back. Instead, Whitehead went looking for a drink. MPs at the American Service Club refused him admittance because he had no pass. As he left in search of a bed in a brothel, he thought, "Well, it's death either way you look at it. If I go back up front with that damn pea shooter, I'll be killed. And if I go AWOL, I'll be shot. I might just as well go to Paris and live it up." That is exactly what he did. In Paris the next day, 19 January, he checked into the hotel at 1 Avenue Charles Floquet, where he had lodged while on train guard duty. The hotel proprietress hesitated to give him a room until he assured her that he had a 30-day furlough and was not a deserter. His room had creaky furniture and faded wallpaper, and the bathroom was down the hall. He drank wine and cognac until he passed out. Like many soldiers at the end of a long period of tension, he slept for several days. Sleep, though, did not mean peace. Recurrent nightmares of being under artillery barrages made him break into cold sweats. In the dreams, his younger brother Ewell appeared helpless on the battlefield. After several days of bad dreams and intermittent sleep, he went out to eat. He ordered soup and bread in a small cafe. The waitress, who had a pronounced limp, took pity on him and added some fried eggs and potatoes to his plate. He got into a game of craps with a Frenchman, winning several $100s. Whitehead, in the telling, never lost at gambling. As he was leaving, 2 MPs came in. They asked him his division, and he said the 2nd. This was no longer true. Since leaving the hospital, he had been attached to the 94th Reinforcement Battalion at Fontainebleau. When the MPs demanded his pass, he proffered the 45 he had refused to surrender to the nurse. According to Whitehead, the MPs wanted no trouble with him and left. The waitress gave him the key to her furnished room in a cheap hotel nearby and told him to wait for her there. She returned from work at about midnight. A romance and business partnership, similar to many others between American deserters and their French girlfriends in Paris, began that night. "So we took up a life together," Whitehead wrote, "this little French girl with a limp and myself. Her name was Leah, a pretty girl with dark hair, blue eyes, and a beautiful smile that played hide-and-go-seek with the dimples in her cheek. She taught him rudimentary French, introduced him to museums, and took him to movies and plays. It was the farm boy's first experience of a cultured life he had not known in Tennessee. When he wore old clothes that Leah gave him, no one took him for a soldier. By that time," he wrote, "I decided I was a civilian." In the cafe where Leah worked, he met other deserters. They, however, were German. One was an officer, a blond-haired, blue-eyed man of about 35, with a combat-hardened personality like my own. The officer had served in Paris during the occupation, but he did not retreat with his division. Paris, 5 months after its liberation, was home to deserters from most of the armies in Europe. Living in an underground network of black market con men, pimps, thieves, and gangsters, ex-soldiers of a dozen nationalities evaded American military police and French gendarmes, whose job was to hunt them down. The presence of so many armed men outside military control wreaked havoc in post-liberation Paris. A U.S. Army legal study noted, "Of course, no black market could have grown in any liberated country without cooperation of American military personnel. Cupidity is not an exclusive characteristic of foreigners." French civil courts were more lenient towards black market thieves than were American courts martial. The French director of military justice denounced his country's military tribunals for unjustified leniency. The problem for the U.S. military was not punishment so much as finding the deserters who supplied American equipment to the black market. Late one night, MPs raided the hotel where Al Whitehead was living with Leah. As they knocked on the door, Whitehead crawled out of the window, clasping his .45, and waited on the ledge until they left. It was time to move. The couple rented an apartment the next morning. The modest flat at the River Seine end of the tree-shaded Avenue de la Motte Piquet was less likely to be searched than a hotel. In the new place, he and Leah confided their life stories to each other. Her father had been a village policeman who sent her to a convent to separate her from a young man she loved. She hated her father and had bitter memories of convent life. At the first opportunity, she fled to Paris. When the Wehrmacht occupied Paris, she became the mistress of a German officer. Whitehead admitted he had a wife in Wisconsin. Because he could not write to her without risking capture, Leah sent a letter in French to Whitehead's mother. Whitehead hoped his mother would tell Selma he was alive. Al and Leah survived on her earnings as a waitress, but it was not enough. Another deserter advised Al he could make money with an American black market gang based in a hotel near the Arc de Triomphe. Al went to the shabby lodging off the Avenue Foch to find them. A uniformed American soldier sat in the lobby as if keeping watch. Whitehead was too cautious to speak to him, but he returned to the hotel the next morning. The same GI was there. Again, Whitehead left without saying anything. When he paid a third visit, he said to the soldier who was reading a newspaper, "I guess you're going to tell me this is your day off." "Hell no, I'm AWOL," the soldier said. "What are you going to do about it?" "I'm going to join you." Whitehead met the gang's leader, a sergeant and ex-paratrooper, a short, stocky soldier with blonde, curly hair. The seven-man gang included veterans of the 8th Airborne, 2nd Armored, and the 1st, 3rd, and 8th Infantry Divisions. The sergeant, suspicious that Whitehead might be a police informer, put him to the test. He could join their gang if he stole an Army 6x6 truck. Within minutes, Whitehead spotted an American supply truck stopped in traffic and climbed in. He pressed his .45 against the head of the driver, a black enlisted man, and said, "Get out and run down to that red neon sign, and keep going and don't look back, or I'll shoot you right between your eyes." Whitehead passed, taking his place in one of many gangs of ex-soldiers terrorizing Paris. His group planned robberies in the sergeant's hotel room as if preparing military operations. Among the tools of their trade were French and U.S. Army uniforms, a vast array of stolen weapons, forged passes, and hijacked vehicles. Whitehead wrote that, "We stole more trucks, sold whatever they carried, and used the trucks to rob warehouses of the goods in them." For the next few months, the gang used combat tactics to rob military warehouses. Like a night patrol, they stealthily crept behind guards and knocked them out cold before seizing the loot. Their activities spread to Belgium, where they stole civilian cars to sell in France. Gangland operations gave Whitehead a bigger thrill than battle. One night, he and his accomplices spotted a blue Buick in front of a military headquarters. Its 2 stars made it clear the owner was an American general. The gang jumped into the car and forced the driver out. As they drove off, MPs fired at the Buick. Whitehead and the others shot back, but apparently no one on either side was killed. The car had so many bullet holes, though, that the thieves abandoned it. On other occasions, they disguised themselves as military policemen. Real MPs saluted them in the streets, and they had fun checking the passes of off-duty GIs. When they robbed cafes, they made their getaway in jeeps, with the gendarmes giving futile chase on bicycles. The paratroop sergeant's gang was one of many rampaging through Paris in the months after the city's liberation. Like other deserter mobs in Paris, they were armed to the teeth with .45s, rifles, and Thompson submachine guns. Whitehead himself always carried his Colt .45 automatic plus 3 smaller .25 caliber pistols that he hid in his pockets and boots. The Paris press compared life in the city to Prohibition-era Chicago. and it put the violence down to the same cause: American gangsters. The Army's Criminal Investigation Branch had to deal with a crime wave for which it was unprepared. As it noted, in the 11-month period from June 1944, the month of the invasion, through April 1945, for example, CI agents handled a total of 7,912 cases, of which 3,098, or nearly 40%, involved misappropriation of U.S. supplies. Greater yet was the proportion of crimes of violence, rape, murder, manslaughter, assault, which supplied 44% of the CI work, leaving the remaining 12% for such crimes as robbery, burglary, housebreaking, riot, and mutiny. Time magazine reported, informal GI markets have sprung up around the Arc de Triomphe, in the Place Pigalle, under the Eiffel Tower, in bistros, restaurants, around jeeps pausing in traffic jams. Prices for goods the GIs provided were exorbitant. The Criminal Investigation Branch reported that a 50-carton box of cigarettes went for $1,000 and 20 pounds of coffee for $200. The sellers were both deserters and serving soldiers, and the goods were invariably contraband. Betraying considerable pride in his audacity as a gangster, Whitehead wrote, "We robbed every café in Paris, and all sectors except our own, while the gendarmes went crazy." The gang showed up at cafés and ordered cases of cognac and champagne. After the owners loaded the boxes into their jeeps, the men turned their weapons on them. They stole money from patrons and customers alike. Whitehead recalled raiding cafes regularly for 3 months without interference from the police. The gang robbed private houses whose bedsheets and radios were easy defense. Profits from stolen petrol, cigarettes, cognac, champagne, cars, and weapons were making the gang's members rich men. Within 6 months, Whitehead reckoned his share at $100,000. This was probably an exaggeration. The Theater Provost Marshal's History Criminal Investigation Branch estimated that profits realized through illicit traffic in essential U.S. Army goods had reached nearly $200,000. This was an achievement of months of stealing by more than 150 officers and men of the 716th Railway Battalion until their apprehension at the end of November 1944. Whitehead could not send the money home because the Army had declared a prohibition against circulating, importing, or exporting United States and British currencies on 23 September 1944. Whitehead hid his money under the bed at his and Leah's apartment until he invested in a cafe and a small hotel. He put both in Leah's name and let her manage them. Al Whitehead prospered amid the high life of underworld Paris, occasionally straying to brothels and often getting drunk. He ran into one soldier on leave from his old 2nd Division and escorted him to an establishment where he covered the prostitutes' fees for them both. The soldier, who seemed more envious than disturbed by Whitehead's clandestine life, said he was returning to the 2nd somewhere near the German-Czechoslovakian border. Whitehead wished he could go back as well, but the soldier warned he would be shot like Private Eddie Slovak had been the previous January. "Well, buddy," Al said, "what difference does it make whether the Germans kill me or our own army shoots me? I'm still one dead son of a bitch." Nonetheless, he stayed in Paris. The city that spring lost its allure for Whitehead. His gangland activities were dying down, and he had little to do. On 7 May, the radio announced the Allied victory in Europe. He recalled the announcer saying, "La guerre c'est fini, la guerre c'est fini." Despite his 7 months in Paris, Whitehead's French was rough at best. The announcer may have said, "La guerre c'est fini." He went outside to take photographs of Allied flags flying in the streets that he included in his self-printed diary, and he went back to the apartment alone to brood. That day and night everyone in Paris and the rest of Europe was celebrating, but I just stayed in my apartment thinking about it all. he wandered aimlessly through Paris, occasionally finishing along the banks of the Seine. At the end of June, he told Leah he wanted to go home. The only way to do that was to give himself up to the United States Army. The easiest course for Whitehead to follow was to walk into any military police post. Instead, he said that he took a train to Czechoslovakia to find the 2nd Division. In Whitehead's absence, the division had fought its way into Germany and captured Leipzig. On 1 May, it moved into Czechoslovakia. Whitehead stated that he surrendered in Czechoslovakia, but the division had left for an encampment outside Reims on 18 June. An Army telegram of 13 December 1945 recorded Whitehead's apprehension in Reims, France, on or about 1 July 1945. On 12 and 13 July, most of the 2nd to none Division, including Whitehead's headquarters company, sailed from Le Havre to New York. Whitehead nonetheless wrote that he reached the 2nd Division in Czechoslovakia and reported to a first sergeant, who ordered him to his former platoon. After a few days in the company stockade, he was transferred to the division's authority. Because Whitehead's last posting was with the 94th Reinforcement Battalion at Fontainebleau, it ordered him transferred there. With 15 other handcuffed prisoners charged with rape or murder as well as desertion, he rode in a truck to another stockade about 6 hours away. Whitehead slept on the floor of a cell with 50 other inmates on the 2nd floor of an old prison building. In the morning, guards moved him to a ground-floor cell on his own. He wrote that he was restless and angry at being shipped from one place to another. He decided to escape, chipping at the mortar between the bricks to dig his way out. He had not made much progress by 6 o'clock that evening when he was led outside and put into a jeep that took him to Fontainebleau. There, the 9th Reinforcement Battalion locked him in a cell with 3 other prisoners. During his confinement at this depot, the informal routing slip noted, Corporal Whitehead gave no difficulty, performed his work satisfactorily, and, in view of the fact that he was not apprehended, but gave himself up, there apparently was no reason to think he might escape. While persuading guards that he was resigned to his fate, Whitehead was filled with resentment. The sentry assigned to watch him was Private First Class Robert C. Shumate, whom Whitehead referred to in his diary as a corporal himself. Whitehead may not have wanted to admit taking orders from a private. In the morning, Shumate ordered Whitehead and 2 other prisoners to clean a large house on the base. Whitehead hated Private Shumate. He had us emptying ashtrays and wastebaskets, all the while saying, "None of you guys are going to escape from me. I'm not going to be pulling your time." I thought, "You stupid jerk. In just about 5 minutes, I'm going to show you just how stupid you really are." Whitehead saw himself as a battle veteran, a professional soldier, and looked down on Private Shumate as a punk recruit. When Shumate ordered him to tidy an office in the house, he found blank passes on the desk and secreted them in his clothing. The passes would allow him to roam freely in Paris without trouble from MPs. The work completed, Shumate marched the 3 inmates to the mess hall for lunch. Whitehead sat outside, saying he was too sick to eat. Shumate threatened to shoot him if he tried to escape, and Whitehead answered, "Why, I like it here." Shumate led the other 2 prisoners inside. The stockade report stated that Shumate, in fact, put Whitehead to work in the mess hall, while the other 2 prisoners were assigned to duty in the kitchen. Due to the relative location of the kitchen and mess hall in the MP billets, the stockade report noted, it is impossible for one man to keep both rooms under observation at the same time. At about 1:30 in the afternoon, Whitehead was either sitting outside, as he wrote, or working in the mess hall, according to the official report. The differing accounts agreed on one thing. A minute later, he escaped. According to the report, he did escape at approximately 13:30 hours. He did not go far, as he recalled. "I rolled over behind the rock fence I was sitting on, and raking out a depression in the leaves, I camouflaged myself with them completely. Whitehead had some unexpected good fortune, as the report on his escape noted. On 23 July 1945, at about 13:30 hours, 4 members of the MP detachment were not present for duty for the following reasons. 1 man was called for by personnel for rectification of his records. 1 man was having a profile made, and 2 men were on pass. Whitehead, without realizing it, could not have timed his flight better. A search for the escaped prisoner was begun immediately, wrote First Lieutenant John F. Connolly of the 9th Reinforcement Depot's Provost Marshal's office. The town was checked, and also the railroad station. A vehicle covered Route N7 to Paris and returned by Route N5. No trace of the prisoner was found. Lying camouflaged in the leaves while guards searched for him, he lay as still as a sniper the rest of the day. When the bells tolled midnight, he crawled out of his lair. He removed his prison fatigues, under which he was wearing a full dress uniform. The camp offered no obvious route of exit because high walls enclosed it on all sides. However, one wall surrounded a house that opened onto the road outside the camp. He climbed the wall and broke into the house. It was too dark inside for him to find the back door to the street, so he forced open a window and jumped out. MPs and gendarmes patrolled the roads. Whenever a jeep approached, Whitehead leapt into a doorway. He found a hiding place near the railway station and waited until morning. At about 7 o'clock, a passenger train readied to depart. Whitehead jumped on, although he had no idea where it was going. As he sat down, he asked a conductor the train's destination. The man answered, Paris. That was good enough. 31. Each man, no matter how strong mentally and physically, has his limits beyond which the strongest will cannot drive him. Psychology for the Fighting Man, pages 320 to 1. On 25 April 1945, Soviet and American forces linked at the River Elbe. With Germany occupied, Adolf Hitler dead, and the Third Reich vanquished. The Wehrmacht High Command surrendered unconditionally in a schoolhouse at Reims at 2:41 on the morning of 7 May. Hostilities officially ended the next day, when mass celebrations erupted throughout Great Britain. The Daily Express front page declared, "Songs and dancing all night," while the Daily Mail trumpeted, "All quiet till 9 p.m. Then London crowds went mad in the West End. When Winston Churchill appeared outside the Ministry of Health in Whitehall, revelers sang, "For he's a jolly good fellow." John Bayne did not sing along. The 23-year-old veteran, having served king and country for nearly 5 years, was recuperating from the wounds he had suffered in both legs near Caen in Normandy. His bitterness over time lost outweighed his relief that the European war had ended. While many aspiring writers in uniform expected the war to inform their poetry, novels, and plays, Bayne regretted the utter waste of his youth. Moreover, his 2.5-year suspended sentence for deserting at Wadi Akarit in North Africa hung over him. If he committed another offense, no matter how minor, a court-martial would add it to any prison term it imposed. During his convalescence at the Winwick Hospital in Cheshire, he had twice gone absent without leave. His first AWOL occurred when, wearing hospital blues and hobbling on crutches, he lingered in Manchester beyond the limit of his one-day pass. The delay resulted from a serendipitous encounter with a young Scottish woman in the Auxiliary Territorial Service, Maxie McCullough. "All the other girls, they've all done it," she told him. "Lots of times, most of them. I'm the only one. I'm the only virgin. I hate it." As desperate to dispose of her virginity as Bayne was to assist, Maxie tried to sneak the drunk, crippled soldier through her barracks perimeter fence. MPs caught him and sent him back to Winwick. The second AWOL was by design when he kept an assignment with Maxie at the Manchester YMCA. The couple's quest for a private place to make love in those days when hotels required proof of matrimony ended with Bain's arrest again by MPs. Winwick's hospital commandant called him a bolshie and locked him for several days in one of the former mental asylum's padded cells. Luckily for him, he was not prosecuted for going AWOL. The hospital commandant, tired of dealing with him, transferred Bain to the Cameron Highland Regiment's penitential stone barracks at Hamilton in Scotland. Its convalescent depot, more military in character than medical, required him to wear a military uniform and perform both physical training and sentry duty. His legs were healing, and he could walk without aid. However, immobility in his left ankle postponed his return to active service. When VE Day arrived, all he had to do was remain in the barracks until his discharge erased his suspended sentence. He chose not to wait, convinced that if I stayed in the army any longer, I would be finished. I would become a brown automaton, a thing without imagination, intelligence, ambition. Slinging a haversack with his few possessions over his shoulder, he deserted again. I really loathed the army, he explained years later in a radio interview. I wasn't cut out for that sort of life, and I just up and left because I couldn't hang around. It meant waiting something like 6 months to a year, waiting for my D-mob number to come up, and I thought, well, I joined up for the duration, so I'm off. A truck driver gave him a lift to London's northern outskirts at Cricklewood. John Bain, no longer the dazed warrior who had floated away from Wadi Akarit in 1943, knew what he was doing. He wrote, barely concealing his glee, I was on the run. With at least 20,000 troops on the trot, Britain's major cities teemed with more deserters than during the war itself. Many had escaped their units at home, while others returned from hiding in France, Italy, Belgium, Holland, and Germany. Most were British, but among them were Americans, Canadians, and other Allied troops. The British government's decision to prolong wartime rationing and national identity cards well into the peace left men without documents ineligible for legal employment, food, petrol, and clothing. Inevitably, they lived outside the law and turned to professional criminals for forged papers. Capture meant years in the glass house military prison for them, and potential fines or up to 6 months' imprisonment for anyone who aided them. Among the many deserter accomplices were Mr. and Mrs. W. Mackey of rural Devonshire, who received fines of $80, around £20, each for harboring 2 American soldiers in a stable near their cottage. The county magistrate's court imposed a $40, £10 fine and 2 years probation on the Mackeys' 19-year-old daughter Dorothy, who had a child by one of the Americans. The 70-year-old father of a British deserter was placed on probation in 1945 for having hidden his son at home since the Dunkirk evacuation of June 1940. Bain's 18-year-old sister Sylvia had moved to London from the family's house in Aylesbury. He went to her flat in Shepherd's Bush, where she was living with her boyfriend and another young couple. Her young man was a painter named Cliff Holden, whom she had met at the house of another painter, Lucien Freud. The couple were Peter Ball, a 19-year-old English lad with a thick beard, and a pretty French girl named Yvonne, who had escaped from occupied France to work in London as an artist's model. Sylvia introduced her brother to them as Vernon, the name by which he was known before he enlisted. It was a benediction of his return to civilian life. Vernon ate macaroni cheese in the kitchen with Sylvia, Cliff, Peter, and Yvonne. When Vernon and his sister were on their own, he confided to her that he had deserted. His immediate need was for civilian clothes and a place to sleep. Sylvia offered both, but he worried that her boyfriend might object to harboring a deserter. "Oh, Cliff won't mind," she said. "He's on the run himself. So is Peter." Bain was propelled into a vast network of anarchists, conscientious objectors, and deserters. Underground London in the summer of 1945 included Bakunin-reading anarchists like Cliff, as well as criminal deserters living off stolen military supplies and robbery. Cliff burned Bain's Gordon Highlander uniform in the kitchen fireplace and lent Bain a dark blue shirt, a useful color since it would not show the dirt. Peter gave him a pair of sandals that would be good until autumn. He used Sylvia's clothing coupons and a little money he had to buy thick corduroy trousers. And so began the first summer of my desertion, a time of excitement, anxiety, and tentative growth, he wrote. He frequented the pubs of Notting Hill, Soho, and Fitzrovia, most of them hangouts for other deserters and literary bohemians like Dylan Thomas. His reading, abandoned when he entered the ranks, resumed. It was as catholic and undirected as before, Rilke, Kafka, Baudelaire, Yeats, and Auden. Cliff got him a job at an unlicensed factory in a shed off the Euston Road, where they both worked for cash making dolls' heads for a former merchant marine named Pat. With his earnings, Bain rented a small flat in Chalk Farm. The companies that Pat supplied suddenly stopped paying him, leaving him unable to meet his wage bill. To compensate, he gave Cliff and Vernon 200 dolls' heads each. Without a job, Vernon could no longer afford his rent, and in his slang for running off without paying, did a bunk. Pat invited him to lodge at his family's house in exchange for chores that included looking after his 2 small children. His London life became aimless, public houses providing him with companionship of sorts. A man in a Charlotte Street pub helped him to find work as an electrician at the Coliseum Theatre. This required checking the bulbs and lanterns for the chorus to carry on stage and shining a spotlight on the lead performer during a crucial scene. One night, Bain's failure to remove a crimson filter from the beam gave the star a distinctly diabolical appearance. No more adept with electricity than he had been with the safety of his Bren gun in Normandy, he fumbled with the light until it toppled over. Rather than wait to be fired, he slipped away. It was not long before he moved in with a girl named Jackie in Covent Garden's Monmouth Street. She suggested his dolls' heads could earn him a little money if she sewed bodies and dresses onto them. Bain, the deserter, could not approach reputable toy shops, so they sold a few dolls in a pub. Their takings paid for drinks, but not much else. Another money-making scheme that Cliff introduced him to was selling Indian perfume in a street market, again raising enough for beer rather than rent. One evening in a pub with Jackie, he had a better idea. He would take up boxing again as a professional. An ad in the Boxing News asked good amateurs who wanted to turn pro to contact a trainer named Willie Dalkin. Bain went to Bill Klein's gymnasium in Fitzroy Square in search of Dalkin, who arranged a test bout for the 11-stone, 6-pound, 160-pound middleweight. Bain turned up at Klein's basement gym the next day with trunks, shoes, and a mouthguard he bought with borrowed money to face a tough Irishman. Although out of shape from drinking and smoking, he deployed a strong left jab and a right cross that nearly sent his opponent to the mat. Dalkin took him on. Bain cut down his alcohol consumption and trained hard, sparring regularly at Klein's gym. Very good fighters trained there, he recalled, but not the top rank. I sparred with Freddie Mills a couple of times, a painful experience. Mills became world light heavyweight champion in 1948. Bain fought his first professional match at Ipswich, a 6-rounder against a more seasoned boxer from Rumford. The bout began badly for Bain, who was knocked down in the first round. In the second and third, however, he took control. He won by a knockout in the fourth. The Boxing Control Board certified John Bain's professional status with a 10-shilling license. Dalkin arranged 2 more 6-round bouts that he won, admittedly against pretty poor opposition, and began grooming him for 8-rounders against better fighters. One night in Charlotte Street's Fitzroy Tavern, Bain confessed to someone he had just met, probably boastfully, that he was on the run. His drinking companion warned him that London was a dangerous place for deserters. The police were on the lookout for them. He had just seen a whole cafe full of men in Soho dragged into the police's Black Maria. About half of Britain's 20,000 deserters lived in London. Another 2,000 men conscripted to work in the coal mines had also deserted, a crime then equal to desertion from the army. One Labour member of Parliament, Captain John Baird, appealed to the government to grant an amnesty to deserters. These young men had been failures in the war, the Times summarized his Commons speech on 29 November 1945, but he was convinced that many of them would make a better job of it in peacetime. His was a lone voice. Police and some newspapers blamed deserters for what the Daily Telegraph called one of the greatest outbreaks of gangsterism since the end of the 1914-1918 war. London's Commissioner of Metropolitan Police reported an increase of 34% in indictable crimes over 1938, the last year before the war. Deserters were responsible for 9% of crimes solved, a significantly high proportion for 20,000 men in a population of 47 million. A prominent criminal from Seven Dials near Covent Garden, Billy Hill, recalled that there was never a shortage of deserters for armed robberies. The violent crimes of a minority of deserters, rather than the post-war army's need for soldiers, forced the police to take action. Police in late 1945 and early 1946 blocked off sections of London to trap deserters by picking up men with suspect documents. On 14 December 1945, more than 2,000 London policemen supported by British, American, and Canadian MPs launched Operation Dragnet. While they cordoned off 4 square miles of London to check identity cards, burglars broke into a shop and hauled away a safe containing $800. Of the 15,161 men dragged in for questioning, only 4 turned out to be deserters, an American officer and 3 enlisted men. London's Evening Star newspaper condemned police for using Gestapo tactics. If Bain had been in the West End during Operation Dragnet or in the Soho Cafe during the police raid, it would have meant a second court-martial and 2 terms in military prison. The man in the pub who had witnessed the Soho raid suggested Bain leave London. He was studying medicine in Leeds, which, he said, had fewer deserters and fewer police dragnets. Its cost of living was lower, and it offered an unexpectedly rich cultural life, theater, opera, a good university, and public lectures. Thinking it over later, Bain decided to move. It meant giving up professional boxing and his girlfriend. Jackie cried when he told her, but she refused to go with him. Knowing that British Army desertion files listed a Gordon Highlander private named John Bain, he changed his name to Vernon Scannell. His memoirs provided no reason for the choice of Scannell. His son, John Scannell, explained over beer in one of his father's regular Fitzrovia pubs. He told me the name Scannell was pinched from a passport in a brothel just around the corner from here. Vernon Scannell liked his new name, not least because it severed another tie to his father. Leeds, to most Londoners, was nothing more than a bleak outpost of the industrial north, uninviting and uninteresting. At first, Scannell wrote, I hated it. The squalor of its Victorian slums shocked him, and the local accent seemed harshly alien, not hostile perhaps, but excluding. The medical student he had met in London let him sleep on his floor, but he soon moved to a tiny attic room that leaked rain in the Chapeltown district. The Chapeltown building turned out to house the North Leeds Communist Party, making it less than ideal for avoiding police scrutiny. In the freezing winter of early 1946, Scannell pictured Leeds as a battle zone with smog blinding the city in clouds of yellowish gray like poison gas, northeast winds waiting to bayonet you at street corners, and pavements booby-trapped with ice. Leeds, though, came to appeal to him more than London. He wrote that, in a sense, I was born there, or I should say I was reborn there. His rebirth was as a poet. I started to write poems on my own, he recalled, and singularly bad they were, too, though I did not at the time realize how awful. Life was charged with wonder and danger and promise. He turned 24 on 23 January, unemployed, in hiding, and without legal identity. Kevin Severs, a Ph.D. candidate at Leeds University and editor of the Northern Review, met Skinnell in a pub. Through Severs, Skinnell obtained an introduction to the university's celebrated professor of English, Bonamy Dobree. Dobree took a liking to the 24-year-old aspiring poet and arranged for him to sit in on university courses, including a tutorial with the literary critic George Wilson Knight. Dobree and Knight gave his reading more direction. For the first time I read Faulkner, Dostoevsky, Forster. I discovered Hopkins and was slap-happy with syllables for weeks afterwards. While pursuing in earnest the education his enlistment had interrupted, he wrote poems, many about Leeds, and sent them to literary journals. He garnered the rejections that were every young poet's rite of passage, until the left-wing Tribune magazine published one. John Middleton Murray's Adelphi and the Chicago Poetry Journal followed suit, printing 2 each. Skinnell wrote, "I was delighted to believe, quite mistakenly, that this was the beginning of a successful literary career." Meanwhile, at Westminster, pressure to solve the deserter problem grew. Labour Member of Parliament Woodrow Wyatt planned to table a question in the House of Commons in November 1946 to ask the minister without portfolio whether he will consider making arrangements to offer some inducement to persuade deserters who have been at large for more than 9 months to return to their units. When party whips prevailed upon him to withdraw a question that would highlight governmental failure to deal with the issue, Wyatt wrote to Prime Minister Clement Attlee, "The position seems to be that some 20,000 deserters are loose in the country without identity cards, ration books, etc., and are, therefore, virtually outlaws. It is obviously a situation which no society can tolerate indefinitely." The Minister of Defense, Albert Alexander, told Parliament on 22 January 1947 that deserters who surrendered before 31 March would have any mitigating circumstances taken into account when their cases are determined. This fell short of an amnesty, and the War Office was forced to disclose that only 1,158 men out of 20,000 had turned themselves in during the leniency period. Artists Herbert Reed and Augustus John, with writer Osbert Sitwell and others, formed the Deserters' Amnesty Campaign. In a letter to the Times, they reminded readers of the almost total failure of the surrender scheme announced by the Minister of Defense last January. They appealed for an amnesty. "We are convinced that the only real solution to the deserter problem from both the practical and the human points of view is the granting of a general amnesty to these men, before they drift into becoming full-time criminals." At this time, the Prime Minister's office noted that, far from deserters turning themselves in, more than 700 men a month were adding to their numbers with fresh desertions. Vernon Skinnell's loose arrangement with Leeds University entitled him to membership of the Student Union, where he took advantage of its sports facilities to train and join the boxing team. He became Northern University's champion in 3 weight divisions: welter, middle, and cruiser. His status as a professional remained secret, lest he be disqualified from amateur competition. Although boxing and literature studies took up much of his time, he had little money and led a lonely existence in his attic room. His ever-present fear of capture and overshadowing presence that darkened my consciousness revealed itself in his poem, On the Run. If sleep should come, the stairs might thunder, the door burst open, boots lamb bone, and split the skin, manacles anger, bite wrists and scratch the brain. It might be fact or dream exploding. Either way, it could happen. On Sunday afternoon, while Scannell read Crime and Punishment in his attic, it did happen. There was a sudden banging of heavy feet on the stairs, and the next moment my door burst open and two men in plain clothes charged into the room, grabbed me, and pulled me to my feet. One of the policemen said, "We know all about you." Bain spent the next 5 miserable days in a cell with lavatorial-tiled walls and a wooden bunk and 3 grimy-looking blankets. Military guards took him by train to Aberdeen, where he was put back into uniform in a cell with 2 other deserters. The junior officer assigned to defend him at the court-martial told him his only option was to plead guilty. Bain wrote to Bonamy Debris and George Wilson Knight in Leeds. Both teachers sent books and offered to testify in his defense. When Bain appeared before a court of 3 officers, his counsel entered a guilty plea and asked the court to take into consideration his client's combat record in North Africa and Normandy. The court permitted the defendant to speak, and Bain explained that he had found his nearly 5 years in the army, both in and out of action, totally destructive of the human qualities I most valued, the qualities of imagination, sensitivity, and intelligence. He had no choice, he said, but to escape. The president of the court, reading in his notes that the defendant hoped to become a writer, asked him what he wrote. "Poetry," answered the defendant. He later recounted the court's reaction, and they looked at each other with a wild surmise and said, "Well, send him to a psychiatrist. He is clearly mad." The psychiatrist's report led to his transfer to Northfield Military Hospital, a mental asylum near Birmingham. The confinement would lead to the poem Casualty Mental Ward, which included, "Something has gone wrong inside my head. The sappers have left mines and wires behind. I hold long conversations with the dead." He remained there for many weeks, during which he twice saw a young captain serving as the unit's psychiatrist. At their second session, the psychiatrist told him, "If you are ill, and I don't think you are, then this is the last place to get well." He referred Bain to a medical board which would probably release him. The captain advised him to keep your nose clean in the meantime. He did as he was told and waited. After a short spell, he wrote, "I was discharged quite honorably, suffering from an anxiety neurosis." His freedom, so long sought, was tinged with guilt. He wrote, "The shades of all those men who had done nothing worse than I and were now serving long prison sentences rose to accuse me, but they were not my only accusers. I had survived a war in which many men, some of them my friends, and all with as much to live for as I, had been killed. They lay in the sands of Libya or in the orchards and meadows of Normandy, and, however clean they kept their noses, no board would give them their discharge. They, too, accused, and they accuse me still." A former Army colleague told him about the captain they had seen desert from the Mareth line in 1943. During an artillery barrage, John Bain, as company runner, had looked to see how he, the captain, was getting on, and he wasn't there. He deserted. He'd gone back. He ran away in the middle of an attack. I never knew what happened to him. Now he learned that the captain had been promoted to major and was still serving. If he had any qualms about the inequities of military justice, it sent privates to the Mustafa barracks and awarded promotions to officers. They vanished. 32. They may not realize it, but often the truth is that they have become homesick. They are longing for those upon whose presence and affection they have long depended. They want their wives or mothers. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 334. When Alfred Whitehead's train arrived from Fontainebleau at the Gare de Lyon on 24 July 1945, he took the metro, which he called the underground streetcar, to his apartment on the Avenue de la Motte Piquet. In a full dress uniform and with stolen passes from the prison office, he had little to fear from military police in post-war Paris. He did not know, however, what to expect from Leah. When she opened the door, they stared at each other in silence. Something had changed in the month since he left. It took him a moment to realize what it was. Another American soldier had moved in. She whispered to him to wait in the bathroom while she told her new lover to leave because her husband was coming home. Whitehead considered killing them both. His mind, as already evidenced by his contradictory decisions to surrender and escape, was confused. Jealousy demanded revenge, but murder would send him back to the stockade and probably the gallows. He waited in the bathroom. When the other GI left, Leah gave Al a glass of wine. He had nothing to say to her. I hadn't been faithful to my wife, he thought, so I had no room to talk. But I never did forgive her. After downing more wine, he fell asleep in her bed. The summer of 1945 saw Paris gradually returning to normal. Although the black market provided some illegal bounty to the city's residents, regular supplies of basics were reaching the city from the country and harbors. Bands of deserters were still on the run, but the army had more men available to hunt them down. Whitehead, although he carried concealed weapons, avoided his old gang. He drank more, gambled, and sought the company of other women. His dissolute life made him consider, as other deserters had, joining the French Foreign Legion. The Legion asked no questions and, at the end of 5 years' service, allowed its veterans to resume life with a new identity. But, he wrote, I had grown to hate war and was tired of killing. On 12 December 1945, a freezing day in Paris, Whitehead was drunk again. He missed Selma, pitied himself, and wanted to go home. Walking back to the apartment, he made a decision. He changed out of his civilian clothes, put on his U.S. Army dress uniform, and wrote a farewell letter to Leah. Outdoors, he attracted a policeman's attention by shooting out streetlights with 2 ivory-handled .25 automatics. The gendarme approached with weapon drawn and ordered the American to raise his hands. I never put my hands up for the goddamn German army, Whitehead claimed to have shouted, and I sure as hell am not going to put them up for a 2-bit French cop. The policeman attempted to disarm him, but Whitehead claimed he turned over only 1 pistol. They could negotiate for the other at the station. The gendarme took him to the police post at 69 Rue des Fonderies in the 15th arrondissement. American MPs arrived soon afterwards. Whitehead's account of his arrest differed significantly from that of the MPs who took custody of him. He contended that he had asked the French police to call for the MPs who came and offered to release them. The MPs' report stated clearly the French police apprehended him and called the American authorities on their own initiative. Whitehead contended that he gave a 3rd .25 caliber pistol to the MPs as a souvenir. While driving in the Jeep with them to their headquarters, he said he produced 2 more pistols from his boots. He wrote, I can still see their shocked faces. Nothing in their report mentioned the additional weapons. Whitehead went further, claiming he produced yet 1 more .25 automatic for the desk sergeant when he arrived. By Whitehead's count, he had given over 6 automatic pistols to French and American police. The official police report said he had only 1 pistol with 3 bullets. Whitehead said he told the gendarmes his name was Joe Givaudan, but identified himself immediately to the MPs as Corporal Whitehead. Corporal Richard S. Capone, Company C, 787th MP Service Battalion, provided another version. I questioned the soldier, and he said his name was George, and he handed me a pass, Class B, which read George Wasco. The French police turned over to me a .25 caliber pistol, work effort, serial number 2993, and a clip with 3 rounds of ammunition. I frisked the soldier and found dog tags bearing the name of Alfred T. Whitehead and also a set of officers' dog tags bearing the name of Nixon. I asked him how long he was AWOL, and he continued to lie and to say that Whitehead was his buddy. When I asked the soldier his serial number, he seemed at a loss of an explanation. We proceeded to the booking station at number 8 Rue Scribe and found the man to be Alfred T. Whitehead. I turned the soldier over to the duty officer, Lieutenant Ball. I then returned to patrol duty. This account contained nothing of the bravado with which Whitehead characterized his behavior, producing pistols like a magician and bravely rejecting MP's offers of release. They were still telling me to go back to my outfit, he wrote, and I was still drunk and telling them I had overstayed my leave. The MPs, on the contrary, appeared from the record to have behaved professionally. They locked him up at 11 o'clock that night. In the morning, the Judge Advocate General's office preferred charges against Whitehead for violation of Article War 61 and having been absent without leave for 304 days. If the war in Europe had not ended in May, the charge would have been desertion with the possibility of a death sentence. First Lieutenant Julius Hochstein of the Judge Advocate's office assigned First Lieutenant Eugene T. Owen to investigate the charges on 17 December. 2 days later, Owen submitted his report. Witnesses requested by him, Whitehead, and other witnesses whose expected testimony was not fully and satisfactorily indicated in statements attached to the charges were thereafter, if reasonably available, examined by me in his presence. He was allowed to examine and cross-examine witnesses as he wished, with my assistance, and make such statements and arguments as he wished in his own behalf, after due warning as to his rights and privileges. Asked on a form whether he had any reasonable ground for belief that the accused is, or was at the time of any offense charged, mentally defective, deranged, or abnormal, Lieutenant Owen answered none. In this statement, in my opinion, he, be eliminated from the service, Owen wrote, should. He completed the sentence, I recommend with a general court-martial. On 22 December, Lieutenant Hochstein referred the charges for trial. Whitehead made no mention of Lieutenant Owen or the fact that Owen allowed him to call witnesses in his defense. Instead, he complained of mistreatment by officers he said had placed him in solitary confinement for 14 days on bread and water because he would not answer their questions. While awaiting trial and looking out of his cell window, Whitehead wrote he saw Leah walking towards the prison, threw her a note warning her not to visit him, and saw MPs bring her inside. When he pretended for her safety not to know her, he claimed she left in tears. Whitehead wrote that he spent Christmas alone in a punishment hole that was only 4 feet by 6 feet because he refused to answer an officer's questions. He did not state what the officer wanted to know. At the end of 14 days, the officer threatened him with a 3rd week in the hole if he didn't tell him everything, whatever that may have been. Rather than return to solitary, Whitehead wrote, I was hustled into a courtroom like a bum instead of a soldier, no bath, unshaven, and without being given a comb for my hair. He remembered the court-martial taking place in late December, but court records indicated it began on the morning of 2 January 1946. As in the court-martial of Steve Weiss, no enlisted men sat on the court-martial panel. The senior officer among the 6 judges was Major George F. Shaw of the Signal Corps. For reasons not specified in the court-martial transcript, the trial judge advocate, his assistant, and the defense counsel were excused. A second assistant judge advocate, Lieutenant Sheridan H. Horowitz, and assistant defense counsel, Lieutenant Harry Cohen, argued the case. Lieutenant Horowitz introduced 2 exhibits for the prosecution, the morning reports of 19 January and 23 July 1945. The first listed Corporal Whitehead as AWOL, and the second as having escaped confinement. He asked whether defense counsel agreed with the stipulation that the accused, Corporal Alfred T. Whitehead, returned to military control of the United States on 12 December 1945. The defense agreed, and the prosecution rested. The defense case made no opening remarks to the court. Lieutenant Cohen said, The accused, having been advised of his rights in his case, elects to make an unsworn statement. Captain David L. Spreckman, as the court's law member who had had legal training, delineated Whitehead's three options: a sworn statement, which allowed cross-examination by the prosecution and the court; an unsworn statement, which excluded cross-examination but carried little weight with the court; and remaining silent, for which no one in this court can comment on your failure to take the stand, and your failure to take the stand will not be considered as an admission of guilt. Spreckman asked the accused whether he understood the choices. Whitehead answered, "I think so, sir." Whitehead stuck by his decision to make an unsworn statement. He took the stand without taking the oath, and only Lieutenant Cohen questioned him. His short testimony covered little more than a page of court-martial transcript. Cohen asked his name, military organization, whether he was the accused in the case, and his date and place of birth. Cohen continued, "What happened when you were 4 years old?" "My father got killed, sir." "And what did you do?" "I went to work on a farm." "How much schooling have you had, Whitehead?" "Not any." "Where did you work?" "On a farm for Walter K. Parnell." The next questions established he had not been prosecuted for any criminal offense as a civilian, and had been in the Army for 3 years. "Have you had any combat, Whitehead?" 7 months. "How many campaigns have you been in?" "I've been in, sir? Normandy to Germany, sir, about 4 or 5. "Were you wounded?" "Well, yes, sir, I was." "How many times?" "Twice." "What did you do when you were wounded?" "I kept on fighting. I knew I'd get it if I stayed there." "Have you ever been court-martialed before, Whitehead?" "No." "Is there anything else you would like to tell the court about yourself?" "No, sir, I do not." The court excused the witness, and Lieutenant Cohen declared, "The defense rests." The court reporter did not record the defense's closing argument, and the assistant trial judge advocate did not make one. The court retired briefly. When it returned, Whitehead stood to attention. On the charge and both specifications, the verdict was guilty. The court deliberated a moment before pronouncing sentence. The maximum penalty for violation of Article of War 61 was life at hard labor. The court was lenient, declaring that Whitehead be dishonorably discharged the service, to forfeit all pay and allowances due, or to become due, and to be confined at hard labor at such place as the reviewing authority may direct for 5 years. Whitehead wrote that the court did not afford him the opportunity to explain his exhaustion and his desire to return to the 2nd Division rather than to a new division as an unknown replacement. The court record, however, made it clear that he could have said anything he wanted. Moreover, he was fortunate that the prosecution did not ask him how he survived in Paris during his 2 periods of desertion. His criminal activities, as recounted in his memoir, would have earned him a death penalty. At 10:25 that morning, the court proceeded to other matters. Epilogue. These are real battle casualties, just as much as if they had lost a leg. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 352. After his Paris court-martial, Whitehead served time in the Delta Disciplinary Training Barracks in the south of France, and in federal penitentiaries at Fort Hancock, New Jersey, and at Fort Jay and Greenhaven, New York. When the Army remitted half of his 5-year sentence, he walked out of Greenhaven with $25 and a brown tweed suit on 17 May 1948. His wife, Selma, was waiting for him. His parole terms could not have been more irksome. To work as a farm laborer for the stepfather he had joined the Army to escape in 1942. 2 years later, he used the skills he had mastered cutting GI's hair during the war to become a barber. Al's barber shop opened sometime in the early 1950s in the Gillsville Family Center on Sam Davis Road in Smyrna, Tennessee. He and Selma moved into a small house on Maple Street and raised 3 children. Whitehead felt aggrieved about his dishonorable discharge, which he thought was unfair to a soldier who had fought and been decorated. He believed that, by proving he had been wounded, he could convince the authorities his desertion had its origin in his medical condition. On March 1949, Dr. R. C. Cash of Lebanon, Tennessee, examined him and wrote, "I find a 1-inch scar over a depression from which bone appears missing in the right front parietal region of the skull. Also, there are some scars on the dorsum of the right hand at the articulation of the metacarpal and first phalanx of the right index finger, said to have been received in a bayonet engagement. These scars are neither old nor recent. I think it is reasonable to believe that they are of approximately 4 or 5 years' duration." In response to Whitehead's appeal that year to the Pentagon's Clemency and Review Board, the board reviewed his file. In his favor, it noted, applicant had an otherwise good record. He landed in France on D-Day and fought in France, Belgium, and Germany. On the other hand, the board's report commented, he claims to have been twice wounded, but to have kept on fighting. There is nothing of a medical or psychiatric nature in the file to excuse his conduct. The fact that he was carrying a false identity card and a concealed weapon when French police apprehended him in December 1945 also counted against him. The board recommended that the case be not reviewed by the Army Board on Correction of Military Records for the reason that there is no record of error or injustice in the case. 18 years later, a lawyer with offices in the same shopping center as Al's barbershop, C. Alex Meacham, took up Whitehead's case. Meacham, following President Jimmy Carter's January 1977 amnesty for Vietnam War draft evaders, wrote to the White House on 14 March 1977. I am writing on behalf of a very good friend of mine, Mr. Alfred T. Whitehead, a copy of whose enlisted record and report of separation dishonorable discharge is enclosed herewith. Mr. Whitehead was in combat in World War II from December 1943 until December 1944. During this time, he was wounded twice, and after the second wound, his Army records and medical records were lost or misplaced. Through an unfortunate misunderstanding, this led to his being counted as AWOL, and he was court-martialed and given time in military confinement. At that time, he also received a dishonorable discharge from the Army. He has never been able either to get copies of his records or the case reopened. He feels strongly that he was wrongfully court-martialed and sentenced when his true records were not available to the court. I am requesting that due consideration be given to clearing Mr. Whitehead's record. Meacham's letter was disingenuous at best, although certainly based on information Whitehead had supplied. Whitehead apparently neglected to tell Meacham that he simply ran away from the replacement depot at Fontainebleau. Rather than return to the 2nd Infantry Division on the front lines, he went to Paris. He did not seem to mention to his lawyer, as he wrote in his privately printed memoir of 1989, that he stole Allied supplies, shot at military policemen, and escaped from a stockade. If he had, Meacham could not have written that Whitehead's 7 months' absence from military duty was the result of an unfortunate misunderstanding. However, the Army Board for Correction of Military Records upgraded Whitehead's discharge from dishonorable to general on 27 October 1978. Whitehead's son, Alexander T. Whitehead II, wrote, "The day it arrived in the mail was only the second time in my life I ever saw my father, while sober, cry. The other was at the funeral of his mother." Although a general discharge ranked below honorable, it was probably more than Whitehead, if he had told the full story of his desertion, was entitled to. The board did not reverse the guilty verdict. His former comrades in the Indian Head Division did not forget him or his desertion. He attempted to take part in one of their annual reunions in Columbus, Georgia in 1970. Division veteran Jesse Broad later wrote that Whitehead was told to leave as he was not a member and could not become a member. In the spring of 1986, 40 years after his court-martial, Al Whitehead flew alone to Paris. Everything was different, he wrote. Where the old hotels once stood, there were apartment houses. I was drinking and felt like I'd walked 20 miles trying to find a hotel like the ones I knew. The hotels, Whitehead remembered, were more like rooming houses where people lived and ate year-round. Most had long since disappeared. Whitehead had also changed. Aged 64, he was not the bold young soldier discovering the city of light. His hair and thick mustache had turned white. Parrott's black markets and American MP patrols had long since disappeared, and the modern city so disoriented Whitehead that he returned to the airport and slept on a bench in the terminal. When he woke up in Charles de Gaulle Airport, he went back to Paris in search of familiar haunts. He changed dollars into francs, no longer enjoying the black market rate, and wandered from one street to another. As the sun was setting, a taxi took him to the 7th Arrondissement Café where he met Leah in 1945. He wrote, "I walked inside and stood there for a moment, the memories rushing back to those days long ago." He got drunk again and asked the woman behind the bar whether she knew of a room where he could sleep. She walked him outside where a young dark-haired man was waiting. The three of them went to a squalid room on the top floor of an old building. Whitehead, convinced his companions were a prostitute and her pimp, said he wanted a bed, but not the girl. He offered money to the man, who threw it in his face. Whitehead, the old soldier, black marketeer, and ex-convict, felt his wartime anger rising. "That's when I got tough with him," he wrote. "He backed off, and we went downstairs with them in front." In a nearby alley, 2 juvenile delinquents spotted him. He was an obvious target, drunk and, in his own words, "a harmless old Joe with my white mustache and several days' snow-white beard on my face." The thieves would not have expected a 64-year-old American tourist to resist, but Whitehead squared off with his back against the wall to avoid an attack from behind. In his imperfect French, he shouted that he had kicked the shit out of bastards like them in the war, and by God, I could do it again. When the first youth threw a punch, Whitehead seized his arm, threw him over commando style, and broke his arm. The second youngster pushed him into the wall. Whitehead grabbed the boy's face and rammed his knee into his groin. He reached for a pocket knife he usually carried, and the youngsters ran away. Whitehead hid under a van for 10 minutes until he was certain they would not be back with reinforcements. He took a taxi to the airport and flew home. It was his last trip to Paris. Whitehead returned to West Yarmouth on Cape Cod, Massachusetts, where he had moved Al's barber shop from Tennessee a few years earlier. One of his customers, Thomas Lindsay, remembered meeting him in 1991. "I listened to his stories while in the chair," Lindsay wrote, and bought a copy of his book, which he had stacked by the door. The memoir did not conceal his desertion, his black market career, and his prison record from the customers in his shop. Whitehead died on 26 January 1996 in Cape Cod, 5 days before his 74th birthday. His family buried him at Coon Prairie Cemetery in Westby, Wisconsin, not far from the family farm where, as a young recruit, he had courted Selma Sherpa. It was the only place during his stays with Selma and her family he had ever known happiness. His son recalled, "For years, Dad just went through the motions of being alive. He never laughed, rarely smiled, and was always distant in mood. The son's regret for his father was that he died a long time ago in the fields and hedgerows of France." In February 1953, shortly after he was returned to office as Prime Minister, Winston Churchill declared a general amnesty for wartime deserters as part of the celebrations for the coronation of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Deserters hiding in Britain were free to take up legal occupations, and those overseas could at last return home. The post-war manhunt that had preoccupied the civil and military police for more than 7 years was over. The amnesty came too late to affect Vernon Scannell, who had been discharged as medically unfit and had returned to Leeds. After 9 months of study there, he moved to London and then to various small towns in England. His colorful post-war career took him from boxing with a traveling fair to teaching in minor public schools. At one prep school, Hazelwood in Limpsfield, Surrey, his students included a future editor of the Times, Simon Jenkins. Jenkins recalled his teacher with affection, writing that he imparted two important messages. One was the supremacy of boxing, and the other of poetry. None of his students knew that he had been a professional boxer or a published poet. Jenkins added, all he communicated was a vague and distant preoccupation, as of a man with much to hide and only a little to give, even if that little was infinitely precious. He was out of John le Carré. Vernon Skinnell married Josephine Higson in 1954 and had 6 children. After one of their infant sons died, the marriage gradually fell apart. His novels, poems, reviews, and poetry readings produced barely enough money to provide for his large family. His son, John, remembered him as a man who enjoyed drinking to excess and having punch-ups well into his 60s. His desertion from Wadi Akarit, while known to his wife and children, was something he did not publicize either in his poems or early volumes of memoirs. Then, in 1987, he wrote the full story in Argument of Kings. As part of the publicity for the book, BBC Radio's prestigious Desert Island Discs invited him to discuss his work and choose the 8 pieces of music he would take to his imaginary isle. Skinnell's voice, in the BBC recording, sounded deep and distinctly highbrow, more Oxford Don than working-class kid from Buckinghamshire, who had spent more time in the ring than the classroom. The vocabulary was redolent of easy familiarity with the classics of prose and poetry. The combination of boxing and poetry was, he admitted, a bit of an odd mixture, or so people think. There were other boxer poets. John Keats, although he wasn't a boxer, was a considerable fighting lad. Certainly Byron was. He had a bare-fist companion in his entourage and used to spar with them. T.S. Eliot took it up, and Bernard Shaw. Michael Parkinson, one of the BBC's most astute interviewers, asked him about his desertion. Skinnell described the scene at Wadi Akarit, the morning the Seaforth Highlanders went through the Gordon's lines to attack the Rumana Ridge. They were easy targets for the German machine gun fire, he said. They took up the positions and we moved up. It was by this time light. The sun was up. There were corpses lying all over the place, our own people who earlier had just been going past us and exchanging insults. To my unbelieving horror, I had not seen this before. My own people, my own friends, went around looting the corpses, taking watches and wallets and that sort of thing off their own people. Suddenly, I was sick of the whole thing and just turned around and walked away. And nobody stopped me. After their 8 musical selections, guests on Desert Island Discs were asked which books, apart from Shakespeare and the Bible, they would like on their island. Skinnell chose a 5-volume edition of English poetry and the collected poems of W.H. Auden. The final item permitted on the island was a luxury. For Skinnell, there could have been nothing else. A mass of A4 writing paper and something to write with. Discussing his Wadi Akarit desertion for the first time in public affected him more than he had expected. His son, John, with whom he was staying in London, remembered that day. I was meant to meet him here in the pub afterwards, and he didn't show up. He disappeared for the entire afternoon. My father never dramatized anything. He was absolutely honest. It, discussing his desertion, seemed to trigger off exactly the same event. He walked from the studio and simply turned up about 3 hours later at his publisher's, Jeremy Robson's place. I don't know how I got here. The ex-deserter received official vindication as he grew older. The Royal Society of Literature elected him a Fellow in 1960, and he won the Heinemann Award for Literature a year later. The Queen granted him a civil list pension in 1981 for services to literature, and the Imperial War Museum sponsored a ceremony for the launch of Argument of Kings. His was never an easy life. He moved frequently and battled the British Inland Revenue over unpaid taxes on income from readings of his poems. He spent a few months in Brixton Prison for drunk driving, a severe sentence that was especially harsh because the magistrate did not like him stating his profession was poet. Vernon Scannell, who had run 3 times from the armed forces and wrote often of the military's dehumanizing impact, never let go of his war years. He relived them in his poems and became a champion of other Second World War poets who were, in his view, as good as those who emerged from the First. The finest of them, he wrote in Not Without Glory, Poets of the Second World War, was Keith Douglas. Douglas was the young officer who had deserted to the front at El Alamein and died in Normandy at about the time Bain was wounded. In Scannell's own poetry, as well as his memoirs, his favorite motif was violence, sometimes in the boxing ring, often in war, and most of all, in the battles of the human heart. It was no coincidence that one of the finest collections of his poetry was titled Of Love and War. On 11 May 1970, he wrote from his cottage in Dorset to his friend James Gibson about a new poem, Walking Wounded. The image of soldiers whose injuries did not require stretchers making their way through the North African desert had haunted him for years. He told Gibson that it was so damned hard to write. I think I had to wait so long to write the poem because the merely descriptive poem does not greatly interest me. I had to see what allegorical or symbolic meaning the image possessed, and slowly I came to see that the walking wounded represented the common human condition. The dramatically heroic role is for the few. Most of us have to take the smaller wounds of living, and we have to return again and again to the battlefield, and perhaps in the long run, this is the more important, even the more heroic role. The poem conjured an image of bandaged soldiers that John Singer Sargent had captured in his first World War masterpiece, Gassed. And then they came, the walking wounded, straggling the road like convicts loosely chained, dragging at ankles exhaustion and despair. Their heads were weighed down by last night's lead, and eyes still drank the dark. And when heroic corpses turn slowly in their decorated sleep, and every ambulance has disappeared, the walking wounded still trudge down that lane, and when recalled, they must bear arms again. Vernon Scannell, born John Vernon Bain, died on 17 November 2007 at the age of 85. Just before his death, he posted an entry on a Gordon Highlander war veteran website. Would like to know what happened to Gordon Rennie and William Bill Gray. The site did not post a response. Steve Weiss was living in California in 1991 when former Lieutenant Russell Darks finished writing his unpublished manuscript, 25 Years in the Military. The memoir, which circulated among veterans of the 36th Division, mentioned an incident that occurred in Italy a few months before Weiss joined the division near Rome. The commander of Company C at that time, Captain Horton, called his officers together to discuss a planned assault up Mount Samucro. Company C, like most other American rifle companies in the Second World War, had 6 officers, of whom 1 was a captain and 5 were lieutenants. One of the 5 lieutenants, named Greenlee, had recently been killed. Darkus wrote, Captain Horton immediately called all platoon leaders to assemble at the very crest of the mountain to issue his attack order before darkness approached. It was to be a night attack. Suddenly there was a sharp crack with a light thud. After several seconds trying to determine what happened, Lieutenant Simmons from Belfast, Maine, and I, Lieutenant Russell Darks, noticed that Captain Horton and the other 2 lieutenants were lying very still and bleeding profusely from their heads. All 3 of them were killed instantly by one lone bullet fired by a German sniper from the A Company area. Command of the company fell to Lieutenant Alan Simmons, who was promoted to captain. The other survivor of that freak rifle round, Lieutenant Darks, became company executive officer. Reading about this event for the first time, Weiss was shocked. It made him consider that there was a reason for Captain Simmons's caution and distance. To witness 3 of his comrades felled by a single bullet must have had a traumatic impact. Weiss, by 1991, a practicing psychologist, had studied trauma and the way it could drive a man into himself. It had happened to his father during the First World War, and it seemed to have affected Simmons in the Second. Steve Weiss, who felt he had an excuse for deserting, suddenly thought that Simmons had an excuse for not taking risks, not getting close to the men, and not providing moral support. By 1991, however, this lesson had no use. Weiss made many post-war trips to France, where he found people who had helped him during his time with the Resistance and the OSS. He renewed his friendship with Free French commander François Binoche and the couple who had given him a room in Lyon, Ronnie and Olga Dahan. In the spring of 2011, he returned to Briey, where the 36th Division had sentenced him to hard labor for the rest of his natural life. To anyone who did not know his story, he might have been any other American octogenarian on vacation, but Americans of his generation in French villages were rarely tourists. Men old enough to have fought in the mountains and villages of the now prosperous French countryside were searching for the youth and laughter they left there. Weiss is a thin, elegant man who carries himself with dignity. His demeanor makes him seem like a retired officer, back upright and eyes that look straight at everyone he speaks to. We were in Briey to find the courtroom where the army had tried him for misbehavior before the enemy. Despite his 86 years, he needed no more help to march through Briey than when he was 19. Steve Weiss let me explore the town, which had once been the front line between the Wehrmacht and the United States Army, with him. A few hours earlier, he had been to the military cemetery at Epinal to see the grave of his friend, Sergeant Harry Shanklin. It was the only time he cried, he told me, during his entire trip. Shanklin was 22 when he died near the river Moselle. It bothered Weiss that Shanklin did not live to have a wife, children, a career, or a chance to reflect on what happened during the war. The thought weighed on Weiss, who saved his own life by doing something he could not help, running away. By the time of our promenade in Briey that balmy April afternoon, Weiss was in a better mood. We knocked on the doors of old people who were children in 1944 to ask if they knew where the 36th Division headquarters had been. No one was sure. One prim, white-haired matron in a cotton dress wondered why we wanted to know. When we told her that Steve had been a GI in the 36th Infantry Division, she threw out her arms. She was 14 when they liberated the town from the Boche, she said. Too young to kiss a GI. Now she kissed Steve on both cheeks. Then she sobbed. A little later I suggested to him that his desertion might have saved him from an early death or a serious wound. But there were wounds. He said, "Look what I had to do to get right again. I spent years on the psychiatrist's couch. I became a psychologist because of it, in terms of the war. I had to put the whole thing back together again." Weiss remembered a compound that included a headquarters building, a stockade, and a chapel where his trial took place. In 1944, winter snow veiled the town. The spring of 2011 was clear, almost hot. Townspeople directed us to several building complexes where they thought the 36th might have made its headquarters. One was a large Catholic school attached to a stone chapel. Another was the local hospital, whose chapel was just outside the main building. Weiss stared at them in turn, walked around them, and concluded his normally letter-perfect memory just was not up to it. It did not matter. He had fought in Italy and France, won medals, deserted, and been convicted somewhere in this Vosges village. He had served time in the Loire Disciplinary Training Center and in the confines of his memory, where the trial was reenacted for years. Finding the former courtroom was, anyway, something I had asked him to do. I thought it might bring out elements of his story that were not in the official transcript. If the room where the court-martial took place on 7 November 1944 was a key, we didn't find it. This has been a presentation of Audio Go. For more information on related titles from Audio Go, please visit us online at audiogo.com. The Deserters, A Hidden History of World War II, text copyright 2013 by Charles Glass, all rights reserved. Production copyright 2013 by Audio Go, all rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.